Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started, huh? Let's get it started in here. My Wi-Fi probably won't work. I'm gonna play Overwatch later, but not right now. Alright, am I buried again? Stream health. Oh, I mean it's a preset. Specific settings. Alright, we're watching this video.
Running for the mayoral race in Omaha.
Well, we're finishing it because I already started watching it, so get shit on.
Regardless of that, Casey, Tron, and Anna falsely claimed Melina and I spread STDs. Melina is nasty, to be honest, and her and Destiny spread STDs. I think Anna is in chat here echoing the same claim. Just don't give them STDs like Destiny does, Jackson. Me and Melina have never done this.
What did we decide
Multiple
again?
people have made fun of me for someone misrepresenting a drug and selling an unknown amphetamine to me instead of MDMA. I could find a ton of examples of this, but remember when Destiny accidentally crystal meth? 529 likes, LOL. Looks like Destiny had to drop a scheduled debate because he accidentally took meth. Lots of like meme response to this. Not gonna lie, that's hilarious. Imagine being such a snowflake over the fact that you accidentally did meth. Oh, this is the funniest tweet on this website, making fun of me that I thought it was strange that people are like laughing at like at like being drugged basically. But I guess it's all good and fun when it's me. There are many other random attacks, such as people calling me fascist, claims that I've never been raped or violently assaulted by an intimate partner, people saying I'm a griper, claims that women only fuck me because of my money, telling people to give me no charity, etc., etc. Honestly, not worth listing all the attacks. There are hundreds more across thousands more accounts. Hopefully, I've gotten the point across. Not all of these claims come from large accounts, and these claims run the gamut from not so serious to extremely dire. I hope I've been able to accurately convey the diverse amounts of harassment I receive across multiple platforms from a variety of communities on a daily basis. None of the prior claims have anything to do with a difference of opinion or disagreement of philosophy. Rather, they're all personal, baseless attacks that are either hateful in nature or rooted in some fact that does not exist. Please understand there are thousands more comments that could be gathered out there, either in relation to me or other people being attacked in a similar manner, but I've only got so much time to gather and write. Also, these are only attacks that have come from communities that are supposed to be closely politically aligned with me. If I wanted to show even more hateful comments, I could easily visit Kiwi Farms, conservative subreddits, YouTube comment sections from conservatives I've debated, or 4chan threads made about me. There's an unbelievable amount of lies and hatred one of my positions is expected to not only tolerate, but deal with in an even-handed manner, where I'm expected to never lose my temper and cross the line. My community got super ass mad when I made a joke implying that Demon Mom. This usually happens and it's very frustrating. If I ever fuck up, my community gets really mad about like, are you lying about Demon Mom? And it's like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. I know, but like, holy fuck.
Caterpie. Wait, no.
Living your values.
No, it's Bellsprout.
I don't care much for what people say about themselves, truly. I don't care if someone says they're tolerant or different people, are tolerant of different people, they profess some political position, or they're good towards their friends. Ultimately, I only care about people's actions and how well they understand the issues they claim to care about. I'm far from perfect, but I believe I'm a better person than the vast majority of those that inhabit online political communities. I have and will continue to make many mistakes in my personal and public life, but I believe I aspire to some ideal at the end of the day that I am proud of. I don't like to come off as a braggart, but I do believe my track record is better than most in this arena. If there's ever a time to recount some achievements, this would be it. This is the cringiest part of anything I've ever written, but I'm going to suck my own dick for just a second because, Jesus fucking Christ, I'm like a demon to some of these people. Professional causes. I have always believed in revenue sharing as a business model for people who work directly on creating or editing content for me whenever the model works. If I'm paying flat rates, my rates are generally better than industry rates. I paid my original editor at a loss of $1,000 a month until the channel was earning enough money to split the profit 50-50 with the editor earning more than the $1,000 a month. I pay my current editor a 40% rev split on a channel currently earning over $550,000 in ad revenue yearly. When I saw the positive reception of my D&D Patreon, I contacted Koibu and offered to bump the rate up from the one he'd originally discounted me. Hey yo, so I started my Patreon to help me fund some D&D related stuff related to this and maybe other campaigns. Initially, when you approached me, you offered me a discounted rate from $400 a session to $300 a session, but since it seemed second because Jesus fucking Christ, I'm a demon to some of these people. Professional causes. I have always believed in revenue sharing as a business model for people who work directly on creating or editing content for me whenever the model works. If I'm paying flat rates, my rates are generally better than industry rates. I paid my original editor at a loss of $1,000 a month until the channel was earning enough money to split the profit 50-50 with the editor earning more than the $1,000 a month. I pay my current editor a 40% rev split on a channel currently earning over $550,000 in ad revenue yearly. When I saw the positive reception of my D&D Patreon, I contacted Koibu and offered to bump the rate up from the one he'd originally discounted me. Hey yo, so I started my Patreon to help me fund some D&D related stuff related to this and maybe other campaigns. Initially, when you approached me, you offered me a discounted rate from $400 a session to $300 a session, but since it seems like the response has been relatively positive from the Patreon, I'd be perfectly fine with the $400 a session if that's okay with you. Certainly is, thank you. I've tried to pay every person whose designs I've used for merchandise, stream events, YouTube/Twitter, banner/profile pics, or any other art I've used, including $5,000 for my D&D music and $1,000 for the original Lay Ruse picture drawn in paint. I pay people to maintain my website, including a monthly fee to Cake and extra compensation for work by Jader, Renanda, tons of random site updates, and Linus Red, major work on bot and other integrations for my website. In 2012, when I first started my website, I made the choice to make it open source so that any work that went into creating a website for me could benefit the greater streaming community for years to come. I was unaware that my website source would be taken and used so prolifically by people who would try to get me shut down, including Vosh, Shoe on Head, Keffels, The Surfs TV, Xander Hall, XELX, I don't know how to pronounce her name, Merrick, Devil, Conyer CC, Shark3300, Demon Mama, and Queen Marcy. I think every single one of these people have at least at one point called for my permaban off of at least one platform that I've been involved in. Neither me nor my developers have ever received a single word of thanks from any of these content creators, and no one has contributed to the original repo from the forked project. Generally, it's considered good faith, or it's considered good practice that if somebody makes a project and you fork, meaning you take the code base and you copy it and you start working your own thing, that if you update it or add something to it, ideally you would contribute or merge back some updates to the original repo, because that's like good etiquette. You generally would want to do that. It's considered rude, colloquially, I guess. It's considered rude to just fork a project, do a whole bunch of work on your own, and never contribute to the original. But, you know, who cares? Whatever. I have never charged an appearance fee for any of the live shows I've gone to, unless a larger company or sponsor was paying out of pocket. I've not requested payment for any of the university speeches or debates I've attended, even when the others there have. Elijah Schaefer got paid a stipend. I believe Dennis Prager got paid a stipend. I have hosted and supported a massive number of smaller streamers, including those who either no longer support me or attack me constantly. I am one of the only large streamers that consistently gave voice to smaller streamers by way of conversation, hosting, or numerous appearances, sometimes on and off my stream, across panel shows. Personal causes. I've donated money anonymously to some projects in the past online, including personal LGBT causes like Lumi Roo surgery. I think this was the conversation I had. Oh, she said that she was doing a thing. Hey, thanks for understanding me, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I said, congrats on your fundraiser. I heard you hit your mark pretty quickly. Thank you. We didn't quite cover like maybe processing fees, you know, but I think that should do it. I'm looking around. I desperately hope I get it done for Christmas, blah, blah, blah. What'd you end up getting out of it? You were trying to raise like $5,000. Yeah, we were trying to raise $4,000 at stream. We raised $5,000 something, I think. When she was done streaming, I donated $1,000, but I thought it was through an anonymous thing, but apparently it wasn't, which is super cringe. But I guess afterwards she noticed because she messaged me and she said, oh, thank you so much. I don't know what to say. Thank you very much. This helps a lot. Thank you. Holy fucking yikes. I thought that was anonymous. What the fuck? Anyway, fuck. I hope that covers transaction fees. Good luck with stuff finding a surgeon. I'm sure that's like a whole battle in and of itself. Thank you, Destiny. 1 year later, she would be giggling along with Mike about my deep partnership from Twitch while he's claiming I do nothing for trans rights. Their pronouns are they, them, actually. Sorry.
Before we begin discussing optics, for a second, for just a couple minutes, we have a few different crab-related emotes. Why is Philly so dirty? There's crabs everywhere. I don't know what neighborhood you're in, but street cleaning happens. It's weird. I'm planning on giving him this next month, so hopefully we can get that weight scheduled. Destiny, want to give 200 subs?
It sounds so bad, sped up. Oops.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's gonna happen.
Oopsie.
That's a shame. That's a real shame. That's such a shame. Anyway, something about that.
Damn. It's kind
What
of
was I gonna do? Oh, yikes, yeah. So, in case you don't know, I just want to touch on this topic for a little bit. In case you didn't know, we had a discussion last week where we went over the Lance's and a certain other affiliate stream. Oh wait, that's a little early. You have to do path to affiliate before you get affiliate. It's not, you don't just sign up for Twitch and then get affiliate status. You have to go through the affiliate path. So I need to correct myself. I'm sorry. Soon to be affiliate. Had a debate on. Oh, thanks.
Oh yeah, Russell. I told it.
Given dog shit rhetoric, he was a massive force for progressive politics on a massive platform. Okay. All right. Listen. Just because someone says trans rights doesn't mean they're a force for progressive change. All right? Like, corporations have been saying that shit for the better part of 10 years now. It's not good enough for progressive change. All right? Voting for the Democrat is not enough for progressive change. All right? Like, that's not progressivism. Progressivism is about attacking these fundamental structures. There's a bunch of different groups that are under.
1 year later, they'd be giggling along with Mike about my deep partnership from Twitch while he's claiming I do nothing for trans rights. Another thing, I offered to fly out to stay with or remotely book rooms for Nicole, Bad Bunny / Kira Chats, after she had a traumatic sexual experience with one of her moderators. I'm not going to read through all of this.
I know this closer. Sorry. Whoops. There you go.
I think this is me asking, what happened? Are you okay? Are you hurt at all? I mean, like, you didn't break anything, anything like that. Blah, blah, blah. And then I think at some point, well, make sure you get to a safe place where you can catch your breath and just chill for a bit. If you need help figuring out a place to stay or something, I can book a room for you. And if you're super worried about being alone or bored or something like that, I can swing by for a few days if you need a buddy or something. Good luck with everything. Stay safe. And I offered to book her a room long distance if she couldn't afford it because she wasn't originally planning on staying at a hotel. And then here I'm thinking about trying to move my schedule around because this is when I was watching Nathan every day, so it was going to be pretty hard. Yeah, it's fine. Do you need help booking a room? No, we haven't booked. Thanks so much. That's really thoughtful. It's no problem, buddy. Chatting with you. Well, it was fun. Yeah. This was a sexual assault experience that even my community showed support for, which they did. With display, I cut those who disrespect Bad Bunny. She's pretty cool. I legitimately enjoyed Destiny's IRL streams with her. His IRL streams in Seattle were super scuffed with shitty camera work and disconnects. Less than a year later, she would be trashing me on her stream, claiming I never cared about her, called me a bad friend, claimed I valued viewership over friends, and that I cultivated a toxic community. She's gone on multiple tirades since then, despite me defending her at multiple points against my community. I'm not going to watch all of this, but I mean, like, you can see the sections. Destiny can't remain ethical because he's scared of losing viewers. Destiny's scared of being called a white knight, cultivates a toxic community, implicitly approves of harassment, values viewership over friends, calls me sexist, says she feels like she lost a friend, called me a bad friend, says I have no principles, she regrets sticking up for me ever. Really hurt by me not caring. I guess we're just not friends like I thought we were. He's going on multiple. Bad Bunny goes on a deranged rant
Actually
on Destiny
didn't-
fascist for an hour. And then I think these were defenses that I made of her in my community that she somehow forgot about. We're not gonna watch all of this, but
Hey, I know you like people talking about Destiny in your channel. You watch random, I'm agree with you. Oh, you agree with me. That's sorry. Sorry. But Hassan, you stop constantly cutting me while I'm talking.
oh my god, it was so awkward. I noticed it happened like 3 times in a row. I was gonna say something. You can actually see me. I know exactly what you're talking about. I started dying in the background. Oh my god.
You stop constantly cutting me while I'm talking. Something called 10 seconds. It's the thing. Even that shit. We're not trying to no, I'm so happy my mind, buddy.
Isn't there a difference between male and female?
Generally, for whatever faults you might think she has, she's generally pretty concise with her speech. If Paul literally goes on monologues during the Raj podcast, I mean, maybe, but I mean, like, she doesn't usually ramble. She's usually like, gets her point out for.
Sorry. But Hassan?
What is this? He's still like that when he gets better turbo. Then you guys get maybe for like Slicker now that I'm in real life. I'm allowed to like that, okay, chill. When a friend makes a mistake, the mistake remains a mistake, and the friend remains a friend, alright? Whereas long as a few hot takes and enough to require breaking off. Let's see. This had to do with, I think, sexist or homophobic things she was saying, or homophobic or transphobic things. Installed, I've spoken with her pretty extensively about it. I'm aware that it's not that way, but people in chat who are hardcore dug into these social paradigms don't make the distinction. It's pretty complicated. SJW, this person holds some, I think this is about her like only wanting to date like non-black people or something.
Oh wait, which one do we
4 to
have
5 years ago, I would have defended using the word
on the
N-word and faggot
on the
hormones.
thing?
This is
Oh, we have the male version on the
this
on
tirade
the
is
stream.
going on saying that like I was never friends with her.
Ah,
and
it's
I
fine.
never defended her is just really irritating to me. But the moral of the story is never help anyone with anything. I'm sorry. I was one of the first big streamers to openly and aggressively support OBS back in 2013 when XSplit was the leading streaming service, and again in 2018 when Jim needed help fundraising for his platform, and I pushed for other large streamers to contribute with me. Jim was amazing for a long time, providing me with personal support, but pushing the limits to what I could do with streaming. In the early days of streaming, I would bother. I don't know, a lot of people don't remember this, but XSplit was like de facto what people used. I think up to like 2015 or 16 maybe. Like everybody used XSplit. But I really like OBS, and Jim was super cool. We talked a lot on Discord. He helped me do like crazy streaming shit.
Hey, I'm using OBS. Whoa, I'm using OBS. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
But yeah, he was a cool
Let's
dude.
go.
I think.
Let's go.
I don't know how to say this. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
All right.
Jim is the founder of OBS. I think that I'll say one of the reasons why Jim was able to go independent and do it full time was because of all the pushing I did for fundraising. I don't want to solo take credit for that, but I'm pretty sure that is the case. I went back to StarCraft 9 years ago to do a big fundraiser for the guy who created the game Overlay, eventually netting him a full-time job at Blizzard after the success of the integration of his Overlay, despite having been out of the community for several months when he was trying to raise money. This was a guy that I'd known for a bit tangentially because he did the game Overlay stuff, and I found out later when I met him at a BlizzCon or something that because of that fundraiser push and the development he did afterwards, he got a full-time job off of that. Also, I didn't put this in here, but Dharma Turtle, the lady that used to run the Dharma bot in chat, also got a full-time job coding because of the like work and everything with my community that she'd done with the bot. She was able to do that too. But I've intervened in issues where I perceived wrong being done, even if it was potentially unpopular stance opposed to much more popular figures that I have closer relationships with. One such time was during the Prime Kai's drama, where I helped to clear Prime's name, a bogus improper conduct allegation, in the middle of the night in Amsterdam off my stream. An intervention he later publicly thanked me for. I've also taken the side of less popular streamers against more popular ones, such as siding with Noru during the DM leak drama, and even prevented high schoolers from canceling each other. You could argue the last one maybe was content, but the first one was siding against popular streamers. This is I don't think we have to watch all of these, but or maybe actually we could.
My channel wouldn't be here for the Destiny.
Thanks, bud.
There's no two ways about it.
I've gone out of my way to get even streamers I'm not on good relations with unbanned for what I perceive to be unfair causes, such as the Surfs TV. I think this was me DMing my partner manager. The 2 streamers who got banned over the Irish Laddie and Vosh thing were all relevant in the Surfs TV. Awesome, thanks. Thanks for your time yesterday. Good getting each other person. So this was me trying to get both of them unbanned when I saw that they got banned just because they watched the Vosh clip or something. I also tried to submit an idea so Vosh could appear on Twitch streams, again, back when he was banned, but I was willing to mute my Twitch stream and send viewers his way when he wanted to have discussions, such as with the Rittenhouse conversation. So I tried to push for this idea of, like, there are certain political commentators like Vosh or Nick Fuentes that were banned on Twitch. Maybe we should be at least allowed to talk to them or watch their thing. I wrote up a proposal, shipped this to my partner manager to see if they'd approve it. I don't even know if he sent that anywhere, but... when I talked to Vosh, I would still, even though he was banned from Twitch, I was generally willing to mute my stream, and then I would link to his stream to send viewers his way so they could follow the conversation.
Responsible for you getting
I'm
banned.
not banned. I'm muted. We didn't talk policy a single.
There were multiple times where I did this so that we'd be able to have a conversation. It would benefit his stream because all my viewers would have to watch him to hear us when he was perma banned from Twitch or when he was banned from Twitch.
Wait, when does Heracross?
Such as for the Rittenhouse conversation. I am the only large streamer I am aware of that will judiciously pursue cross-platform bans if my viewers harass someone. What is this? Oh, this is an example of somebody like, I think RTBA reached out to her because she was complaining about transphobic people. I probably could have clips here saying I will ban people for doing it, but whatever. I've stated multiple times that I will ban someone from my subreddit, DGG chat room, Twitch and YouTube chats, as well as block them on social media if I see them attempting to harass someone from any of these platforms. Despite having this offer open, it was often not taken seriously by the very same people who complain about harassment. So like MX Vivian was one of those people that would say this. Compiling analysis fuck you. Tons of people would say
Probably
like,
25.
all of these harassing people.
What are we at now?
And anytime we reach out, like, who is it? Tell us who. Tell us who will ban it. Very rarely do we ever get a response back. RTBA has been pretty aggressive in pursuing those types of interactions. I made it a point to cover sexual assault allegations on stream to provide some more insight into how events like these happen and how they can be avoided. This was we had like a spreadsheet where we were going over like, was it really fucked? Was it kind of fucked? Or was it not fucked at all?
Probably like 2 more levels.
These were met with overwhelmingly positive responses.
Then we'll just say
from
we've maxed out views.
Thank you for sharing with me what Destiny wrote. I feel like that helped me a lot in terms of my fear of waking up to something bad happening. I feel like what Destiny did, breaking it down, it kind of nailed it for me to.
Hold on, I'm
feel
gonna
I'm
bring
not
this
crazy, I guess.
thing over here.
Because
This
sometimes I
tab.
feel like, as nice as people are, they're my friends or they support me, so it's kind of like, of course they'll be nice to me in a way, I guess. But hearing it from Destiny, he's a ruthless debater and is very good at breaking things down. So hearing it from him felt like a, I don't know, like somebody on the outside is, I don't know, understanding, I guess, of the situation. So I'm not crazy.
And when he was reading Close Account of Abuse, I had never heard the reason why it's so hard for a woman to say no, and the reason why men don't understand, and speaking in general terms, so aptly described by literally anybody before. Not only in such a way that makes us feel heard and understood, but also in a way that can get that across to a mostly male audience who wouldn't otherwise ever think about that shit. And he said it beautifully, and I would have a difficult time paraphrasing it.
I think these are logs from her in my chat afterwards. I just gone for the dentist. I was listening all the time and asked them to keep my earbuds in because it was an important podcast. Way to try to explain what it's like to experience harassment as a woman and why it's hard to say no, all of that. I haven't cried since all this went down. I'm in hardcore survival mode and running on anxiety and dreams. But hearing that and knowing it's being said to an audience of people that wouldn't otherwise even think to try to understand how different it might feel, it's so validating and relieving. I was holding back tears while driving. We're getting shit like, why didn't you just say no, every single one of us? Most people don't get it. You get it, and this community gets it. We never hear this understanding, compassionate perspective from men, so thank you. Political causes. I offered up my platform to any progressive candidate that wanted to have a conversation and advertise for their campaign, despite these videos not performing very well on my YouTube or my Twitch streams. I've got 5 examples. All of these are generally pretty low viewership. One of these interviews was Josie, pre-transition, and it would be her first major appearance on any internet platform. She was initially a fan of a lot of my stuff and thought my audience was valuable back then, though she would later go on to accuse me of being transphobic and defend people calling me a rapist. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
33.
33, okay, cool.
Yeah. No, I'm actually a bit of a fan. Actually, I've seen a lot of your stuff before, so it's cool that I can sit down now. Thank you.
Oh man, a lot of my stuff in what context?
Oh well, I saw anything like political, anything you go on, things like that. I find entertaining, so I like to see what you have to say. I think it's good here.
All right, we have this video only has 30,000 views. He just didn't perform that.
And because I can't do my job effectively without the support from people like your audience, right? Because this is our base. This is our base. This is who we're talking to take the time to speak with you, Steven. It's like something that a progressive would do, right? Like this isn't something you're not going to get there. You're not going to get Georgette to.
I spent over $100,000, which about $5,000 was fundraised for my community for canvassing efforts in Georgia and Omaha for progressive political leaders. This was the budget sheet for what we'd planned to spend in Omaha. I salaried both of my full-time organizers. I paid one $5,000 a month and another $4,000 a month. I was paying $2,500 a month for 2 different Airbnbs, so about $5,000 a month for both. I was covering food, a discretionary budget for extra expenses. These were the hotel rooms that I paid for. It came out to around, I think it ended up being $15,000-ish to bring down people and have places to stay every time they came down. This was food for the event, and then this was, I think we had clothing. This might have included like signs and stuff too for like canvassers or whatever. I paid my 2 lead organizers $5,000 and $4,000 a month to have a full-time residence in Omaha for 2 months to manage volunteers whose accommodations and food was also paying for full-time. We also coordinated travel and covered hotel expenses for the final weekend in Georgia and for every weekend in Omaha. In Georgia, we knocked on over 20,000 doors and led the single largest canvassing mobilization in the state during the final weekend of campaigning for Warnog and Ossow. I helped to support and promote some local political causes in Georgia. One of the interviews I gave to 2 of the people working on causes in Georgia wound up being Maddie Cakes' first major appearance on any political platform, a woman who would later go on to falsely accuse me of vague rape accusations.
Initially
This was Maddie Cakes' introduction to Twitch and the internet.
set out to like justify this worldview that I cultivated for myself, and over time, when you actually look at
I could put more here, but I jerk myself up enough, I guess. I feel like I do. I feel like I do a decent job. My personal, political, and social life, but lies. Besides, as the vilest writer has his readers, so the greatest liar has his believers. As often happens, that if a lie be believed only for an hour, it has done its work. There is no farther occasion for it. Falsehood flies, and the truth comes limping after it, so that when men come to be undeceived, it is too late, the jest is over, and the tale has had its effect. It was written in an article in The Examiner by Jonathan Swift. Evidence is inconvenient.
Okay, I'm kind of bored. I
This
kind of want
chapter
to play
going to explain
Overwatch.
different types of harassment that exist online, the relevant accusations levied at either me or my community. Some of these
Sorry.
sections are going to feel a bit empty. That's because
Not
other
sorry.
members of online communities are insufficient to simply accuse me or my community of committing any of these acts, oftentimes without understanding what the acts are, without providing a shred of evidence for any of these accusations. This is not only unfortunate, it's a reflection of substandard character to propagate these sorts of lies when other online figures should know better. Hate raids and brigades. A hate raid involves some organized or coordinated attempt by one community or group of people to show up, brigade, en masse, and spam either hateful or derogatory messages at another individual or community. Hate raids are not when a handful of people decide to respond rudely to a tweet. Hate raids are also not when individuals decide independently to send negative DMs to someone via social media. Hate raids are also not when multiple members of an instigated community show up in the instigator's arena and leave hateful comments. It could be said that some amount of organic brigading could happen, especially if a content creator views the work of another, but it wouldn't be considered a hate raid unless explicit or at least implicit calls to actions were made. Let's look at a few examples. John attacks a much larger content creator, Nicole, in a YouTube video. Nicole views the YouTube channel, giving it a scouring review, and many of her fans, in turn, go to John's channel and leave negative comments or reviews across many of his videos. One could argue that this is brigading behavior, as Nicole reviewed John's video on stream, will inevitably lead to some members of her community visiting John's channel. But a hate raid, it is not, unless there are community posts or directions for someone within the community to leave some specific types of hateful comments.
Oh.
Laura and Jess get into a big fight with one another online, culminating in both exchanging heated words. Once their exchanges are done, Laura retreats back into her server and begins to link social media posts and videos by Jess, telling her community that Jess has an ugly goblin nose and that people should say as much. Even though some comments may be exchanged by both communities that aren't really regarding their hate rating, the explicit call at the end by Laura to go through Jess's videos and leave comments would definitely rise to the level of hate raid behavior. Another example, despite being blocked, Capples will continue to tag people and direct their communities to harass them on Twitter in an attempt to speak with them. Capples has engaged in this behavior multiple times. So this is, Blair White has blocked Keffels, literally less than 2 minutes after I replied to her, yet she still tags her. Miss Blair White, you want to prove to me you aren't a coward and a snake? Come on my stream and talk to me. By blocking me, you were just trying to hide in your right-wing echo chamber and are doing everything you claim to be against. A little bit ironic there, but... here's Keffels talking about her harassment of Stone Toss. He blocked 3 of my accounts, so I unprivated my personal account that I had not used in over 2 years to ratio him. Always wanted to ratio Stone Toss. If someone has blocked you on a social media platform, you continue to direct your community to them, or create new accounts or use old accounts to circumvent the block, you are almost certainly engaging in some form of brigading and harassment. With a slightly more sophisticated understanding of what a hate raid is, let's review the allegations against me and my community. Keffels claims during the time of my ban, she was hate raided by my community. We just ended the hate raid by modifying...
I don't care about the penalties, sorry.
Over a 13,000 like tweet. Sansa reviewed the hate raid and showed that Keffels was brigaded by another community.
Wait, hold on, let's just see how bad
Posting
this
my subreddit,
is.
John Locks later summarized this in a post.
It's these two. So this is Keffels' stream, okay? We can look at over the course of her stream, and we can look at all the clips. I'm just going to summarize it so you'll look at the clip. I'll put it in chat for you.
So the bars here are bans that she's done in her stream.
Compare and contrast, all right? You can review the first part of my stream where I go over all of this. Here's Destiny from that same night. So those are theirs from the same night, okay? It's in UTC, so you just have to kind of compare and contrast the numbers. I can't motion if I point the screen.
Oh my god, but essentially he goes through and points out that like by the time she called me out, she was already hours past whatever this hate raid was. She accused my community of being the one that did this hate raid, but the timelines don't line up for it at all.
Until 11:50. So that 8:40. She didn't interact with Destiny until 11:50.
So she interacted with me down here. She'd already banned this many people from a hate raid earlier, but then she accused my community of doing this hate raid.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I tried to take her. I'm not messing with that. There's a fortress over there.
And then this is where they did the bot to start banning all of my community members. I think I was talking to that NATO guy, someone in chat said.
Damn, that was quick.
This guy summarizes it here. Also, people always bring up these points too, which is always true. If Destiny actually organized a hate raid, it wouldn't be just 7 people. There would have been thousands, or at least hundreds. This alone should make the hate raid accusations dubious. Even if we grant that among the people who got banned, 7 followed Destiny, that does not mean that Destiny organized a hate raid. It just means there were some people among them who followed Destiny. You don't even know if the 7 who got banned are Destiny fans or simply users who follow Destiny on Twitch, what many people do, even as haters or neutral bystanders, simply because he's the second largest politics streamer. Keffels never seems to bring up the fact that she was not only fighting with large content creators early on Twitter, she was even harassing them from behind the block. It's more likely any hate raiders came from this than my community. So earlier that night, even though Ian had blocked her, she was still tagging him and directing her community to attack him. Still great. If you'd like to come on my stream and talk to me about trans issues, you're more than welcome, because I gotta admit, you made yourself look like a bitch to someone who you think is subhuman. And then you can see the engagement she's getting on this. This is probably where the earlier hate raid came from. But Casey Tron bolstered this claim, saying I've targeted trans people to hate raid, again with no evidence. Honestly, you need to make this public, would probably help with many hate raids. I know he's been targeting trans people on Twitch whenever his audience is bored for some drama. Demon Mama claimed I sent a hate raid to Keffels. Demon Mama later said she didn't even care to review proof or evidence of any hate raid, just comments on her.
And this time, Destiny bit off more than he could chew, because he sent a hate raid over to a streamer who has their own independent large following. And all that Keffels had to do was block all people who follow Destiny using a chatbot, and all of a sudden, the raid disappeared. Now, there's 2 things with this. First of all,
so you can see the hate raid in chat of the video. Okay, let's see what's this about.
Did Keffels ever post proof of hate raid? I think Keffels is catalog saying that. I don't really care. I know that Keffels is lying, and if Keffels is lying, then I'll probably that. But I highly doubt he's lying. Just
never recounted, by the way.
because you want to play defense, Destiny definitely do that. He does it all the time. Everybody knows he does it all the time.
I've never organized a hate raid before.
We saw the Twitter account. Yeah, you saw a lot.
Also, he's not. She didn't even care to review proof or evidence of any hate raid, which is common for Demon Mama. Josie also claims she would be hate raided while streaming on Dylan's panel. She later claims she banned 24 chatters who were hate raiding her, disregarding the fact that any hate raid for me would involve hundreds of chatters, or hundreds of thousands of chatters. Logs from her chat would later show that she only had 10 chatters banned, only one of them actually being transphobic.
Is a person that is supporting Destiny.
That's a perfect flick,
I
though.
know that I'm taking an unpopular opinion.
Like, ready?
I know that just being on this panel against everybody here is going to verify.
Ah, that was a
everything
good
I'm talking
flick.
about. Like, I'm going to get people that are going to hate raid me probably during this stream. I'm probably going to get messages that are going to be very transphobic and awful. This is going to happen. And it is something that I'm going to have to deal with, because every time, even when I spoke up for a friend that he brigaded and admitted to brigading.
A friend. She's talking about Maddie Cakes, the one that accused me falsely of sexual harassment and fabricated DMs against my community.
I was the one that was also dragged for speaking up. This particular topic is exactly why it is hard to speak up. Because
these are logs from her chat.
Man, I'm gonna have to play Echo.
These are the types of things that were being said.
Yeah,
Josie, you
I'm
defended
playing
Maddie
Echo.
Cakes when she called Destiny rapist. That's literal Destiny derangement syndrome. I don't think that's transphobic. Hi Josie, you're unhinged. Have a good day. I don't think that's transphobic. Didn't you also lose? Didn't you also lose your rank for office? Why does that matter? Not transphobic. Josie, oh wait, I don't know this guy's. Can't close them. What are you doing? Mr. Anonymous, as a hate raider, I belong to a marginalized community in this chat space. Banning me as a fascist act of bigotry, discrimination, and oppressive. Or unaffection, that's not transphobic. Welcome to the internet. We force other people's opinions and we don't like them. That's not transphobic. 41% troll face. This is a transphobic comment. Die Hard, make sure you bring up the person that killed themselves to get more victim points. They got banned. How did Destiny win and isn't even on the platform? He got banned. Real W there, buddy. Going back to that 25 average next stream. Once people forget about you, again, make them W. Oh, close. And got banned. So one of these was transphobic. That's... I don't think I included this in my doc, but oh, I should have. Later on in that same video, Josie claimed that one of her mods killed themselves because of my community hate rating. I don't know why I didn't include that clip in, but she unironically made that claim. They committed suicide because of Destiny hate rates. There was one of her members of her community that committed suicide. It wasn't because of my hate rates. Vosh has, without evidence, also made multiple claims about hate raids, despite his own community getting clocked by the Reddit admins for excessive brigading.
Criticism or whatever. I mean, they're like the most brigady community in the universe. They kind of earned that for themselves. Getting a lot of bans, so you guys need to fill in replace the DGs or brigaded not banned. Okay, you have to...
Even though his own community got dinged by the Reddit admins for brigading mine. We were the brigaders in his eyes. To date, despite multiple claims of hate raiding, not a single content creator has produced a shred of evidence of any members of my community calling for or coordinating any sort of hate raid or brigades on other streamers. Even the hate raiders people point to tend to be zero-follower, newly created Twitter accounts, or Twitter accounts who only engage with me in a negative manner. Doxing. Doxing is a semi-informal concept on the internet that typically denotes someone publishing information about someone else online that the victim typically wishes to keep hidden, especially for purposes of harassment. The information may already be publicly available somewhere, but if one attempts to republish or amplify publicly available information or collect it on another platform, it would typically still be considered doxing. A lot of people are mad at my spelling of doxing. A couple quick examples. Amy goes to John's old school website looking for information about his address. She finds it and posts it on Twitter, hoping to scare him into deleting his account. This is a form of doxing, even if the person was even if the information was publicly available prior. Steve sees that Jennifer says a racial slur in a TikTok video where none of her information is listed in her account. Steve is able to find out her identity and place of employment and adds her employer on Twitter to get her fired. This is a form of doxing. Steve has found Jennifer's personal information and is amplifying it on social media to cause harm. After witnessing a quarrel between Keffels and Chud Logic, Keffels' mod, Hunter Lion, posts a picture of his face that he explicitly wishes to keep private on Twitter. He also pairs this with an unsubstantiated grim allegation. This is a form of doxing, as Hunter Lion's goal is to harm Chud by posting information he wished to keep private. And the allegations against me or my community? Keffels makes an ambiguous claim about who is doxing, or clarifying other things that the harassment mostly comes from my community, or falsely claim my community has a large overlap with Kiwi farms, a ban determined my chat so people can't link the threads. People online are actively attempting to dox my phone number and home address. I had to wake up my mom at 5 a.m. to go to deactivate their social media accounts. I'm okay, my family is safe. These people can't stand seeing trans people gain a platform and succeed. It drives them insane. I'm not letting them win.
I think you could use vacations of relentless harassment. There's literally no avoiding it. Like, you see it happens on Twitter, it happens on Twitch. Mostly from Destiny and Destiny's community. But other places as well, conservatives, Nazis, fascists. I don't know, they all sort of like amalgamate together. Genderqueers are basically in the same orbit. And after I got into a fight with Destiny, they found out about me. Because there's a lot of overlap between Destiny's community and that community. And for the last 3 months, basically every day, they have been sleuthing. They've been digging for everything they can do against me. They document literally everything I do online. They doxed my mother. They doxed like half a dozen of my Twitch mods. It's fucking crazy. They haven't managed to actually dox me yet, though.
Interesting.
I'm thankful for that. Like, yeah, my name's out there. I ran for fucking office, of course it's out there. But my address is not out there. And I've been trying to just not talk about this shit. But then I found out today, more revenge porn shit started popping up. They found old videos when I was working with the dominatrix.
I don't know if these people just don't know what revenge porn means or any of the terms they use also. She'll go on later to I don't know if I mentioned this. She claims a lot about how people are leaking revenge porn. It's not revenge porn. It's porn that she posted online, and then it ended up getting like re-brought up. That's not what revenge porn is. That's not what revenge porn means. Again, it's like the delegitimizing of every word. The accusations that don't make any sense. It's a misunderstanding of what any of these online harassment things even mean. Maybe because they don't have online harassment. A better example of revenge porn would be that one SRS subreddit integrating my dick pic into their CSS of their site. That would be an example of revenge porn.
And the porn shoots I did in my early 20s and when I was 18 were already leaked like 3 months ago. And there's not a lot I can do about it.
Man, I'm trying. I'm out here
I just wanted to comment on it.
grinding, man.
And
Falsely claim my community is a large overlap with Kiwi farms, which is a ban determined by chat so people can't even link the threads, or falsely claim I'm getting stuff from Kiwi farms. definitely a coincidence that whenever people are digging up about me, he ends up tweeting about me. Not deranged behavior at all. Surely he's a great advocate for trans people by mocking childhood grooming victims. I'm so glad I have a team to manage my YouTube account because holy fucking comment. I love how Destiny's a bad guy will be in between death threats and telling me I'll never be a real woman. Predictably, other people jump in and allege that my community is behind it. She also makes false claims in this earlier clip, which doesn't make sense because porn you released yourself on the internet is not revenge porn. I'm completely unsurprised that DGG has gone full Kiwi Farms about their daddy getting taken off Twitch. This is over 600.
Okay, never mind. I don't know why I thought it was so
This kind of
bad.
shows you that, like, even if she's not mentioning my community by name, that's the impression that she's given everybody. She's more or less said it in other clips too, so that's kind of what people think. These allegations echo to other parts of the internet and are generally well received. I don't know who took these screenshots. I'm not uploading them. So this probably came from Bosch's community. Gruesome. From the community known for potential doxing, hate-rating streamer, Keffels being the best example, and as a result did some transphobia, while claiming it isn't transphobia because he's been defending transphobia for years, so this is okay. Downplayed a rape victim while their daddy did rape apologia. Cried about cracker while claiming N-word isn't a slur. Continuously defends Lawrence Southern, who's still a fucking Nazi. Of course, mocked the death of an innocent dog that had nothing to do with any of this other than being Hassan's dog. Oh, I could go on even more. Basically, every single claim here is either half true or fake. But that's dealt with in another section. But yeah, 73 upvotes in Bosch's community. Hassan's dog was not innocent. But even random chatters from other communities make the same claims, again, with no evidence. Oh, this is a crazy dude that was a Hutch fan. Destiny quite literally made a 25-minute video about me when I was a regular chatter a few years back. His cockroaches doxed me, so this is a very good feeling. It's okay, it was bad in the moment, but now I like that I live rent-free in their heads and can piss them off with my existence. Keffels never seems to mention that she has accrued an impressively huge Kiwi Farms thread, over 400 pages, in a relatively short amount of time. Kiwi Farms is a community known for doxing, brigading, and other forms of targeted harassment. But for some reason, she always seems to blame my community and ignore that her Kiwi Farms thread got bigger than mine in like 1 to 1. I think in a couple months, her thread grew over 400 pages. How the fuck do I get blamed for the Kiwi Farms thread on her? And by the way, well, no, like the idea that this is all coming from my community, and again, not a shred of evidence has ever been posted proving as much, is just ridiculous. No content creator has ever provided a single shred of evidence of any doxing happening in any part of my community, be it my chat rooms, my subreddit, or my Discord. Hateful remarks. Hateful generally implies we're making derogatory remarks towards someone, specifically in relation to some protected class. These remarks tend to be sexist, racist, or anti-LGBT in some manner. Many people make claims about me making hateful remarks, but virtually all of these are either half true or just entirely fabricated. Keffels has claimed, among other things, that I've made 41% jokes about her or other trans people, and she said the same about my community, implying I endorse it. Others seem to believe that I want to embrace 41% jokes. Destiny's made 41% jokes towards me, accused me of being a rapist, accused me of being a pedophile, and is now actively mocking me for being a childhood grooming victim. None of these things are true. I do not regret at all my role in getting him deplatformed from Twitch because he deserved worse. What's worse than getting the job? Did I need to be killed, tortured, castrated? I don't know what that means, but... When I engage with a content creator who doesn't like me, and their replies are filled with people making 41% jokes, misgendering me, and mocking me for being trans, every trans person is aware of it. It doesn't even take an ounce of integrity to tell your audience it's wrong. We tell my audience it's wrong all the time. We ban people that make transphobic jokes. All of this was probably coming from Kiwi Farms. Oh, that last video over 30,000 likes. I think the existence of Destiny creates a lot more transphobia, really. I mean, imagine encouraging and laughing at people for doxing her family, never done this. Making 41% jokes to his audience so they bully her more, never did that. And then blame it on her. I blame her for the false accusations. Truly brain-dead logic. Let's also not forget that Destiny openly said he wants to do 41% jokes at Keffels. So yeah, Destiny is definitely a bigot in many directions. They'll probably say, it's a joke, bro, but all of his cozying up to white nationals and making 41% jokes says otherwise. Never done it. Also, referencing Keffels' genitals to make multiple remarks fantasizing about how wealthy she must have been, Destiny laughs at a chatter that says it's comforting to think this person will kill themselves in 30 years. Destiny says it's tempting to embrace 41% jokes. The reality of what happened was that I misread a comment in chat, assuming the chatter was making a trans suicide joke, when the chatter was actually just making a neat suicide joke. I went on to say that, although it was tempting to embrace the 41% jokes, I'm trying to stay above board. I don't think I need to explain myself, but just in case, this was literally the day of my indefinite suspension from Twitch, a suspension that Keffels and others cheered on and even tried to take credit for. At this time, it was tempting to attack the people who were attempting to destroy me by any means possible. Despite this, I held myself to a higher standard, I resist temptation. So Nixon here made a joke, a neat joke. Destiny, take comfort in the fact that in 30 years, this person will probably Minecraft themselves. I read that much and assumed it was a transphobic joke, but it was a neat joke, because their parents will no longer be around to care for them, and they will have to be an adult for once. Take comfort in the fact that in 30 years, this person will kill themselves. Jesus Christ.
Obama.
It's tempting to embrace the 41 jokes, but I'm trying to say, I don't even know why at this point. I'm trying to stay above board.
You're the reason I started caring about politics.
Thanks, man.
Don't retire or you prove JLP right.
I've never made a 41% joke in my life. If anybody ever wants to link one, knock yourself out. Throw one at me. Many claim I make fun of trans people for attempting to commit suicide. With basic media literacy, you can understand the following. Destiny believes it's okay to make fun of suicidal folks if their attempts aren't real to him. Trans white women expressing suicidality are not suicidal, and that he wants to make 41% jokes about trans women.
Easy W.
This claim originates from me being skeptical about a suicide attempt and the afterwards behavior from Doe. She claimed in a published Word doc that she had upwards of 700 to 800 milligrams of diphenhydramine in her system, which is about 15 pills of Benadryl, well under the LD50, the dosage at which 50% of subjects will die, which is about 20 to 40 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. This was the wonderful Word doc that she published with all of her poetry and everything after she attempted to commit suicide. After her attempt, she immediately published some poetry, along with some vague posting about childhood trauma, and tweeted it to warm reception to all of her Twitter followers. The next day, she was immediately back to valiantly fighting with degenerates on Twitter over political and social causes. She continually made personal attacks against me in regards to my mental health and the bad drugs I was sold, sometimes even from behind a block. Up your meds, improve your diet, get off Twitter. Happy world awaits you, I promise. Like, bro, it's Thanksgiving, go spend time with your family. The fact that you feel inclined to say anything at all here is your own sickness. Seriously, instead of trying to rile up your audience, just go eat some fucking stuffing. I think that I blocked her here, and that's why she's using a picture. Check out the new J.O. Crystal. Me and my bros charged for like 40 hours straight, bro. I want to be clear and I want to say something. Personally, I think that the drug jokes are funny. I'm not going to sit here and pearl clutch over it. My issue is when pearl clutchers make the jokes. Because if I make any joke related to almost any quality of any of these people, it's transphobic, it's hateful, it's evil, it's doxing, it's all the worst stuff in the world. If you want to make fun about me getting drugged and you think that's funny, that's fine. But like, if you're going to be at that level of making jokes, you have to be ready for me to joke about some things related to you without constantly calling me transphobic or something. I think that double standard is silly. Like, you're literally bringing up an attempted suicide because you got ratioed. You really could help Steve. This person is so addicted they're spam quote tweeting me behind a block. Everyone cheering you on is validating unhealthy self-destructive behavior. I can't imagine how much your therapist rolls her eyes when you bring in another 40 tweets that triggered you for the week. Regardless, if you think my criticisms of Doe were well-founded or inappropriate, this is the only suicide attempt I've attacked the credibility of. Clearly had nothing to do with her being trans and everything to do with the ridiculous set of circumstances and the treatment surrounding this particular attempt. Also, I never initially directed any of these comments to Doe. These were comments that I made in my chat. If they were so harmful to Doe, why were people finding logs in my chat, screenshotting them, and then posting them all over Twitter when I already had Doe blocked? Wouldn't they be the ones causing her harm? People always claim my community makes transphobic remarks, but they can never link or show long-standing members of my community or places
40, 53, 40.
Always random Twitter riffraff or people who follow me that I have no control over on other social media platforms. I have and will continue to mute anyone in my Twitter mentions making
wow,
transphobic
that
remarks,
is a
but it's
lot.
impossible to control who can follow me.
53.
Random harassment. Harassment comes in all shapes and sizes and is quite vague. Many erroneous claims about harassment nonetheless have been made about me or my community as well. Some of these are random things. Charmhole, a random politics order on Twitch, claims he has a clip of me assaulting him. This was just weird. He was like DMing people saying that I have a clip of Destiny assaulting
just
me
play
and
Echo
I went to
again?
OS. That clip is literally just me in a chat room saying that I don't want him in the call because he's insane and asking Chud Logic to kick him out. Like, that's it. Hey, that's me? Wait, were you the guy who was DMing? Manja. Oh, nice. Vosh has claimed while speaking to Demon Mama, with zero evidence, that my community was absolutely DDoSing both of them.
I do, but I'm capturing Discord right now because the site's getting DDoSed.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah, so that DDoSer is definitely somebody from Destiny's community. No denying it. Because they started DDoSing me after something happened with Destiny's community. And now my website is ironclad. And now they've jumped over to you literally right after a shared event between you and I. So that feels like one which was being watched by Destiny, by the way. So.
Yeah,
as an aside, all of our conversations have a lot of people watching. The idea that this is the only time my community has done like a cord. Oh, this was when they misconfigured Cloudflare and they DDoS themselves? Oh, is that true? I didn't even know that part. If that was the case.
Clips last night. Oh my god, he fucking hates my guts. Holy shit, he was just shit talking me the entire fucking time. Oh my god. I didn't think I was. Yeah, Destiny was shit talking me the entire time. And in fact, this morning I woke up and DGG had like 3 posts making fun of me on the front page of the DGG subreddit.
Yeah, I think
We're fucking obsessed.
Wash and others have claimed my community tried to pedo jacket, falsely states him as a pedophile. Doe, again with no evidence. This is Wash liking this tweet. The fact that DGG tried to pedo jacket Doe for months for nothing, or are now celebrating this Mr. Girl freak show, shows how deeply unserious they are. Again with no evidence. I'm sorry, can I please just for once actually get proof of this? Destiny subreddit at the time, also Gammy. Yes, I can. Her name is RGR. RGR is DGG. This is like saying a certain religion about like that's yeah. I looked it up. The opposite is true, as often is the case. I'm sorry, but RGR's position is dog shit on this. It still doesn't deserve harassment. This is what was getting up. Nobody in my community sided with Riley on this argument. But I think I say that next. The sad thing about this conversation is that the truth is actually entirely the opposite, with both me and my community completely siding with Doe in the argument, despite my personal dislike of her. Not even dislike, I should say hatred. I think the thing that's most disappointing is when the RGR Doe drama was happening, Destiny wasn't even streaming. Destiny was afraid of shitting on RGR. He could easily came back and just said, like, it's old drama, I'm bored of it, I want to play League or some shit. And up until that point, almost all of the sub was posting about how cringe RGR was in the debate and how she was obviously in the wrong. I didn't see anyone saying her position or the way she went about conversation was good. The fact that Destiny chose to come back, do an entire stream on the drama, and almost entirely side with Doe's perspective, to then have people like Vosh and other idiots blatantly misrepresent the series of events and his community's perspective is so annoying. I wish someone that was a mutual like Hunter would talk about this, because at this point this is legitimately spreading really harmful misinformation and defamation. And then before Vosh goes, I have bad memory, I thought I remembered them doing this, I think we need to really start questioning whether or not Vosh's shitty memory precludes him from just having any take you can believe at face value that isn't pointing directly to an article he just read. I'm really disappointed with DGG. I really liked Vosh, but I feel Vosh at the end of the day was a propagandist who has little about honesty. Extra funny claims from Merrick that Vosh's community is not sexist, even though she said the exact opposite before. A years-long member in VGG called me a Botox brain and was permabanned instantly. Destiny's chat called me retarded a lot and talked about how I'm not a worthwhile person but have nice tits, and it was just normal and everyone was cool with it. This was later when she was on her anti-Destiny binge. But what did she say close to her conversation with Vosh?
And he didn't agree with them. That's okay. I thought we had a really pleasant conversation. Totally fine. However, reading chat was
wow. I always felt comfortable. I always felt like I was a part of BGG. People were saying that I mean, I saw stuff that was like fucking Botox brain bitch. Like, people were talking about what a dumb woke scold I am, and I was just like totally shocked. When the video came out on his YouTube, someone was like, she's a fucking snake in the grass. You didn't keep an eye on her. She gets stabbed in the back with the first opportunity. I was like, what the fuck? I was like, this is like my community. Like, what is this? And like a bunch of people were just, yeah, like people talking about how I'm like, it was like, I was like, oh wow.
Especially after Bosch's J.K. Rowling fallout with more claims about mine, though she will never contact any mods of mine or provide proof to ban any of the sexist comments. It's also funny that Merrick claims to care about sexism when she had no qualms with sexism from Bosch, when he said that a woman who was wearing stockings and a skirt wanted to be sexually harassed, when he called her a stupid fucking bitch.
I win the
All on
McCree
Merrick was
ditto.
in his chat.
Shut up, bitch. Stupid fucking bitch.
Damn.
Merrick DeVille. I found this video a while back and just turned it off when she randomly went on this rant about you. Also, hi, Bosch. Claims by Josie that I am a constant source of transphobia and harassment, and would go on to say that I laugh at rape victims, claiming that there are inconsequential forms of rape.
But that is the only one that I agree with. I think that Destiny is probably one of the most toxic humans that was on this platform and was a constant source of transphobia harassment of trans content creators particularly. He was not great when it came to women's issues, including laughing at rape victims, saying things like there are things that there's such thing as inconsequential forms of rape, right? Saying those exact words. For dating people, I've had to deal with personal friends that had mental health crises because of his large platform and he dated.
Oh, I'm getting destroyed. I also couldn't name it that Mercy.
Switch doesn't just only ban people.
None of those claims are true.
Okay, we kind of don't have
That
any
inconsequential
ults.
form of rape is a horrendous misquotation of a conversation I had with Duncan Can't Die. Yesterday. This is like a really common one, right? Say that two people go to sleep, say that they're cuddling when they're sleeping, guy wakes up, he's kind of got a boner, he starts like touching the woman a little bit, she's kind of like touching her back, she rubs her booty against him, and the guy starts fucking her, and then she wakes up more and she's like, I'm not into this, I don't want to do this actually, and they didn't talk about it beforehand. She says like, hey, can you stop? And the guy's like, oh yeah, shit, sorry, I thought you were into it, and then they stop. In that case, I think you could say that like the guy raped the woman, and that's what happened, you know, going by his definition.
Oh, he absolutely did. That's rape.
Yeah,
and
but like, is this like
shouldn't do that.
Yeah, I agree, you shouldn't do that, but is this like he needs to go to prison and this is horrible?
I think he needs to be punished. Yeah, I think if somebody does that, they need to be punished, and we should teach people not to fucking do that. Like what?
I think the sexual situations are a little bit more complicated because that's the example of the person.
I don't think that one. I don't think that one is that. I don't think that. That's the best hypothetical you can do. Like a rape situation isn't that a woman is asleep and you just like fuck them. Like if you're in a long-term relationship and you've had sex before, it's a bit more nuanced. But even then, like she probably wouldn't call it rape. She'd be like, hey, don't do that. Like, it depends on the impact on the person. If it's just a girl you want to bed with, you've never slept with before. No,
hold on. Obviously, I'm talking about some kind of functions. I'm not saying it's like a random girl that you're like just happen to be in bed with. Of course.
So wait, is marital rape not bad then? Do you think marital rape should be legal? Like,
so in this conversation, I uttered the phrase, well, in that case, it seems like there's some inconsequential forms of rape. If you're talking about a situation like this, it doesn't seem like this rises to the same level as like drugging people or pressuring people or whatever. But now some people like Josie will take that quote and go, oh, Destiny believes that rape is inconsequential. She would also falsely claim here that Demon Mama doesn't use a site based on my website's original code, a false claim also stated by MXC Vivian Wolf and Keffels.
Demon Mama and
But doesn't Demon Mama
and she's had to deal with the mental health.
created for Destiny?
Wait.
That is not true.
Wait. I'm gonna. Hey.
These are all of the people that use clones of my whole code base right now. This is a false claim that's also stated by MX Vivian and Keffels twice. Vivian said this, not really Destiny's code, it's mostly open source. I don't know what they think that means. If it was just like a random like bunch of people that made this.
You were to read through my old licenses to see if I can start sending cease and desist to people who use my site for commercial purposes. Okay, but I'm not using his fucking site. The site has nothing to do with his site, and also it's fucking open source.
The site is a derivative of my early code base where my...
It's open source, dude.
He can fucking die mad. I don't care.
Chills.
Like imagine putting out open source software and then getting mad and bitter about it because people you don't like use the open source.
Wait, so did I or did I not? Wait, did I not put out the open source? Is it mine or is it not?
Software.
You can see when you go to her site, like, it is obviously probably the same, yeah, it's the same chat, same layout, same...
Okay, I don't know how to use Creole. Thank you. You gave me a go, finally.
But yeah, I mean, like, this is... I mean... It's... yeah. I think she obviously claimed again.
Open source is a completely different code. It has nothing to do with his site. It does not matter. It's a completely different fucking code. Unfortunately, he does not have a monopoly on something that he has nothing to do with.
What? Whoa.
Random
how did this soldier retreat that far back?
Random baseless bizarre things people believe about me. I've generally seen it alleged that I go to paid events for fascist propaganda. I generally don't get paid for the events I go to, certainly not the one referenced. Oh. The people who made careers of debating fascists are only able to do that because they're part of right-wing media. They don't fight fascism. When they aren't persecuting marginalized people online, they appear on right-wing shows and paid events as foils for fascism. They don't get paid for going to events. Hassan community claimed during the Unplaced event that my community was botting the event. This is just like, I don't know why. It was funny because his whole community was claiming that we were botting and that's why we had such a big presence. But then when Reddit started banning for bots, a whole bunch of people in Hassan's community got banned. They were also linking in their subreddit, like, how to bot. I think this is how to bot, but I have not vetted the code, so I don't know, trust it, or don't. Also definitely read the comments. This is them trying to show their community members how to bot. This has been getting banned. I got a 138,000 hour ban for trying to rebuild. I know we shouldn't body shame, but it's really tiny dick behavior. This is them, I think, trying to spam report my stream for the dog. It just, yeah. Could we technically mass report Destiny's subreddit for organizing a hate raid? But that was K911. 3/5 of the way done. We're gonna take a quick break, bathroom break, food break, and then we're moving on to the next part. Ian. Good afternoon.
I'm dying so quickly. Okay, hold on.
Maintainer.
Let's adapt.
This book, or chapter, is called Nemo. Everything about my stream would be significantly worse but for the tireless dedication of people who work for and with me. In no particular order. RTBA, the bear. Security, moderation, and a million other things. Cake, master website maintainer. And Chief puts out fires guy. Jader Renanda, mysterious, the actual developer guy. Linus Red, the other actual developer, chatbot maintainer. Bortha, chief subreddit janitor. Ninu, email manager, master unbanner, and merch deliverer. August, actual YouTube editor, God on Earth. Lenny Winks and $10, the old guard, Twitch mods. Auntie, George, Mike Com, Free, Andrea, Polecat, Not Diced, Bogboy, Amelie, and Zolis. And there's probably more to that list for my thankless Discord moderators. And Seamza and Stanford, the two who originally, really for no compensation,
That's just
game. Chat started back in 2013. The VQ. The world is in a greater peril from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it. Good friend of the stream, Albert Einstein. Referencing an interview, he was summarizing Pablo Casals. Et tu, brute? We've already gone over the insertion, Ian Kaczynski, currently known as Vosh, formerly known as Irish Laddie, into the YouTube and Twitch sphere. In this section, I want to focus on how Ian chooses to operate in this space, and how the intentional mischaracterizations he makes of me are ultimately harmful to both me and the work that I do. While I repeatedly get characterized as being obsessed by both him and his community, Ian is easily the most prevalent puppet master of this narrative. There's nothing obsessive about covering some of the most popular political figures in this space making commentary about hot topic political issues. The only goal of framing criticisms in this light is to escape any and all responsibility for the things one says, and give oneself a pass to endlessly attack the people covering you. It would be impossible for any mainstream figure, like Sean Hannity or Tucker Carlson, to start claiming that rival pundits are obsessive stalkers, and this situation is no different. Ian has always been someone who's been an extremist in his political ideals, even back in 2012, claiming that we ought to sacrifice intellectual honesty for the purpose of the progressive movement.
It would be detrimental in the sense that you wouldn't get the same frenzied, blind, anti-intellectual mob mentality following you, but it wouldn't be detrimental in serving a greater intellectual purpose than I think, in my opinion.
And that's your opinion. And look, ideologically, I would like nothing more than for us to be able to frankly and candidly discuss all issues with nothing more than the sincerest of intellectual honesty. The only problem is, and I said the same thing about discussing differences about races and gender, so this is something we're going to have to agree to disagree with. Okay. Sometimes, if intellectual honesty is the cost of a successful improvement of the state of humanity, then sometimes that just has to be made. And
he's also caused some conservative members of my community, namely XKillsMe, to leave after making multiple overtures advocating violence against conservatives. This is stuff that he said, I think, on stream and in my
I think this is actually a pretty astute comparison. I'm a leftist. I'm a communist. I believe that the property rights of the wealthy should not be respected. I feel that their assets should be seized from them, and that many of them should be executed for crimes against the workers of this country. That if I go up on stage and I express these views,
just to be clear, that's a pretty hardline communist stance.
I have an interesting mention from you where you say that I have all of the bullet attracting characteristics of a human. Did you remember saying that about me?
Yes, yes, I stand by.
To be clear, so to be clear with chat, Irish Laddie has basically said he would give me the bullet in his real world. So while he's here whining about me dialoguing during him, we're coming into this with him basically saying he would kill me under his political system.
Okay,
so,
okay. All right, okay. For one, I didn't say I would do it. I'm lazy, okay? Let's not assign that responsibility to me. But would you be killed generally? Ooh, I don't know. You make a solid case every time you open your mouth. Yeah, I'm not ashamed of that statement at all.
Right.
Oh my god.
You realize, like,
You make a solid case every time.
That would be, like,
Oh
killed, right? You do realize that.
Damn, you're not another capitalist.
Yeah, no.
That's actually, that's kind of funny.
For you, XKillsMe, it would be a matter of pleasure. But for other people,
You keep joking like that when you get railing for it. Has anyone here ever actually wanted to, do a terrorism against groups like that? No meme, not gonna elaborate on anything. I don't know, I just wish neo-Nazis were more scared for their life. Maybe just a backpack left at a rally, a classic. It'd only take one bombing to throw the entire alt-right into chaos. Can you imagine TD and 8chan if a Nazi rally was bombed? Holy fuck. The salt alone would ethically justify the deaths of many people. Thank you, Jen. And I mean, hopefully the culprit wouldn't be found. God, I can't believe Nazis can just congregate and nobody's doing anything drastic. A few hundred dudes in a crowd chanting blood and soil, a single bomb or a well-timed burst of rifle fire could really make racists afraid again, remind them that they're alone and in peril. Keep in mind, in the United States of America, you do have a First Amendment right, even if you are a Nazi, to go and march up and down whatever streets you want. It used to be a right that we cherished in this country. Also, the scary thing about comments like this are, I'm pretty sure my community would count as a Nazi community, so I don't know if they'd want to ban like a Destiny GG meetup, but hey, it is what it is. Vosh has flirted with the idea of being more or less radical over time. For the most part, he's always been considered significantly to the left of me. Ian was a highly active member of my community and has stated multiple times that he'd watch every video and debate I'd done.
Twitter because lefties like to jerk themselves off over shit that I say about workers or whatever.
Embarrassing as it is to admit, I've watched every single YouTube video that has been produced by Redditor over the past 2 years.
In March of 2019, it had been brought to my attention by a few individuals that Ian was engaged in some form of long-term sexual pressuring of an 18-year-old woman in my community. As my fanbase was currently undergoing a fairly radical schism at the time, I had to figure out a way to handle the situation that didn't make it look as though I was only punishing Ian for being a leftist. I decided to do a public reading of the logs, first to my community, to see what the general reaction would be to the behavior before revealing the culprit. His behavior was almost universally condemned, and it was only once I revealed who the accused was that some members of my community changed their mind and said I was being too harsh. This is where the classic, as I'm reading the logs, this is Train, Omega lol, Pepe laugh. This has to be Train. Please don't flirt with me. Yikes, lol. Nathan.
It's not. It wasn't Train, guys.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar. Attack commences in 30 seconds. Five, four, three, two, one. Attack commencing. Stop the payload.
Okay. Wait, I got kicked. Oh. I'm gonna be banned, aren't I? Nope, still not banned. Oopsie. Wait, how long did that happen? No. Unlucky, man. That's pretty unlucky. I have to do like one email, and then... Another... Oh, this game's already started. We're playing... Oh, why is this guy already hard locked? Should just play Torbjorn or... Let's go Torbjorn. Hold on.
Yikes, Wii U, and then it finds out it's Irish laddie. Yikes, Destiny, why leak this shit? Fuck you, I have a clean as fuck record. Destiny's playing like he doesn't do anything, so he just leaks shit. What the fuck? Destiny, you're gonna say all this shit and call someone out on stream and not give a friend a chance to defend himself? This seems vindictive as fuck. He says you posted misinformation. Regardless, the die had been cast. I brought Ian in the Discord to have a conversation about what had transpired. Ultimately, was forced to kick him from my Discord server, sometimes protect members of my community. The entirety of their Discord DMs can be found here, and then this is a link in our archive to all of their conversations. So you can go through that. Ian was incredibly upset at Poppy post-accusation, even though he had continued to harass her after his apology, and made references either silencing her by attacking her in Discord, smearing and attacking her with his Discord community, or about how she was a disgusting human being who never needed an apology, who needed to be reduced to a sobbing mess. This is Poppy talking about how even after the apology, he would still make weird comments and attack her, or this whole thing. This is Vosh signaling to his Discord, should I at Poppy and BGG and tell her I'm on her shit? Maybe I can scare her into shutting up. This is Poppy complaining about how even once he was blocked, after I blocked him for trying to grill me when I was going through a traumatic experience as an autistic young person, he told me he was going to troll out my innocent rape me for months on end. He did not stop until mods got involved, and never apologized. And then this is a video.
Nasty stuff. Nasty bottle. But that's the gist of it. Poppy is not worth apologizing to. She is barely worth the fucking intrinsic human rights to which all human beings are endowed, okay? She is a disgusting human being. And that doesn't mean what I did wasn't wrong. It does mean I will never apologize to her. But I would love to have her on stream sometime, because she is a nervous, anxious, neurotic liar, and it would be really, really easy to reduce her to a sobbing mess publicly. Would this make me look better in the public eye? No, it would make me look worse. But it would be
Poppy has posted as recently as a year ago a summary of most of what happened and the fallout she experienced afterwards. And then this is like a summary of basically everything that happened. Basically, she was having a lot of trouble in her life, was relatively asexual. Vosh would continue to make like pretty aggressive sexual comments towards her, even after she pretty explicitly said that she didn't want it anymore. And then once they had a falling out, he basically harassed the fuck out of her in my Discord, and then kind of sicked his fans on her to harass her as well. But once banished from my community, Ian began to grow in his own right as a YouTuber. He also rebranded from Irish Laddie to Vosh in order to escape the stigma of his prior misconduct allegations and continue to produce video and debate content across YouTube and Twitch. We would go on to have a friendly rivalry for the next few years through conversation and debate, with me privating the allegation videos so as not to destroy his fledgling career, though it wouldn't be without a couple notable roadblocks. One of the worst of these was during the Rittenhouse debate saga, where he stood idly by his girlfriend, roommate, and community, tried to get me banned with a 16-second misinterpretation of what I'd stated during the debate about writing and defense of property. So this is Vosh saying like, oh, you guys can do what you want, just don't advocate for reporting in my Discord. Stop, do what you want with your reports, but don't allude to or encourage mass reporting in Discord.
No!
This is his girlfriend, I think at the time. Unironically, reporting the stream might be a good idea. Reporting him in this situation might actually be a good idea. He's like saying he deserve to die. This was Conyer, and then Xanderhall amplifying, trying to signal boost the fuck out of this video that probably got like a million views. This was one of his subreddit mods. Report his ass. I don't care how you feel about Destiny. This is fucking reprehensible. Objectively worse than anything the likes of even Nick Fuentes or Tucker Carlson would feel comfortable saying. His community had multiple threads calling him a white nationalist, for a stochastic terrorist, with Ian liking multiple tweets stating the same. This was a big thread about Destiny's painting all protests with a red white brush, his irresponsible rhetoric concerning conservative talking points, how long till some season goes on a shooting spree against BLM. Go look at his stuff. All of his fans are calling the shooter innocent and treating him like a hero. You need to stop engaging with Destiny. It takes only for you to get more nuclear when we respond to him in this way. Easy to say as someone who had functionally 0% respect of having his life in jeopardy. White moderate check, inflating protest riders check, demanding so yeah, just the whole effort post. Destiny is committing stochastic terrorism. These are tweets that Vosh is liking about cut a liberal and a fascist bleeds. All it took was Conyer, I think was his roommate. All it took was black people showing black people in the streets and willing to burn shit down to escape start really showing him as consistently been the left president as he possible. Holy shit, are you fucking kidding me? Post Rittenhouse, I decided it was no longer sufficient to be correct, but rather I had to engage in some optical and rhetorical considerations, so actors like Ian weren't able to come out of arguments looking good while being so incorrect in their analysis. Ian decided to stop interacting with him after being aware of this, leading to two disastrous conversations where he advocated that socialists didn't have to live their principles, and a heated screaming match where he claimed that Bush and Scalia were fascists.
Something particular about socialism and about Hassan. And
this is like a whole conversation on, I don't even know if I can clip this, but about how basically if you're a socialist, you don't have to do anything different than capitalists when living your values.
You have to come back a lot more because stuff like that.
And then this is Vosh arguing that I think Scalia and Bush were fascists. This is kind of unhinged.
Remember from podcasts I've listened to, articles that I've read, conversations that I've had. With Bush, I think the argument is a lot more direct. It's obviously something I remember a little bit more directly. I think that Bush, the obvious ones, straightforward ones, are obviously the 2020 election and the extent to which it was not fairly earned, in my opinion.
This was him arguing that George W. Bush and Antonin Scalia were fascists. Once he started to elicit critical responses from his own community, he decided it was no longer worth engaging with me and would continue to invent new excuses to avoid doing so indefinitely onwards. So his community even started to realize that like he was getting a little bit unhinged. Good faith criticism of Vosh's performance in last night's Prime panel. This had to do with him being a little crazy, saying everybody is a fascist. I genuinely think this was probably the worst performance I've seen from Vosh. At least with the first argument debate, the only issue is he got mad and was optically ineffective. Even his community understood the optics of secession. Here, not only did he get mad and optically ineffective, his argument, at least when Pepe Lundy, that's me joined, were subpar. Some pretty yikesy takes like Scalia is a fascist. And then this was him talking to Irrelevant about the socialists don't have to live their value or whatever. But, yeah. The Vosh identity. Ian initially started out as a more left version of me, edgy, debate lord, logic and fact but ardently socialist and capitalist. In 2019, he did very well absorbing the fallout from the beginning of my anti-lefty
Okay, are we done?
But eventually realized, moving Decay had bred to, it wasn't enough to simply rely on absorbing Destiny anti-fans. Due to Ian's extremist, violent, and anti-establishment rhetoric, he could really only draw fans from other extremist circles on the internet. However, Ian also had an interesting predicament in that, like me, he found himself at odds with many in the far left as well, and became increasingly unwilling to debate or even engage with the far right. In January of 2022, Vosh began to feud aggressively with Luna Oi, Non-Compete, FT Signifier, Professor Flowers, and Thoughtslime. All of these were large, hypothetical, left-leaning content creators that he's fighting with. For a while, Ian sought to forge a friendship with Hassan. Due to Hassan's fallout with me, however, Hassan was looking to disengage with the debate side of the internet and network hard with more normal streamers so he could grow his fan base, off of. Hassan also prescribes to a similar view Ian does of not platforming smaller content creators, so Ian had no chance of linking up. For years, Ian was incredibly critical of Hassan, even wanting to take his place. Cargo Boy, fuck that. I'm gonna be the dragon who takes Hassan's place. I strongly disavow Hassan's perspective on tankies. I need to grow stronger before I can publicly criticize people like Hassan. I actually am dieting right now. Looking better will help my appeal. It works for Hassan. All I care about is growing. Is it weird for me to think it's weird Hassan doesn't follow me on Twitter? FYI, remember the Hassan editor drama? I was the person who encouraged Hassan's would-be editor to make public his exploitation. I do hope I'm able to eclipse Hassan. I'm growing rapidly. Hassan should pay his editor guy more. My problem with Hassan is that he's the biggest leftist streamer, and I want to be that. For years, Ian was incredibly critical of Hassan, even wanting to take his place. But when setting his sights on further stream growth, he eventually tried to gear himself up to be more palatable to larger streamers, even admitting as much when doing a large charity stream in May of 2021.
You know, I really hope that this big live stream, the charity, the positivity, all of it, I hope that it encourages some people who are on the fence about me to be more open to working with me in the future. Working with me, and, you know, speaking amicably. That would be nice, I think.
By January of 2022, Ian switched to maximum simp mode, trying to get on Hassan's good side. Eventually, he would realize this was futile, as Hassan simply had no desire to engage, and would return to being critical of him and his fanbase.
People that want to like constantly fucking, I want to debate. I think the only way to figure out who has the best ideas is by like testing the intellectual metal. It's like, dude, that's fine. There's a space for that. Stem Lords love that shit. Okay, that's how Ben Shapiro made his like living, right, for many, many years. And I like having someone like that on the left so that they can, you know, take all the debate guys. Because I fucking despise it. Like I think it's really, really, really annoying. It's kind of like how I used to love Tulsi Gabbard because like all the pranks like, would go and like.
And then this was Vosh's interpretation of that.
I want to debate like, is this woman?
Oh, by the way, in case you guys are wondering, this is me inferring or whatever, but like people bitch about Hassan in my community. I'm pretty sure this is Hassan actually like covering for me. The real reason why Hassan like doesn't do collab shit with me is because my optics are terrible and would incur like a fuck ton of hate on his part. Him saying, oh, it's because his debate bro community would be annoying to deal with is actually a way of covering for me. Because the inevitable follow-up to him saying Vosh's optics are so bad it's difficult to even think about talking with him is to explain why my optics are bad. And every time that comes up, it's a 20-minute conversation about every cancellation I've ever had. So keep in mind, like you guys are being used. I'm pretty sure you guys are being used as a shield to prevent criticizing me, which I actually think is rather courteous of him. So yeah, I don't have anything to complain about here. Aren't you both equally controversial? Not even close.
Syrian or not? I think that's.
January of 2022, switch to simp mode, didn't work, blah, blah, blah. In March of 2022, Ian had another massive falling out with the leftist and video essayist community. This time after a fight with Cat Black, ContraPoints, and Noah Samson. This, combined with viral tweets with J.K. Rowling losing him thousands of subscribers on his YouTube, Ian decided to totally isolate himself in his community, eschewing debate, I don't remember what I said. Debate or challenging engagement, and instead focusing on ratcheting up the extremist rhetoric and exclusively covering YouTube videos and social issues on stream. He would go on to call this, in April of 2022, the Fortress Arc. I think it's eschewing.
The way to defeat bad ideas is exposure, argument, and persuasion? No, idiot. The way...
Oh, this is in mid-2020. Oh, this fuck. There's a better clip for this. This is in mid-2020 talking about him wanting to... Oh, no, wait. Oh, shit. Maybe this is... Sorry. Let's just watch. There's a lot of clips.
The way to defeat bad ideas is exposure, argument, persuasion? No, idiot. The way to defeat ideas is power. You seize control of institutions, you do everything within your legal and moral right to destroy the ability for them to disseminate their ideas, you excise them from society, you make intolerant their perspectives, and then you obfuscate any like granules of truth or leak it out. I'm sorry.
The idea in this case is someone mounting any defense for Destiny. Here's how he'll go about squashing that in his community.
Traveling to Nepal.
But anyway, they'll pull out any rhetorical technique. Which brings me to my subreddit. The purges will continue. 100%. DGGers, in terms of their willingness to raid, and in terms of their moral, like, what would I say? Moral capacity, their moral standing, are, as far as I'm concerned, like, on board with, like, alt-right raids, and I just don't care. You can look over at, like, Destiny subreddit, and there are people over there, like, they literally act like Kiwi farmers. That's not a joke. You're free to go and look at Destiny subreddit. They just act like Kiwi farmers. You can compare. They don't use slurs, Kiwi farmers do, sometimes, but in terms of their behavior and their seeming, like, adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So, yeah, the bans will continue, like, pretty much all the time.
Make it tolerant their ideas.
Oh, last thing. Reminds me of Gamergate. Back in 2014, Gamergate. Big bad stuff. And during Gamergate, like 95% of the well-intentioned skeptic community, like 95% of Gamergate was full of like well-intentioned people who just wanted to defend, journalistic rights and like games journalism ethics and what have you. And there were the 5% who were like psychotic doxers. This was the case every time. Basically, the psychotic doxers would go to like feminist YouTubers and like dox them, leak all their shit, harass them, death threats, rape threats, everything, And then when those victims complained about it, the 95% of concerned trolls, knowing or unknowing, would come in and they would be like, how can you paint all of us Gamergaters as psychotic doxers? I don't stand with that person, but they all watch the same content creators. So they do, and they all do the same thing. They play the same game. This is Destiny. This is Destiny's fans. I don't care whether you're one of the psychotic Destiny fans or not, at all. I don't care. You all play defense. You're psychotic. Destiny's psychotic. Do whatever you like. Next topic.
Doesn't matter to Vosh. You are psychotic, dark, or not. Being a fan of Destiny is intolerable in all cases because you're supporting that behavior. 4. Obfuscate. Any granules of truth there if it even helps.
The issue with Destiny is that, like, speaking frankly, if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues to feel smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people. That is absolutely the case, and he's essentially admitted it on screen before. That's what happens when you are primarily interested.
I don't know if I can say this on, but I've never said on stream that I argue to feel smart.
In the pursuit of the truth, which, by the way, pursuit of the truth means pursuit of what you think is true, and you're primarily self-interested, and you argue in favor of self-interest. All this adds together to mean that he doesn't argue for trans rights because he believes in trans rights. He argues for trans rights because those positions, when held, are the easiest ones to defend. They give him the greatest rhetorical and intellectual advantage against people he argues against. But having pro-trans positions is not the same thing as being pro-trans. Usually they are. For most people, that is the case. But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions, and then to spend a ton of time on Twitter quote tweeting trans accounts, accusing them of being rumors, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sexist, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts.
We'll get into this, but almost every one of these claims is half true or fake.
Going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts. It's possible to be pro-trans position, but still transphobic.
You defend Destiny because of his support of social issues. Vosh will obfuscate Destiny's position, so they don't really care about it, but we'll get into this later. I don't get all this now. In March, I was indefinitely suspended from Twitch. After some time, not appealing his ban on Twitch for the cracker art, Ian, sensing an opportunity, that very same day applied for an unban from Twitch, and then made excuses to go back on the panels again, unchallenged, perhaps with the goal of trying to kill viewers and not old colleagues.
First, he still wouldn't have me on. How was that defended? I was just on a ban. I haven't even submitted my ban. Is it ban from Twitch? It's an indefinite ban. I don't think he was implying that much better. I don't know why people got so upset about it. I don't know what 2 weeks. Will I ever get a ban from Twitch? Maybe one day I'll submit an appeal. You know. Did you mention the new emote? Oh yeah,
And then on the day that I was banned.
So you've not appealed? No. I appealed last night just because I wanted to find out if Destiny getting permit from Twitch was some kind of like Full Metal Alchemist equivalent exchange thing, where like I could somehow wrest myself from the ban through the power of his ban. You know, like to see if there's some sort of universal constant that I can exploit to get back on the platform. But I thought you didn't want to do panels. Well,
I thought you didn't want to do panels. Now that I'm banned.
I generally don't. However, Dylan Burns is like live covering stuff from Poland, like talking to refugees and shit. Like that's pretty awesome. I feel like that deserves recognition. You know.
Is he still there? Is he still in?
Unchallenged, he can say insane shit.
Poland?
This is calling someone a liberal as a derogatory term because when asked why or what liberal meant, he changed his mind to fascist and image. He avoided because people make fun of him.
Girl, so it doesn't really matter.
To be fair, the Wildman was here. He was on Twitch before.
What's wrong with liberal?
I don't know. Wildman.
Oh, why are you calling him a liberal? Why do you think he's a liberal?
There are a couple of reasons. I mean, he's certainly not a socialist.
What's a liberal?
A liberal is a person whose economic and social ideology derives from liberalism, or
no, liberalism in a different.
Liberalism, the broader, Enlightenment philosophies tends to be associated with things like, okay, fine, you found me out. I don't actually think he's a liberal. Honest to God, I think he's probably closer to a fascist. I don't think that he embraced liberal values. I was just using the term liberal. Because I always call people fascists, and I get made fun of for it, even though I can substantiate it most of the time. So in that case, I decided to go with liberal. But no, I think he's probably a fascist. Yeah.
Well, I just got deleted.
My treatment of Ian. Before I get too far into how Ian treats me, I'd like to establish something for how I deal with people I lack respect for. I might personally attack or show disdain towards someone who has wronged me, but I will always give them credit for making good arguments, and I will try to be fair when they get involved in situations with others. This has resulted in me siding with and supporting arguments for several individuals over the years that I had long-standing public feuds with. Later on, we'll look at how Ian claims I'm spite-driven and dishonest when dealing with him. But before we look at his claims, let's take a look at how I actually treat him. 1. I almost always show the full video of whatever Ian is saying, so that he has a chance to explain the entire context of whatever topic he's discussing. I almost never rely on second-hand characterizations of things he said, so those tend to be warped, whether intentional or not. 2. I was willing to mute my screen and have conversations with him while he was banned from Twitch.
Wait, I don't want to be responsible for you getting banned.
I'm muted. We didn't talk. 3. I deleted the Poppy sexual allegation videos from my channel so his fledgling YouTube career wasn't besmirched with such damaging allegations early on. I would defend him relating to Poppy multiple times later on. Every time one people might be the defense I'll say it again for the 7th time. I'm usually handled forever. I have to be raped anybody. It's really cool. It's pretty hard to say.
Okay, go for it. People bring up Vosh as past on like a weekly basis. Yeah, I mean, I stopped that shit after a month anymore. After like a week or two. Irish isn't plenty on Venus because I'm going to yeah, sure, I'm in Irish. He's a good conversational partner. Have you seen Irish Laddie's tanks on Tanky? Honest to God, I think Irish Laddie might be the only leftist I've seen that actually disavows tankies. Honestly, that might actually be the case. Like, he actually disavows the fuck out of tankies. I don't know if I've ever seen another lefty that does that. Vosh did too? No, that's what I'm saying. Vosh is Irish Laddie. Isn't Contra doing that now? Well, Contra, but I don't think Contra representatives like socialist coming. Like, all the other lefty people, like non Hassan, Michael Brooks, and all the people, like, those guys are the fuck out of white tankies. And, like, US Star Apology and shit.
Any thoughts on how Vosh handled his interview with Jesse Peterson? It seemed to be okay. I think, did we watch all of it or just most of it? I don't remember. But it seemed to be fine based on what I saw. Did a pretty good job. I would like Vosh, but every time I think of him, I didn't think of the whole harassment thing. I mean, people fuck up and do stupid shit. I mean, I don't know, what are you gonna do? I've done stupid shit. If you don't like Vosh, like, you probably shouldn't like me, because I've done a lot of dumb shit in the past, too, so. I've defended and advertised Ian's good faith multiple times to my community, even after the Poppy drama. Or, but I'm guessing it refers to the bingo card that this guy was saying earlier. How, like, before I go into a date with somebody, I already have a bingo card for everything they're gonna say. Like, I'm gonna check off all the boxes. Like, I already know how to respond to all of the whatever, because I have my own hit pieces, everything prepared. Like, it's super, super, super weird. And it makes me feel like, it makes me really uncomfortable. And it's like, it's super rare. This is actually one of the reasons, like, it's funny because, like, the one who's the pedophile guy, I don't know if he's a pedophile. Almost that guy, him, spoiler alert, he was. And like, one other person, Irish laddie, believe it or not, are like, these are like some of the few people that I had a conversation with, and I felt like they were actually engaging with what I was saying, rather than they had like memorized scripts, and they were just kind of like running it down. Like, it was super, vegan games actually was okay as well. Vegan games was good too, even if I disagree with them. But yeah, it's really hard to find people, that can actually like engage in a conversation that's two-way, where they're not just like dictating to you some like memorized speech or whatever. I ironically even worried about him turning into YouTube Wash in one of these clips where I was defending him. Yeah, it's tough to say, but I think Wash is probably one of the best good faith interlocutors I've ever had. Although to be fair, this is hard to say, I don't want to Wash and everything. Like, it seems like people are really good faith and they're like guests of the Destiny history. And sometimes when they spin off and do their own thing, I start to wonder, like, when Red and I hear them, they're good faith. I feel like it's something I felt that like Wash like isn't like if I talk to Wash again, I hope he's not like YouTube Wash instead of like the one that I remember talking to have like good He's never given me a reason to believe that he was. Despite being friends with Bastia and feuding quite viciously with Ian, I cast the third and deciding vote in his favor in the Hippy Dippy debate because I genuinely thought he did a better job.
And the last vote is from celebrity guest judge Destiny for Vosh, giving it 2.
He laughed early because he thought I was going to vote against him because he thought I was as spiteful as he is.
2-1 for Vosh, making Vosh the Hippy Dippy champion, Destiny being the tie-breaking.
Wait, I was a tie. Oh god, Vosh is gonna, Bastia's gonna hate me. Fuck.
Congratulations.
Well, yeah, you know, I saw the voice coming the whole time, frankly. Wait, in all seriousness,
Despite being friends with Riley, I took his and Doe's side in the RGR/Doe debate.
Good evening.
Hello, here.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So, the debate was between you and Doe. I don't want to rehash the entirety here.
Oh, this is just the start of this, but I ended up taking his side and Doe's side, despite the fact that I hate both of them. I think they made better arguments. I gave Ian a lot of credit in his debate with Demon Mama, even after Rittenhouse, and after him calling me spiteful and obsessively hateful. Vosh has been so kind and so generous to Demon Mama. He's been so charitable. He's boosted her, given her a huge. This is March 15th. Platform, brings her on, they're chummy pals, he's like ultra charitable, even though he's done all of this, now he's gonna do something, because he wants to say, like, dude, shut the fuck up, like, I'm treating you kid gloves, what are you raging over? What's wrong with you?
Are you trying to gaslight me?
I sided with Ian against Chaos Mel, even though he was a bit hot-headed. I don't know if I make a comment at the beginning here. That's not what Mel is saying at all. Oh my god. Dude, Vosh is so fucking mad at this conversation. He's just going full steam ahead. Oh no, wacky debaters.
You've never talked to me. You have never.
Right, you did.
Oh my god, he was so bad. I did ultimately side with him in the debate though. Then again, Chaos Mel is a fucking thing. Maybe that's not saying much. Even my community sided with Ian against Professor Flowers. Debate between Vosh and Professor Flowers over black nationalism. Ethnic nationalist bad. Literally Nick Winter's talking points. Nice one. Lefty's defending that crazy racist bitch on Twitter, proving it again. Horseshoe theory is correct. No different to Gripers and Fuentes. Fuck, he's just a piece of shit. For all the justified hate he is getting, Vosh is a good debater when his opponent is insane. His Charlie Kirk debate and this one are good examples. I no longer watch his content for a plethora of reasons, but at the time he does a good job against anyone in bad positions. This is in contrast to his community calling me a pedophile, rapist, rumor, trans hater, whatever. I sided with Ian hardcore.
No, I literally pressed.
You can make fun of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson all you want. If it makes you feel better, makes you feel like an elitist, or makes you feel whatever. But like, the fact that is that people like wildly influential people and they have a whole over people against the left and basically saying, I'm sorry, he was the only reason I even had this debate had Charlie Kirk, and he was prepared for future debates. If you come out of a non-compete Vosh arguments thinking that non-compete look good there, I think you probably are. You really need to check your political bias or something. But the thing is that like even Vosh would agree with this. Like they act like something like, oh well, Vosh. Like they were like Vosh. I think there's a second one too where I side with him on this one because I think they have two comments. Why did he agree to do this talk? It's the Jordan Peterson. Have you watched every single video? Jesus Christ. Do you think that I can ever use that excuse? Like when he left, he's like, didn't you say anything? I'm like, have you watched every single one of my videos? Have you seen every? Sided with Vosh every time against No Sam. I sided with Ian multiple times against Luna Oi and non-compete. So I'm gonna guess. I don't watch this loser's Twitter, but is he and Luna on Twitter now saying that Vosh is a Nazi or think like the Jews deserved to die during World War II? That's when I had a conversation. That's what Luna did to me exactly. Like, oh, Jesse and Vietnam deserve.
That's pretty cool. Probably by had access to the secret that would be familiar with. Don't assume. Wow.
And then this is them doing the same thing to Vosh. Yeah, okay, this is exactly the same thing that he did to me. It's really scary. I guess I don't know as I'm getting older. Because he says that him and Luna are like translating books. There's another, I think, where I side with
You're no point in having this discussion is my point. Can you answer that question? Do you think idealism means we can construct hypothetical? Have you read chapter?
Why does that work? Oh, fuck. This is the beginning of this debate, so I'll say it eventually. I side with him in this one too. I said Ian did a good job in his conversation with Charlie Kirk. I think like in terms of like content, everything they talked about, I think that Vosh did a good job at like not like losing his cool or like being chill. Like I think that was fine. But then on the flip side, I could see people being upset or like didn't show enough. And I don't know how you balance that because I'm trying to think like at the end of the day, do I feel like Vosh and Charlie had like substantial disagreements that were ever settled with some sort of restricted thing? Like Vosh did push back on things, right? On most things. But like was there actually substantial disagreement? I'm not sure. It's hard. I guess it's hard to tell. Maybe it's like the movie topics or. Even when he was bleeding thousands of subscribers during his J.K. Rowling fumble, I tried to give the best possible explanation of his point of view.
deserving.
I could see myself totally, especially because maybe I wouldn't have made a misogynistic comment towards J.K. Rowling because I might have made fun of her for being British instead.
True.
Oh, because I was saying I can understand Vosh being under attack so much and then just letting like one misogynistic comment fly and then that one gets blown up. And I said, yeah, I could probably make the same mistake. Like I'm sympathetic towards him there. Let's talk about more in this video. I defended him multiple times against people misquoting old things he said where they paint him to be a pedophile, even on a popular podcast with Isaac Butterfield. In my chat, it's usually to make fun of the fact that they argue about wanting to be pedophiles all the time. That's what we talk about when it comes to liberty.
Are you talking about Vouch when you say that?
I don't think Vouch has done anything that is remotely pedophilic ever.
But that's really weird because he's talked about how this, the age of consent would be lower in a socialist society. He's talked a lot about the age of consent. I read an article today that his opinions on the age of consent have changed a lot since 2019. So I do think it's maybe like a little bit disingenuous to say he's never said anything.
I think that if you go and
about
listen
the age
to
of
any of
consent.
the arguments that Vosh has ever given when talking about the age of consent, they are far more nuanced than I think we should be able to fuck little kids. I don't think Vosh has ever said anything even remotely borderline. That was in 2020, December. This was a recent podcast, I think more recent, with Isaac Butterfield in March of this year. Send him any good faith whatsoever because he's, I hate that I'm saying this because I shouldn't extend him any good faith whatsoever because he's truly a scumfuck to me. I don't think he's an actual pedophile. I just say shit like that. I think he's had some like dumb quotes that are like kind of hyperbolic. Like, I want to say at one point, I hope I'm not explaining, but I think he's something like if you're okay with like child slavery, like if you want to go to China, you should be okay with like child sex. And it's like I understand what he's going for there. He's trying to say that like neither of those are okay, but people took it as him saying that both were okay. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what a lot of the quotes are. But the only do my best to understand and steelman his positions, even though I shouldn't. I clarified that Vosh wasn't as bad as Hassan when he was banned from Twitch over the cracker discourse. This week, Twitch suspended 3 streamers, Hassan, Vosh, and Fawn Child. It's because fun. She shouldn't be included with either of these two, okay? Because she legitimately was until the end of it. Vosh definitely shouldn't be included with Hassan, although Vosh should argue I'm still going to use it as a slur, which maybe sounds kind of dumb. But like, it's not clearly the worst. I like the grouping of these 3 together. Like, we're trying CEOs, we're trying to throw like bad mortgages into good ones, make all of them seem the same. Like, this is bullshit. I don't know why you put all 3 of these together. It's actually so disingenuous. I've said that I hold Ian to a higher standard than Hassan for political discourse.
A lot of fucked up shit happened. He was also walking around.
There's like so damn, dude. I evaluate Vosh and Hassan differently because I consider Vosh to be more like a political streamer and Hassan is more like pop politics or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you call it, whatever. Like Frankenstein of like socialist lobby entertainment plus pretending to read anything about the news. I don't know what you call Hassan, but I tend to hold them in different regards. So like I'll put Vosh like to way higher standards than I hold Hassan. But like, I expressed that I thought that Ian's ban was unfair from Twitch over the cracker discourse.
That's horrible.
Yeah, that's where we're at. I do agree that it sucks.
I don't think Vosh should be banned from Twitch.
No, I don't think so either. It wasn't really that bad. Not compared to Hassan. If he appeals, he might come back, but little did we know he wasn't going to do that until he could slither back on. I even defend Ian against unfair characterizations from my chat. It's like, was Vosh a legend that you were lying about Rexful Destiny? Wait, what? Like, there are people that don't even seek help from mental health professionals because they're so fucking afraid of being committed to conspiracy. I don't think that most people see it. Wait, what did you even say? It wouldn't surprise me. I know. Notice that, like, the guy makes a claim about Vosh in my chat, so I click through the link and then I listen to what he was saying to see if I agree with the characterization of the chatter. The chatter said that Vosh is implying that you lied about Byron killing himself. And if I was Vosh, I would say like, oh yeah, he did. What a horrible person. That's because he's evil. But I don't do that. I'll click through the link. I'll listen to it. And in this case, I disagreed with the chatter's characterization. I don't think that's what Vosh was implying there.
Autocratic than we are. We could have been on top of the world if we had committed to the development of green energy and then moved our manufacturing sector over from coal and cars or whatever else comparative advantage that demanded we move our industry to the third world and started producing green energy shit here. We could have been like spacemen. We could have lived in the future. We could have patented all this technology and sold it to the rest of the world. Of course, I would ask that we sell at very low prices and maybe even give it free for developing countries and stuff. But like, man, modern American industry could have been built off of the green energy revolution. And it's too late now. We can get into it, sure, but we won't be the first ones. Not even close. We're going to be at best at par with other leaders.
Everyone chatting is so stupid. This is absolutely true. The United States could have been a leader in all of this. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000,000%. We just have political will to do something. You guys in chat, listen to what people are saying. Fucker, go away. Oh my god, some of you guys hate people so much. I fucking hate Vosh, okay? Well, I don't really hate him, but fuck, it's so, I don't like him, obviously. But just, when he says something right, it's right. Like, don't be like so fucking weird. Where like every single thing somebody that you guys don't like or you think I don't like says something, you're like, oh, that's so wrong. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh, that's so stupid. Like, Jesus. This is a common theme in my chat. Even you guys do this, as much as I don't wish that you guys would. You guys will hear somebody that you don't like Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro or Vosh or Hassan. They'll say something. You just want to disagree with them just because of who they are. I try not to ever do that. There might be times when people you don't like make good points. And when they do that, then you give them credit for it, you know? I could probably find more here. I don't know if I need to. But like, I think that I'm pretty relentless in my treatment of Ian. Pretty good faith. I'll give him credit when he needs it. When I disagree with things, they're on substance. But Simulaxtony. I want to describe one of the big processes in which people come to believe things about me that aren't true. For lack of a clever name, I'll call this the DLC, or Destiny Lie Cycle, that Ian continually takes part in. 1. A false claim about me is made, or a statement about something I've said with no proof or reference. Oftentimes, this might be a chatter saying, hey Vosh, did you hear when Destiny said XYZ? Oh, apparently I skipped 19. It's just me saying that Vosh is better than all these other people. To be fair, Vosh is 1,000 times greater than 3 of these other dipshits combined. I just didn't have time to make a meme with someone else in the bottom left. Sorry, I skipped number 19. Step 1. There's a false claim about me is made, or a statement about something I've said with no proof or reference. Oftentimes, this might be a chatter saying, hey Vosh, did you hear when Destiny said XYZ? Or a tweet claiming I've said or done something. Number 2. A character explanation will be given for why I've done the thing I did not do. Of course Destiny said this. It's because he's transphobic, arrogant, racist, sociopathic, etc. Number 3, this claim will echo and reverberate throughout the community. Ian's community will listen to, agree with, and repeat back his characterization of me as they discuss why I am the kind of person who would do the kind of thing that I did not actually do. Number 4, this new demonic caricature will become the reference for future attacks. Remember when Destiny said XYZ, guys? Where the thing that's being remembered is not actually the thing I've said or done, but the initial false claim. A copy without a reference, or simulacrum, if you will. Let's look at some examples for how claims are made and exaggerated. Notice that, in contrast to my treatment of Ian, he will almost never have the original video or tweet on screen to engage with what's actually being discussed. Instead, it's almost always a caricature or his memory of another caricature of what I've said. Also, sometimes the exaggerations are not huge, but are just slight enough to slowly change the representations of things I've said over time to slowly morph me into a monster. Example 1. Ian misrepresents an entire Twitter chain for the purpose of making me look ridiculous. Almost nothing said here is true.
Who don't remember, there was this lady on Twitter who just tweeted, not at anyone, not in response to anything, just not even in this circle, just a person on Twitter who tweeted that she'd been raped like several times and essentially asked men to not do that. And then Mindwaves, who's like I guess adjacent to Destiny, I don't really know, tweeted some snarky shit at that. And then Destiny jumped in and said something about how like if she wasn't strong enough to speak up to the guys who were raping her, then it ended with him calling her like a retarded child for not having the strength of character to speak up to a rapist or whatever. Like out of nothing. Like again, this was just some random and
almost nothing said here is true. She hadn't initially tweeted that she'd been raped several times. She said, a dude slipped his condom off during sex after I asked him to wear one this week and it's been bothering me, but I was too awkward to say anything. Not even the first time this has happened. Stop doing this. I never said you needed to be strong enough to stand up to guys raping you. I said, if you're noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to engage with sex. Just grab a caretaker or something and stick to masturbating furry porn. Sorry, and that's a response not even to the girl, but to somebody else. I never called her a retarded child. I quote tweeted one of my own tweets and said, if you are noticing someone is taking a condom off and you can't say anything, you probably don't have the emotional maturity to sex. And then the quote tweet was, sorry, I want to apologize for my last tweet. You should treat every single woman you come across like a retarded child who's incapable of voicing an opinion about literally anything. Ideally, you would bring her dad along to every fuck so that he can guide her through the process. Ian goes on to spend minutes recounting an entire set of tweets and convos, yet never shows an original video or tweet once. Why? Number 2, now that Ian has created a false copy, he refers back to it, saying I've engaged in rape apologia, and that I've said a woman who was raped is like a retarded child, right after saying I've done so many awful things to justify my Twitch ban.
When he was doing his like rape apologia arc and like laughing and saying that like a woman who was raped was a retarded child, like if he got banned from Twitch for that, I would have thought, yeah, no shit.
I have never engaged in rape apologia, and none of my tweets were ever calling the original victim a retarded child. 3. Ian has also incorrectly stated that I'm laughing at women who are choosing to be raped.
I'm a proud agent of the CIA, and Destiny is currently laughing at the audacity of women like choosing to be raped.
Ian talks about something we saw in regards to me laughing at a woman who was raped and calling her a retarded child. This never happened. The thing his audience saw was past fiction, and now he's referring to it in reference to an event that never happened.
But we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's literally just like laughing at a woman who was raped.
Calling her a retarded child. He also claims I've argued against Me Too in this clip and says women should shut up if they get raped, despite me doing a ton of Me Too coverage on stream and being thanked by victims of abusers online about it. He also repeats, we saw all of this, except Ian has never shown anyone anything. He even goes on to say that no context is missing from any of my statements.
But we saw Destiny during the whole like rape apologia arc, where like again he's literally just like laughing at a woman who was raped, calling her a retarded child, attacking her over nothing. Literally, she said nothing to him. He just decided to attack her. Like just.
Remember, I'm not attacking her. I'm quote tweeting myself, responding to other people.
And then later he like argued against Me Too and said women should shut up if they get like raped and not like talk about it on social media. Anyway, we saw all of this. And like I saw somebody in my replies point this out, and then somebody, a DGG, replied to that saying, did you look at the context of those statements? My brother in Christ, no context was missing from those statements.
Almost every statement created is either half true or completely fabricated. The anti-Me Too statements are most likely in reference to this tweet, where I was critical of people who randomly open up about trauma and assault on Twitter. Real talk, opening up about your rape and shit on Twitter is incredibly fucking weird and should have never been normalized. I have no idea why the fuck people encourage others to trauma dump on social media. It's insanely unhealthy. I don't believe it's an appropriate forum to trauma dump, but I've also said I don't believe Me Too is about trauma dumping. It's about holding larger figures accountable when all other avenues of justice have been exhausted. It's fair to take issue with my tweets, but there's no fair characterization of me that is anti and Me Too. Ian here calls me transphobic while admitting I hold pro-trans positions.
Honestly, I just think that Destiny's a transphobe. People in his community will argue against it because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me talk to you very briefly about that.
He goes on to destroy my character before stating anything about my trans positions, saying I don't care about minority groups, calling me a sociopath, badly misquoting my philosophical position on egoism. After running through some garbage philosophy to explain his own way of argumentation, he eventually arrives at the position that I argue to feel smarter about other people.
Honestly, I just think that Destiny's transphobe. People in his community will argue against it because he's had pro-trans positions in the past and even does currently. But let me talk to you very briefly about that. Very, very briefly. How can you justify that? Just you watch, person who joined the site the last 24 hours. All right, you. So I'm going to paraphrase Destiny here, but nothing I'm about to say is a smear. It's literally just a thing that he said about himself. Destiny does not care inherently about any minority groups.
Remember, he's paraphrasing me because he never showed a reference. Only the references that he's created, the false references.
However, he cares about the pursuit of the truthful positions. He said it himself. He said it for years too. Like, he cares first and foremost about finding the truth, which sounds nice. You know? He said for years he called it sociopath, which is kind of a warning sign that people say that about themselves, whether or not they're correct. But, you know, he said many times that he's an egoist, that his moral biases are towards his own self-betterment. You know. Now, on their own,
That's step one to building out social contract theory, which he never does.
these things are inherently wrong. The issue is how they combine. Let me explain. Okay. So.
The way that these combine are me saying, I'm generally interested in myself. People work better when we're working together. Therefore, we ought to work with as many people as possible because when we create a society that's happy for everybody, it's going to benefit me the most. That's how it comes together in the end. And that's how it's always come together in every moral philosophy debate I've had and in every policy position debate I've had. And it's exactly what I said earlier in my own document regarding trans issues.
I talk about all these political issues. It's because I have a political bias towards a set of principles derived from subjective axioms that I want to achieve. They involve equality. They involve, betterment, blah, blah, blah. I've talked about it a million times before. I have what feels like an external set of processes and destinations that I can refer to whenever I want the world, whenever I want to refer to my own beliefs. Now, obviously, these are still subjectively held values, the axioms, so it's not like I have some objective truth marker that I can figure out, but I think it's still useful. The issue with Destiny is that, like, speaking frankly, if you distill it down to its truth, Destiny argues that he feels smarter than other people. Every position that he holds is a product of his desire to satiate an emotional need to feel smarter than other people.
The way that he characterizes this is so insane. I've said that I hold the positions that I think are the most defensible because I think are correct. I don't understand what the alternative to that would be. Would it be me arguing for positions that I think are incorrect? I don't understand. Oh, Ashley Jubilee, is that the person we fought with a few days ago? But apparently I only argue to feel smarter than other people, whatever that means. This is an obvious contrast to the large number of academics I've had on my stream. Why would I challenge myself to one to feel smarter than others? It seems strange to construct so much argumentation to attack someone for wanting to pursue the truth. Ian here falsely claims that I'm quote tweeting multiple transgender people and calling them pedophiles, groomers, and sex pests, and making fun of their suicide attempts.
But it's possible to be Destiny, a person who argues in favor of most pro-trans positions, and then to spend a ton of time on Twitter quote tweeting trans accounts, accusing them of being groomers, accusing them of being pedophiles, accusing them of being sex pests, making fun of trans people's suicide attempts, going on a Twitter rant in which he defends continuing to make fun of people's suicide attempts. It's possible to be pro-trans position, but still transphobic. And
none of these statements have literally anything to do with transphobia. The only trans person I've ever called a pedophile was Chloe, the one who originated the joke about me raping my wife on stream. She was the one that originally popularized this. She even admits as much. And that was in response to her tweeting that she'd gotten over 500 minors on HRT. Yikes, at Bob posted his actual pedophile. Be careful, kids. Her tweet response to me was, also, I got like 500 plus minors on HRT, not 7. Get it right, Steven. I do not make fun of trans people's suicide attempts. I have only gone after one person, Doe, and it had nothing to do with her being trans. Ian will go on to do more character assassination, trying to claim that I believe all trans people to be stupid ingrates who are subhuman internet detractors.
It's that he and his community regard them with a kind of detached apathy. Essentially, Destiny thinks trans people are stupid ingrates who don't appreciate all the good he's done for trans people. And in that respect, because they've wronged him and his bias and priority is towards his well-being, they're functionally no different from the alt-righters that he used to argue against. They're just another group of, essentially subhuman internet detractors that he can pull out all the stops against.
I have never given any indication like this in my life. This is also a touch ironic, as Ian has said in much harsher words than I.
The left community online, particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck. If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online like LGBT or leftist discourse, you know it's cancerous as fuck. You understand this. People are hyper fragile. There's a ton of mental illness. And you can't convert these people. They're not reasonable. They have to be excised from the left. And it's because it's coming from dumb fucks who are gay. What is this person says they're gay as hell? Because it's coming from the gays. It's woke now. These people are less than human to me. I have no respect for these people.
I love the Winston mirror match. It's actually kind of fun.
You don't need to be a psychologist to see that a large portion of
my secondary fire act isn't zero. The game just sucks.
Left is predicated on shared mental illness. This is particularly prominent in the trans community. If you disagree with me on this, you're wrong. I know it sounds yikesy. It happens anyway. Pretty much every time I deal with dipshits from the left and trans girls, I notice there's a vastly disproportionate amount of dumb fuck lefty takes in my feed and coming from trans people. I don't know. Most of the time when a wildly fucking irrational lefty comes in to make bad faith arguments against me, it's a trans person. That is a fact. If all of these dumb fucks recognize that I despise them and think they're every bit as detrimental to the left as Nazis are, I'm doing good. I want these people to know that they're my enemy. I fucking hate them. I really do.
But they're not your enemy.
Oh, no. Yes, they are. They hurt me, and they hurt you. Because every time some dumb fuck trans girl on Twitter who's acting out mental illness, whining, calling people like me transphobic because I disagree with them, they're hurting the left. No, these people are ill. These people are cancer. They're subhuman. I don't care. Yeah, I'm edgy. I don't give a fuck.
It's not just you know that's not just being edgy.
Damn right. Yeah, it's edgy as shit.
No, making a reference to the Jewish question about how like there's like a trans conspiracy or whatever, like that's not just being edgy. That's like literally calling for the death of.
It's a touch ironic, as Ian has said in much harsher words than I. The online trans community is hyper fragile, wrought with a ton of mental illness.
No.
And they're unreasonable people who can't be converted. He also said that these people are less than human and subhuman. And he's claimed
coming on the screen and saying people need to kill themselves and like it's the trans community.
Well, hold on. For one, yes, I think these people are an existential threat to the safety and success of leftism. Yeah, they're as big a threat as Nazis. Easily, yes, 100%. Yeah, Detroit, yes.
It's also claimed the online trans community is a bigger threat than Nazis. I guess technically said as big a threat as Nazis, so that's a little bit fake news here. Ian's transphobic rants were so legendary, they got him notoriety in other left-leaning communities on Reddit. There are some Reddits that have bots that will automatically ban you if you post in Bosch's subreddit because you are, because they said it was transphobic. don't remember all of them. Wash assistant influence trans people, none of it better understanding of transness. They have like a bot to like auto respond to Wash posters, I think, with quotes from Wash about trans people. Vosh claims that my moral compass is fucked.
I feel like I just hooked Monkey one game.
He'll make another reference back to all of the horrible things I've done, but he's never referencing a real action or thing I've done. Only his other references.
Stops against. I think that Destiny's moral compass is fucked. I think the warning signs have been there for years, but they've gotten into the worse in the past few years. And as a product of all this, I just don't care about him being banned from Twitch because he's done so many things that I would consider worthy of it that parsing out the specifics of how this ban took place with the Twitch ban is opaque, and I don't actually know how he got banned from Twitch. I just don't care.
This is in contrast to when I was talking to Mr. Girl, and I said that Vosh probably shouldn't be banned from Twitch. He was explicitly defending calling people racial slurs. All doing this while still claiming that I'm the one that's spite-driven and that I'm the one that treats him unfairly. Ian claims that my community is psychotic by referring to objective truth.
Which brings me to his community. It's psychotic. I'm sorry, I can defer.
What is the evidence for that? Can you tell me again?
To objective truth on this one, just go look at it. It's
Okay. Of course, he never does look at it, of course, or show anything about it. Ian horrendously misrepresents my opinion during the Just Move discourse, claiming my positions are ridiculous when I walk them back.
I mean, I have to keep saying, I know there's like a deep tie of stuff. I think his behavior has been desperate and juvenile over the past couple of months. And it's so clear that his positions are motivated more by spite and left than anything.
Lucio, what are you doing?
Walk them back and redouble them. One of the things I found most embarrassing, like really embarrassing, is that for about a year now, Destiny has repeated this like just move thing. If you not everyone has to live in a big inner city, you can't afford your rent, just move to like Nebraska or some other place that doesn't have super high rent. Which the immediate question is, then what about the hundreds of thousands of service workers in that city? Like, you know, people in that city that maintain the city for wages that are too small to live in the city. He never answers it. Then he finally talks.
It never answers this. My Just Move arc was a prescription that if you couldn't afford where you lived, your rent is your biggest part of your budget, so you should find a cheaper place to live. That got distilled down into Destiny thinks all poor people should move from every single major city.
Talks with Noah. What was that guy's name? He's a liberal economist. What was this Noah guy? And Noah Opinion? That's what he goes by, Noah Opinion? Anyway, Destiny then completely walks back the take, and now it's about people in the tech industry who make six figures decide to live in penthouse apartments that cost $6,000 a month and then complain about their rent.
That wasn't only what it was about. It was about poor people with expensive houses that didn't have to pay taxes for them because of Prop 13. Not only was it not about that, but oh my god, did I not include the link? Noah 100% agreed with my opinion. Fuck. Harpers are now on a... Oh my god, did I not... Didn't have it.
56.
I asked Noah what his opinion is on Prop 13.
56,
and he says, you know what?
53.
If you have a $2 million house, maybe you should just sell it. Because it sounds like you're doing okay. Which is one of the weird problems coming up in California, where Prop 13 has made it so that people with expensive houses don't have to pay property taxes, essentially. Fuck, I can't believe it. I don't know why I didn't play that clip. But... He also claims I've changed my entire... Wait, it's there? Oh, maybe it's here down here, sorry. He also claims I've changed my entire argument from claiming poor people should move to saying that wealthy tech bros should move in a conversation I had with Noah. My initial argument was not to say that all poor people should move. It was that people who can't afford a particular area they live in should move to a cheaper apartment/area as rent is going to be your largest expense. Many people in both mine and Ian's community counter this by essentially saying that moving as a poor person is impossible, a position I still disagree with. Harpers are now unironically saying stupid shit like, oh no, if you're poor, you can literally never ever move. It's impossible. Which is like, just fucking stupid.
Where'd I put my
So
phone?
the argument
Hold
people are
on.
giving is, well, what about the security deposits? You can't move.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Oopsie.
the fucking dumbfuck college kid, which is, first of all, you get your security deposit back when you move, and you can't just never move and just die in your house or apartment because you can't afford another security deposit. I did not walk back any housing position with Noah. We spoke about people being forced to move due to high property taxes relating to Prop 13 in California, in which both of us agreed that the people living in houses should simply sell them and move. Prop 13 isn't seen as protecting wealthy people in California. I think it's seen as protection for relatively middle class or working class people in California who own property.
Prop 13.
Okay, so assuming no Prop 13, how do you prevent those people from being displaced, or should you? Should you just assuming no? Yeah, are you pro?
Got it.
Or I made a big assumption.
Owners.
Yeah, are you pro?
Owners.
Yeah, $1 million. You can't.
You have to move so we can build this train track?
No, I mean you have to move because so we'll say like in California, absent Prop 13, you buy a $50,000 house, now it's worth $1 million, you can't afford the tax on it, you should sell and move. Like how do you prevent displacing people like that? Yeah. So I'm asking him, how do you prevent people from being forced to move if you can't afford the property tax in your house in California related to Prop 13?
Got it.
Owners. Yeah, are you pro?
Owners.
Yeah, are you pro Prop 13 or are you anti Prop 13?
Anti Prop 13.
Okay, so assuming no Prop 13, how do you prevent those people from being displaced, or should you? Should you just like let them sell and leave or what?
I mean, your home is worth $2 million now. You're okay.
Fuck. Okay.
You take your $2 million.
Sure. Just move.
But if you, there's like a medium, like maybe.
I did not walk back any housing position with Noah. We spoke about people being forced to move due to high taxes, due to high property taxes relating to Prop 13 in California, in which both of us agree that people living in the houses should simply sell them and move. The next day, he references his own prior misrepresentations of my Just Move conversation to reinforce the idea that I'm classist.
If to cap it off, I've said that like Destiny's main issue is spite, and that's true. My criticism won't big, it's not an insult, because insults are something that I have to vary so that they can stay interesting. But it's just the thing that he is, so it's gonna remain the case. I think another thing that he is a reactionary in the sense that he's classist, which is worth bringing up. Everything from the Just Move thing, the idea that like people who complain about how high rent is when they live in big cities should just move elsewhere, even though big cities need people being paid wages for minimum.
Remember, so it's changed from people who complain about high rent to people who complain about high rent from people who can afford where they live. So subtle changes.
Jobs in order to survive. Like if all the people who paid more than 1/3 of their salary in rent in LA just left, LA would collapse, right? Because those people prop up LA, right? It's a very stupid point. Like
into me claiming that every poor person in LA should move out of LA.
Much not understand, like, oh wait, the city needs these people, but it also doesn't provide.
He's not talking.
Here's the level 1 rejection against a stupid argument I would never make. Well, Destiny, what are you gonna do with the city when all the poor people move? Yeah, that's true. That would be a pretty stupid thing of me to say, huh?
But he reassigns that back to their poor decision making. Oh, they should just move out to Arkansas and live in a house that costs $2 or whatever. That alongside his critiques of worker co-ops, seeming to stem from him thinking workers are stupid, which is what he said on Twitter, I think, like 2 Twitter accounts ago and like 18 Twitter pages ago. And later,
Mike, I should have included this. My saying that workers were stupid is I don't think workers should be put in charge of companies because I don't think the average line worker is going to understand the inner workings of like bureaucrat management for companies. Not just that people are intrinsically dumb and they have worker brains.
Contextualize this by saying like, well, anyone's stupid if you haven't been educated or whatever. But I think that deep down, one of the things that causes people to be libertarian, which is what he was for the longest time, was the deep-seated belief that you're better than everyone else. And I think that's what motivated everything else that he's done and everything else that he's believed. If that makes any sense. He doesn't seem to care much about democracy because the people are stupid. Any system which enables democracy he doesn't like very much, or he seems to have some kind of innate disdain for the intelligence of the people in that system.
This is a misquote. I don't know if I can have this later on, but this is a misquote of an argument we had where I said that I don't know if democracy is effective for solving complicated problems because the problems that need to be solved are so complicated. I don't know if the average citizen has good insight and help to solve them. And examples I gave were things like climate change, which is still probably somewhat true.
Most of his like debate advocacy seems to be like the sort of aesthetic performative enjoyment of the
ironic statement
being smarter than the people you're talking to, if that makes any sense. I think that actually speaks to more than contrarianism or whatever. Like I think that like that's one of the reasons why libertarianism is appealing. But I think the only reason he moved off libertarianism isn't because his like fundamental ideology changed, it's because he found a better system for being smarter than other people. And of course,
Yo, we got well.
Like, well, what they all just voted to raise their wages up super high.
He claims that my criticisms of co-ops were, what if they just vote to raise their wages high? Which is an absurd way of me getting across the idea that people running a business that they're also an expense of introduces a weird contradiction. But the same person in charge of profitably running a business is also in charge of raising one of the expenses because there's a worker who's getting a salary. But I mean, if he wants to phrase it that way, he can do that. But hold on, I don't think I need to watch him this. Oh wait, shit! I needed to watch for. Oh shit!
If to cap it off, I've said that like Destiny's main issue was
and then he does the
super high. You should react to Destiny's critique of your debate with Econ Point. I assume he went over the second one as well because he went over both debates with Econ Point, no doubt. He seemed to have some legitimate criticisms worth addressing.
Destiny had legitimate criticisms worth addressing. What's the response?
Probably not. That's sort of like looking for an apple in a sewage tank in terms of legitimate criticisms towards me from Destiny. It seems highly unlikely. I tend to get my advice from people who I haven't left in the dust, intellectually of course. But if there are any criticisms or whatever, if you're like, I feel like all the empirical claims that I made were empirically.
We'll never engage with any thing that I've said about him directly, of course. One criticism I said is that people, At 240, he even explicitly says that he doesn't want to address any criticism I've given him, so he'll never watch a video with my claims. This doesn't prevent him from misrepresenting my views on his stream over and over again, however. One thing that I don't know if I do this explicitly say this, but like, if somebody doesn't want to engage with things, etc., whatever, that's totally fine. Like Crowder and Benchgrove, these people don't engage with things I say. What I don't like is this dual world where they're like, I'm not going to cover anything that he says or does, but then they continue to strawman and misrepresent the fuck out of me on the stream or YouTube channel. That's incredibly frustrating. Is having somebody say, I'm not engaging, but then they'll continue to dole out these caricatures of me that are absolutely insane. One criticism I said is that people should not be moving to the most expensive cities in the U.S., and that there were other cities you could move to for job hunting. So I think this had to do with some people were saying that like, oh, I need to live in L.A., I need to live in San Francisco because that's where the best jobs are. And my argument was that you're not getting paid 4 or 5 times as much in these cities generally, so you're not getting a wage compensation to justify you moving to like the most expensive areas and most expensive cities stated for how much it costs to live here. And this is why I've said in the past, people got mad at me, and I'll say it again. Who? Get the fuck out. I don't know why the fuck anybody would come to live in fucking L.A., Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Miami, Orlando, fucking New York. I don't know why the fuck anybody would move to these fucking cities. Go somewhere else. Why move into one of these cities if you don't have like a promised huge paying job? Because it's so expensive. There's no reason for it. We're not talking about janitors or poor immigrants that are over here. We're talking about people that are choosing to move to these cities to work jobs that aren't really even compensating unbelievably expensive. The part missing from that, though, is my parents grew up in a house in rural Ohio, and I went to high-rise Manhattan. That feels like a difference. They always get complained about the cost of living. Why fuck single-family fucking big? So this has to do with people saying, like, boomers could afford homes. Boomers could afford homes everywhere. Yeah, they did, but boomers bought homes all across the country. Millennials and Zoomers want to live in 10 cities. Destiny, rent here is $1,500 a month. What the fuck do you mean for Orlando? Wait, are you talking about Miami? Miami rent is hella expensive. I've stated in the past that I'm frustrated when people act like you can't move to a cheaper place to budget money better. Okay, this kind of comment is getting upvoted on this thread. Budget better equals move. Are you trolling? Moving to a cheaper place can absolutely be part of budget. Hold on, I might be condescending. I'm trying to be condescending now. Yes, this is what you do. Part of living in an apartment and managing a budget is sometimes you move to a cheaper apartment. I don't know why that was so controversial, even in my community. Do you not understand that? You think that all homes are immovable? That you know that just because you move, doesn't mean you have to move to an entirely different fucking planet, right? Like, you can move. Oh, this is slug right. Dumb fucking shit. Oh, fuck, I feel even better about it. What a dumb fucking concept. Better budget. Budget better than move. Are you controlling? Like, your home expenses are one of the biggest parts of your budget. Yeah, of course. Like what's next? If I were to say, you car by something cheaper. Oh, so I'm selling my car? It's on better budget? Like, what the fuck else are you supposed to budget? Car payments all day. It's like 50% of your fucking monthly expenses. At least 50%, if not more. Like, what are you budgeting better? Like, the type of coffee you buy? What do you think it means to make a budget? Like, when I see comments like this, it reeks of fucking whoa! Yeah, rich college kid. I've literally explicitly spoken to Ian about this exact conversation topic before and explained my exact position. He backs off from his issue with my position and just moves to a your rhetoric is mean argument.
And their situation, or
well, it would have to apply. Yeah, it would have to apply to. So I was giving the advice that if you can't afford your dwelling, sometimes it's downsize. And then somebody said, well, you can't find another job. And I said, okay, well, you can't find a job now. And like, you're in a place you can't afford, you can't find another job now. Like, what I'm saying is, you're free. Like, there's no reason.
Yeah, like if you're saying if that's the part, it's exactly people who
do you understand that?
I wouldn't say that.
Do you understand that his response isn't really a response to anything I'm saying?
Whether or not the person in chat is being reasonable is unrelated to the way in which your statement's meaning is interpreted and the group of people that are being selected for the conditions you set for your hyperbolic statement. You're referring to unemployed people, or more specifically, if you want to be charitable, unemployed people who are worried that they'll be able to find another job after they move. And to say those people who move, I would consider that to be frankly discriminatory. In the same way that I would take umbrage with somebody who makes statement of comparable, hyperbole about black people or trans people or whatever.
It's not about black people or trans people. It's not about some intrinsic characteristics. The idea that you think you can't move because it's impossible to find another job right now. I find that statement to be a little bit ridiculous in response to the suggestion that you should move to a cheaper dwelling you can't afford to live. Hence the hyperbolic response. I don't believe that it's fair to say that I was targeting all 4 people with that reply. In which case, almost any reply that I make to a person that gives that reason why they can't move is going to be necessarily targeting like all classes of people. Like somebody tells me it's too expensive to move. I'm like, listen, dude, you should have like some friends to help you with $25 for a truck. Like, oh, well, you attacking all 4 people that can't make friends, or all 4 people that can't afford the $25 for a truck? Okay, well, like literally any response I give to this person is going to be interpreted as an attack on the class of 4 people.
But if you're making that statement without knowledge of the specific case the person is talking about, or the specific living situation that they have, you can only be making that statement in regards to whatever it is you're making response to, which is a person who wants to move is worried they won't be able to find a job. There's no interpretation of your statement that applies to hyperbole engagement to any group more specific.
Well, sure, because in general, you should be able to find another job in this context, especially if you're working like a retailer.
So now you're justifying. You're not saying
no, hold on. I'm not justifying that they should kill themselves. I'm just finding hyperbole. I'm saying that like in this. Would you like to read it again? No, you don't have to read in a dramatic voice my quote. I'm saying that if my advice to a person can't afford where they currently live is move, and the response is, well, I'm not going to be able to find another job. Like, what are you going to do with that? Then you're fucked. There's nothing for you in life. Like, it's over. Like I don't understand what your mentality is at that point. Like, you just give up and wait for your bills to catch up with you and you get foreclosed on, or you file bankruptcy. Like, you have to move. And like, you should be able to find another job in this economy. Like, that's the general like line of discourse. Like, there's no other alternative other than unless you have a suggestion.
So let's say for one, there are plenty of ways to express that sentiment without the. Can I not say the statement was antagonistic?
Yeah, of course it was. But I mean, like, you sure. So eventually it backs off into, well, you were antagonistic. Well, you were kind of mean, right? So that's eventually what we found out that. But I've explained my position pretty deeply here. But of course, he always cites it again as like, oh, well, he said the 4 people who just moved, as like a response to all of our societal housing policy. Regardless of if you agree with my stated position or not, it is insane to think that I've ever given the prescription that every single poor person should move out of every single huge city. Ian claims that I debated someone and called them a pedophile just for recommending do it yourself HRT. Says I have the same mental stability online as Haas or Hinkle, 2 pennies.
Apparently he was on, he debated a person.
Oh my, I don't know how to do more damage.
HRT stuff and called them like a pedophile or whatever, in a very non-conservative tendency, calling trans people pedophiles for trying to reach out to young trans people or whatever. It's Chloe on Twitter, right? The Bob posting person, whoever.
This is not why I called her a pedophile. I called her a pedophile because she had a Discord where she bragged about privately talking to 500 minors and getting them on HRT. It's still a mistake by me, but far different than calling every person who advocates for HRT for children a pedophile. I had a conversation with Taptash where I explicitly state that I'm fine with
I don't want to talk about
the day
it.
before Ian gives this take.
Less dangerous form of drug use.
Yeah, I think I talked about this earlier where I said that like
Echo, please touch, please, Echo.
People online surrounding it that made me really uncomfortable. And I gave that example that one. There's some crazy video that was like bragging about like I've talked with like 7 minors this month. I've gotten doing some. That felt like really weird to me. If I were to draw a 1-to-1 comparison to drugs, I think I would actually still feel pretty much the same. I think there'd be a big difference between somebody online saying like I really want to try heroin. You know what? I did it. Blah, blah, versus somebody that's like I got 7 of my friends on heroin. I'm so proud of myself for doing it. Like I think the feeling there is a little bit different. And then I would also say that like doing a drug I think is a bit different than using a drug to change into an identity or to match a gender expression. I think that's fundamentally different things. But that all that being said, even though those 2 aspects are different, I think I'm opposed to do-it-yourself hormones like done in a reasonable subject matter. I think like I said at the beginning, in some countries you're on like a 2-year wait list for shit, and that might be like too late for a lot of people. And if you do the research and do yourself hormones, fine, but I think I'm okay with that. I just really weird about the culture around it. So I'm not against do-it-yourself hormones. Never said that. Ian refers back to the misrepresentation that I called Chloe a pedophile because she advocates for kids being able to get on HRT.
Meanwhile, Destiny has not only said but maintained for months that a friend of Keffel's is a pedophile because she advocates for like trans kids being able to get on HRT. Like calling a trans woman a pedophile because she's advocating for trans children's rights to like get access to hormones is literally a far-right talking point.
I've stated multiple times before this Ian rant that I am in favor of people pursuing do-it-yourself HRT. Other options aren't available.
Somebody wanted to go, there's like 5 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. I've defended it multiple times. The concept of access to hormones. I don't get the tactic. Seems like too much. It's really difficult. I don't think that's good. Should I be more research? Yeah, of course. But I mean, fine. If you want to start, that's fine. Also, I understand and recognize that there are rare cases where, not even necessarily rare, but there might be cases where children don't have access to those drugs and they gotta resort to like brain marker stuff. Otherwise, maybe they're gonna be on the list for like 2,000 years. I understand that as well. The only thing that I said was it was really fucking weird to tweet out and brag about the fact you got over 500 minors sex drugs. That's really fucking weird to me. I don't trust some random on fucking 30 having responsible conversations like that to be doing the amount of due diligence they need to with zero fucking oversight. Like, that's just really fucking weird to me. That is. To be clear, I don't think anything wrong with helping minors get HRT, but when you're bragging about it like that, that's pretty sussy vodka. My positions on this are so clear, but people still think I'm against it because of things. Ian is upset here because he claims my community and I gaslight people into believing I said or did different things than actions.
But like Destiny and his community will do anything or say anything about any people and justify it, and they'll gaslight you into thinking that you were the one who wronged him because they have a massive victim complex. It's fucking pathetic.
This is because what I claim I've said never lines up with what Ian claims I've said, because he's often engaging in bad faith when quoting my views. If you're a member of Wash's community, it probably does feel like I'm gaslighting you when I say I haven't done these things or they're being misrepresented. Because Wash literally does this to me constantly. I will never match the caricature or the simulacra that he's created to represent who I am. I will never align with that, because that is an object, a caricature created with no reference to anything I've ever said or done. Oh, fuck. I've never seen this tweet before. I don't even know how old this is. Apparently, April. January, February, March, April. Oh. Maybe the Chloe person might actually be better faith than I thought. Apparently, Chloe's even said that my takes on do-it-yourself HRT are okay. His takes were actually pretty okay. Okay. Wash is still white knighting on behalf of us, trying to win back credit with that community after being like research. Ian claims that my subreddit literally acts like kiwi farmers and makes fun of their lack of adherence to reality. I should have made a whole title called protection.
You can look over at like Destiny's subreddit, and there are people over there, like they literally act like kiwi farmers. It's not a joke. You're free to go look at Destiny's subreddit. They just act like
they're free to go and look, but they never show you.
Kiwi farmers. You can compare. They don't use slurs the way kiwi farmers do sometimes, but in terms of their behavior and their seeming like adherence to reality, they're pretty much on board with that. So
adherence to reality. This is extra ironic given that Ian's subreddit is the one that was dinged by the admins for harassment. That's still true. And you have no idea what kiwi farms, a banned term, this is literally a banned term in my chat, is if you think my community acts like kiwi farmers. Not even close. Ian claimed I was banned from Twitch because my community took a hard right shift, again with no evidence of shifting beliefs or anything.
Now, Destiny's community has taken a pretty right-wing shift for a long time. It's probably one of the reasons he got banned from Twitch.
He will constantly say that I'm spike-driven.
Is functional. I can engage with them, and he can disagree, and they can be pushed into something more ethical. You know, like the tools are there. And Destiny is like this, and I hope you all will forgive me for saying this, a brilliant person and very funny. But he is so consumed by his emotional state. When he feels hateful, it just obliterates the processes that I ever liked about him, and that's become more and more like what drives so much of his behavior. You know what I mean? So how hard is falling off the presentation? No, I have no interest in going over him welding. Did he post any like 2008 with welding? I don't know. Only fun. Always classic. His politics are always going to be about supplementing his ego by finding avenues through which he can demonstrate to himself that he's smarter than other people. Classism is the most socially acceptable venue for him to do this, but I'm fairly confident that in a different world he would be just as comfortable doing it through racism.
Ironic coming from communities that defend and use racial slurs.
Destiny walked after something about what is like Destiny walked after? The only reason Destiny had a take he did on Israel is because they're not in a position to let himself. It's the only thing, okay? Like the whole world agrees that Israel is the wrong way to Palestine, and then Destiny goes on Twitter and he's like, guys, it's complicated. You're making it sound like I'm coming from Palestine. It's like the all lives matter shit, you know? Imagine if like the United States of America, someone's like, you understand, there's still black males on cops.
I want to talk about it.
He never really gives any clear evidence or examples of me changing positions out of spite. My views on certain things have naturally evolved over time, but not to the right. On some things, I moved a bit left on, like trans issues, and on a lot of procedural things, I've been moved a bit, like the Electoral College, gerrymandering, Citizens United, etc., but none of these are generally shifts to the right. Wash in the past has agreed as much, saying that my shift is generally in rhetoric and not policy position.
Implementation.
Okay, so then when I ask you, like, I'm curious what political views might have changed, it's not really my political views, it's just because my rhetoric has gotten more pointed in a certain direction to be more antagonistic towards a certain part of the political spectrum rather than it was before.
The view you've switched on the most, because it is mostly how you approach politics, more so than your actual hard.
How does my approach change? How?
Oh, well, I just talked about that. How you got in bad faith and how you justify by talking about how the college.
Okay, I'm sorry. So when I think about politics, when I think about like political positions, I'm thinking of. So I'm not saying that you're wrong on this. It's just where my mind is. We have a disconnect here. So if you're saying my politics has changed insofar as like how I approach certain groups online, I agree with that 100%. But in terms of like my actual like policy position or political positions that I sincerely and with a lot of heart argue out against other people, do you think those have changed over the past year or 2 years?
One of them, two of them, very big ones. Yeah, there are probably others, but again, I don't know the list of them.
Okay, which ones?
The thing I just want to clarify. The thing you described earlier is infinitely more important to the actual policy positions.
Okay, that's where we're different then. So he thinks that the rhetoric part is more important than the policy positions. Even Ian's own community completely saw through his rhetoric about the Palestine claim. His subreddit also provided a better, more precise criticism of my spite-driven arguments, though I responded to those criticisms here. Let's see. Destiny challenges Wash to debate. Oh, so we were going to debate, and then he got really scared about the Palestine-Israel stuff, probably because he doesn't know anything about it. And that was when, I don't think I put the clip in here, but he had that really weird, he was like, what? Why would I debate him on that? Oh, wait, it might have been this clip, actually. Also, pretty sure Vosh misremembered Destiny's conflict with Dylan because they did not agree on everything. In fact, they had a slightly heated debate because they didn't agree on multiple things about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
you seen Destiny's invitation? Didn't he say debating on Palestine or housing policy or something? What? No. I saw a clip that was provided. I don't even know if we disagree on Palestine-Israel. I had a conversation with Dylan Burns, and it seemed like we agreed on pretty much everything. And Destiny also had a convo with Dylan Burns. It seemed like we pretty much agreed on everything. I feel like Destiny and I would have the same opinion on this if he wasn't obsessed with triggering the lefties on Twitter. And as for the housing policy, am I going to debate him on whether he backpedaled in a conversation with another no, what? Ridiculous. That'd be a waste of time for both of us. I mean, what would that even be? No, Jesus.
So this guy makes a good post. This is actually a really good post on the Vosh subreddit, and it made me think about how I view why people think I'm spite driven. I think I actually got a lot of insight into it because of this post on the Vosh subreddit, which is basically him saying the reason why people perceive me as changing my policy positions is because based on who I'm fighting at the time, I'll kind of like represent a different shade of an argument. So like for instance, if I'm arguing about like trans rights and I'm talking to Keffels, somebody might think, oh my god, he's an alt-right conservative. But if I'm arguing with like a Trump fan, people are going to think I'm like Keffels. This guy made a huge post on this, which I thought was interesting. I don't remember how I responded to this video, but I think I go over my response to it here. I hope I bring up that Citizens United thing comes up again, right? I think so. I hope it does. Ian claims I bully trans people on Twitter. He then talks about how he followed Synth on Twitter, then unfollowed her because she was a DGG stan, but then refollowed her once she became critical of me again.
I don't know. Just whatever. Would you consider his take on trans athletes actually transphobic? I don't know. I don't know. I only see him on Twitter like bullying trans people, and like I only see little trans accounts like going private or like freaking out because they get like transphobes in their comment replies because Destiny quote tweeted them, and a ton of far right people follow Destiny on Twitter for like targets to like engage with. You know what I mean? I don't really know. I don't know. His community's gotten pretty far right. Oh, to like in their comment replies because I only see trans athletes actually transphobic. I don't know. I only see him on Twitter like bullying trans people, and like I only see little trans accounts like going private or like freaking out because they get like transphobes in their comment replies because Destiny quote tweeted them, and a ton of far right people follow Destiny on Twitter for like targets to like engage with. You know what I mean? I don't really know. I don't know. His community's gotten pretty far right. Oh, you know, Danny, or I think Synth was here is her name. I followed her for a while on Twitter before unfollowing her because she was an insufferable like DGG stan. But then I refollowed her on stream actually because of a horse dick joke. You know, I'm consistent. Destiny like banned her from his chat a couple of days ago because she was pointing out that his behavior was attracting like a far right audience that was engaging in transphobia unironically, and she just got banned for that. Okay, am I misremembering, or did he not say like banned for posting child pornography?
I do all that in my chat. Always like banned for child porn. That means don't unban. And I'm pretty sure he knows that because he's a huge fan of my stream for a long time. But it's kind of funny that. Well, I unfollowed her because she was a DGG stan, then I refollowed her once she had a falling out.
60, 47?
I do bully trans people on Twitter, but because they're stupid, not because they're trans. I bully everyone on Twitter. It's a bit ironic, given that Ian has demonstrated the same frustration with minority groups getting more space for arguments and held to lower standards.
To this, if we care about introspection, we have to give more than Professor Flowers didn't say the things she said because she said other things that weren't the things she said. I need more than that. Should I take everyone down at their word every criticism? Mel, the genocide denier? Is this the person for whom I must hold water? Luna Oy, a nationalist? I mean, where's that line stop? It seems to stop a lot farther out with minority groups than it does with white people. It's a concern that I've noticed. And if you I'm sure understand from your presence in the online left that there is often a performative, what do you call it? A performative giving of space to minority groups. Not to say it's not good to do that, but a performative one which is about virtue signaling, essentially. I think it's an issue because it means those people are being held to a lower standard with regards to quality of standards. When all of us, of course, should be subject to criticism of the things that we say.
Interesting. It's a bit ironic given that Ian has demonstrated the same frustration with minority groups getting more space for arguments and lower standards. He's even said the exact same thing about the online trans communities as recently as September of 2021.
So wait, hold on. One more time, just so we can get all the arguments. Now that you have the full context, okay? The left community online, particularly the LGBT community, is cancerous as fuck. If you're not an idiot, you will agree with me on this. If you have any fucking experience with online like LGBT...
This is like a 6-hour stream.
So I do still think this is true. I probably wouldn't phrase it in this way. And in the broader context of the IC, but the statement on its own here I think is true.
Synth has essentially admitted to just clout farming me for followers and constantly farms my DGG community for OnlyFans subscriptions. She's literally said, Synth, ha, I see the thread and what you wrote to him. First of all, why did you write to him like...
Elbow servo isn't actuating. God, it's annoying. Regita!
No point in fixing it now. You'll probably just mess it up again. Good to see you. I'm not a miracle worker.
Like that. You know he does that and you continue to attack him. Just log off or delete Twitter at this point. It makes you feel so bad. He says every time there's a new Twitter drama, this sort of you attack him, he shoots back. He doesn't care about your problems. Sin says, oh, I know. I'm clout farming him. He should attack me more so that I can get more clout. It gives me more money. Someone says, dog, if you're having actual panic attacks over this shit, still goading it on. It makes it look like you're lying about everything. And then these are logs where every time there's a drama, she comes to chat, post nudes, sub my OnlyFans, I need money. I have an OnlyFans, you can spend money on me. Sub my OnlyFans, I post every day. Please sub me, I'm poor and I'll love you forever. Also, if you want to sub now, I have actual content daily. Others seem to attempt to clout farm fights with me too. Natika, or whatever, this weird person, comes into my chat to make a comment and then immediately bothers me, clips a video out of it, publishes it on their channel. Then runs to Ian to have a conversation about the event. This person has an incredibly contentious past, changing the name from Scrimsox/Thorix after allegations came out of him encouraging fans as young as 12 to send them nude pictures. None of this mattered though. Feuding with me, was enough to get a follow, a coveted follow, from both Ian and Keffels. Both of them followed Natika after they had their fight with me. Wow. Not spite. Ian uncritically reads a comment from his chat, doesn't bother to fact check, leads to misinterpreting my views to his audience. He tries to claim that he doesn't like playing telephone, but he'll move on to character assassination as though the prior claims were true.
go over Destiny's coverage on folding ideas and NFT videos. He took issue with folding ideas and NFT video. Wait, go for it. He goes on an unhinged rant about how 2008 was the fault of the people taking the loans and was hostile right from the get-go.
He goes on an unhinged rant about how in 2008 it was the fault of people taking the loans.
Does a lot of classic shit. He couldn't finish the bid because his orders and his school falling out. Really true. Consistently astonished by how hard he's fallen off of Elbo's ratio.
It's interesting that he almost pretends to have a modicum of good faith there. Is that really true? He is fucking evil.
No, I have no interest in going over him molding. Did he pose any, like, 2008 was the fault of, I don't know. Only 20 telephone. Always classic. Because politics are always going to be about supplementing his ego by finding avenues to which he demonstrates himself and is smarter than other people. Classes.
This, now to just, off of the last chatter's comment, we'll go on and talk about the classes. Evaluating whether anything I said before was accurate. My original take regarding the housing crisis was that the incentives were bad for every single actor in the housing market and that everyone acted with impropriety, not that it was solely the fault of homeowners. Reality is everything he's saying is correct. There were bad, like, the bank's incentives here were perverse. The credit rating agencies probably did fuck up when they were rating some bonds. This whole incentive structure was probably bad, but people also bought homes they couldn't afford. Like, consumers were dumb stuff as well. Now, if you want to preface this by saying, and you know what, I probably would say, you know what, I'm not gonna blame consumers at all because I expect consumers to be literal brain-dead monkey apes that respond so incredibly predictably to financial incentives. If I were to pay them money to sell their fucking children's kidneys, and sure, that's fine. That's probably true. But it's not true. I bring that up at all and make it sound like, oh, the only people getting because there's a bunch of poor homeowners, poor buyers. No, there were people looking to get rich quick, which was a lot of true. To get their first home they couldn't rightfully afford, which was a lot of them, and they got caught in the middle of a bubble with their pants down, and they got fucked by the bubble pop as well. Now, we can say we expect the average consumer to be a dumb fuck, which is fine, I'll do that. But to totally leave that out is a little, like, they had a lot, they stood to gain a lot as well from this whole fucking crisis. Just as much true. A lot of consumers did stand to gain a lot and did gain a lot in the housing crisis. Same as the banks had perverse incentives to sell mortgages they knew people couldn't afford. People also had incentives to take mortgages that they couldn't afford, knowing they could flip the house later because of how insane the housing market was and the constant increase in housing prices. Not solely blaming, and I even say here that, yeah, it's probably not the majority fault of consumers because you don't expect consumers to be incredibly financially savvy. No, I think I said not like dumb folks over, but that is true. It's not solely the fault of consumers. No one else can hear this fast. Wait, was that too quick? You're fine. You should get used to hearing me talk fast. Okay. Ian has claimed that Mr. Girl is a pedophile, and that my community and I defend him because I'm becoming like Sargon of Akkad who defended NOC. He's claimed several times that my community is full of pedophile defenders.
Destiny, early Christmas morning was in my subreddit defending that Mr. Girl about against my fan.
Can you flip houses without repaying your loan? Kind of, yes, because you're gaining a massive amount of equity. If I buy a $100,000 house, and a year later that house is worth $200,000, I can move up or buy another house by selling that one. I get $100,000 of equity that I gain, which is the appreciation of the underlying asset, and then I can flip that loan and get a ton of money off it. Yeah.
Defending pedophiles is just part of Destiny's path on becoming identical to 2016 Sargon of Akkad. Exactly. You know, maybe they're surging on that whole sort of answer. We got a lot of people that are going why don't you post the debate in the channel? Because the debate, but yeah, the Destiny community seems to be engaging in some kind of speculation. The idea of owning takes and like being forthcoming and fighting the which is interesting to me because they never seem to feel that way. They even deal with it. You know, even on the fight sports, like crazy change positions I disagree with, the market will say. So do a lot of very lefty people. Now, there are tons of lefties who will instantly fight bullets and stuff that the Destiny crowd disagrees with. But do they say, hey, I disagree with you, but I'm impressed by how well you fight bullets? The Destiny community has a lefty person and people go, well, I disagree with you, like, I'm impressed by how, you know, consistent you're being and, you know, your values are different and the, you know, your ability to win is no, but you're edified. If you're talking about how you want to fuck 10-year-olds, now that's something to respect for. It's just anti-left spite, that's what all there is to it.
Mr. Girl's never said he wants to fuck 10-year-olds, by the way. This is a particularly silly example, given I had a massive debate in this room with Amos E, an actual pedophile, and never defended his point of view. I had a pretty big debate with Amos E. I completely disagree with him the entire time. It's also annoying when Ian himself has made some fairly edgy jokes surrounding pedophilia. A modular sex bot with adaptable components. From the waist down, it's 26. From the stomach up, it's 12. Hanani can ride its dick while Desiderata fucks its face. I will draw this. Everyone is happy. I will not actually draw this.
Thanks, pretty sussy.
What's that?
I think that if you have an interest in that sort of stuff, you should definitely be checking yourselves to why. You know, like, the thing that really bothers me about this shit, apart from the fact that anytime you want to look at, like, hentai on a hentai site, you have to, like, negate the tag lolly and thus 50% of the site's content. The thing that bothers me is people who pretend there's no relationship whatsoever between, like, drawn lolly shit and actual attraction to children. Because, of course, there's a relationship. It's ridiculous otherwise. So they need to be aware of that. Nice right now? We've all jerked at the lolly at some point. We have at some point in our lives been going fucking crazy on something on the site. And we've been fucking stroking as hard and fast as we can, and then actually have to go back and look over our history tab. Boy. Some of these girls look pretty young. Okay, I don't give a fuck. Alright? Yeah, next question.
Ian claims I'm a creepy, obsessed stalker in the same way that Anna was a stalker to me, seemingly ignoring the fact that we're both large content creators occupying a very similar space talking about these same political issues.
I know that she's like some creepy stuff. Everything I've seen from Hannah Bros makes me think she's like legitimate creepy as fuck. Like super, super bad. But I will say that given the fact that Destiny's behavior towards me has been pretty unironically creepy too, I do find it funny. You know?
Washer's living in a mirror dimension?
That like it would hold water on something like that, but not reflecting its own behavior.
Apparently I'm stalking him.
He gets peppering at Destiny. Not really. I mean, Destiny's clear only goal of streaming right now. What he thinks of when he wakes up and falls asleep is to get my attention. And you can cry about that assessment if you want, but holy mother of God, I've never had content creator obsessive for me that much. Outside maybe like Kiwi Farms adjacent types who like every day they stream for 6 hours saying like this is why Bosch is worse than Hitler, except there wasn't that bad really, you know? This, yes, like Stalker shit's really fucking weird, you know?
Stalker. It's not a political commentator. My shit is stopping me. Please make him stop. Please. I just want to say things unchallenged. I don't want any critical analysis of what I'm saying. Please just stop talking about me.
Like when he jumped onto a panel to talk with me, and then like he spent the remaining 2 hours of the panel.
I jump onto panels at night all the time to argue with people. By the way, I used to do that all the time on Twitch. A lot of people in my chat would realize at like 2 a.m. like what the fuck Dustin's on a panel. It wasn't just because he's well, it's because he was saying stupid things on it. But anytime I hear somebody anywhere saying dumb shit on a panel, I can hop on. I always hop on.
Only silently, like just sitting there.
Because the rest of the panel would start us asking questions like, how big of a dick did you suck if it belonged to your dad? Okay, that was true. And awkward. Ian would reference this claim again in a few weeks, saying that me covering his content is me being creepy.
Burying the hatchet thing isn't gonna happen. I find it weird when you guys say stuff like that because I don't know, like he's like a creepy stalker. It's not like we have a few petty disagreements that we could overcome for the good of the left. He has relentlessly gone out of his way to be like creepily like borderline attempting to be abusive.
Abusive? Calling me creepy and abusive. Ian claims that my defense of Citizens United is that it's complicated.
Say these big words yesterday, said Sam Seeger in the Coast Majority Report, make shit up about Citizens United. Well, he's like really on defending Citizens United. I've seen his defense of it too. He's like, well, don't you know it'd be complicated for us to not have Citizens United? Lefties don't understand, it's complicated. All lefties have a very simplistic understanding of Citizens United, as opposed to my very nuanced take, which is that Citizens United is complicated. And I don't know how things could ever be any other way, even though things were another way for a very long time and then changed. But I don't know how they could ever been any other way. You guys have seen him? Am I summing that up correctly? That's his take on Citizens United, right? That's
Citizens United is a complicated case, but that's not the only thing I've said about it. I've discussed the issues surrounding the case multiple times on stream, even with educated people about it. I've had lots of conversations related to Citizens United. Obviously, the dumbest business Ethan Hirsch, the author of Politics of Power, he came in to talk about like a lot of complicated political issues. I don't know watching everything talking about it. But like, yeah, I've had like a lot of conversations about stuff related to Citizens United, the complicatedness of figuring out lobbying and super PACs and people advertise a lot and is that bipartisan act or whatever. Like, but the ultra ironic thing is Ian literally agreed with me that it's a complicated case that's hard to decide to Citizens United because I hate it. I really do. I just don't see a way around it. No, I don't care about the but like when you're saying that like any type of advertising that you do could be pro or against a certain campaign, when you say that we're gonna ban that type like around the election, is that something that you're intrinsically okay with? Like instead of like our streams, like how do you reconcile that in your head? I'm curious.
So that's a really tough one. I acknowledge and I agree with people who say this is more nuanced issue than a lot of leftists will give credit for. I think that right now the consequences of Citizens United are disastrous. I think
literally says it's a more complicated issue than what most leftists will give credit for. Almost verbatim my take. But then later on will roast me for the same thing. Ian admits that he didn't watch my debate with the Search TV and completely misrepresents my argument about Google requiring trans people with dead names on their badges, claiming I just didn't think it was a big deal to dead name people, after literally saying he didn't even watch the debate.
Stupid. I actually didn't watch his debate with Lance the other day. Did you know? This is, by the way, I'm totally poisoning the well here. But did you know while debating with Lance was making the argument that like Google was still like reactionary or whatever? Okay. Lance pointed out that at Google you need to get a legal name change if you're trans for your name card to be updated. So if you're a trans lady and you've got Michael on your name card, like you need a legal name change for them to confirm the change of thing. And Destiny, I swear to God, I actually looked, I double checked, make sure it's real. Destiny, he said, is that really a big deal? We're beyond the, truly beyond the failure. They don't left. Anyway, I didn't break my rule because I was on that panel for 2 hours before he jumped on.
My argument here has to do with the idea that you probably can't just put whatever name you want on a name badge for security purposes.
For example, Google, while Google puts the rainbow logo on their icons and all that kind of stuff, they're actively forcing their employees have to use dead names on their ID tags if they haven't been able to change them for whatever reason, usually economically, to the state level. So that's incredibly fucked up. So I think
how is that incredibly fucked up?
Force employees to use dead names on their ID tags.
If they haven't got changed with the state, my guess is it's probably a policy almost everywhere, right? How do you have people that just get whatever name they want if it's not registered anywhere with the state body? I'm genuinely asking. I haven't heard of this issue. But that sounds like common sense to me. Of course you have to go by your state registered name.
Because it's okay, first off, that's something that right? The ability to change the names is restricted. Secondly, the ID tags themselves, we're not talking about just verification badges, we're talking about what they have to wear as part of their everyday get. It was something that's like spread around to the updating.
Okay. I'm gonna.
Your company badge doesn't mean shit, right? Like, I'm not talking about like.
If you work at Google, you should. Also, I don't know if I bring this up. I hate that your company badge doesn't mean shit. I have very limited corporate experience, and even I know that like the casino, your badge is your ID thing. Sometimes you use to swipe into places. The security will look at your name tag. At a casino, if you swap badges with somebody, you get caught for that, you would get fired instantly. You would get fired. You would get fired. You can't swap your name tag. Those badges have sometimes, and I'm sure they're probably even more sophisticated now because this was back in like 2008. But be able to afford a name change. Okay, number one. Okay, number two. Oh, even if you can't, like I'm sorry, but like in terms of how security and everything works, you probably need to have like actual name badges and shit. Like I'm sorry, like I don't know how you can think that you can just not do that. Like
there's so many things here. Okay, one thing is about hybrids. But they just started. They're not making people's salary yet. They're just not involved their names. They also don't want to be called by their dead names anymore because that shit is offensive.
Now, unfortunately, I'm sorry. I know that it's everybody's dream to work at Google. I guess you're one of the 1% of the 1% who's able to get whatever prerequisite education or computer background you needed, but don't have the money to change your name. So wait a month or two or save up. I don't know. Like, this is such a weird. Also, what is the? How much does it cost to change your name? It's got to be like $100 or something. Maybe it's more than that. I don't know. Hill to die on. Like you can resolve this after working at Google for 2 or 3 months. It sounds like such a non-issue. Like,
well, okay, this is one of the reasons why I think
probably not a mistake. Oh, $400 in California. Maybe in some states more. My argument here has to do with the idea that you probably can't just put whatever name you want on a name badge for security purposes. The extra irony about this is that it ended up not being Google at all who required this. It was a security company that Google was subcontracting for security work. So the company that was doing it was actually a security G4S that did security. It was a company that did security. The name tag is probably pretty important there. That would be my guess. But remember, Ian's summary of that conversation, that Lance, by the way, would actually concede to at the end, he didn't even know who was being impacted, that it was a subcontractor of Google that did security. Ian, I'm pretty sure Lance conceded to the end of that. This was Ian's summary of that take of mine.
I actually didn't watch the debate with Lance the other day. Did you know? This is, by the way, I'm totally void for it. Did you know while debating with Lance, Lance was making the argument that like Google had was still like reactionary level? Okay. Lance pointed out that at Google you need to get a legal name change if you're trans for your name card to be updated. So if you're translated and you've got Michael on your name card, like, you need a legal name change to confirm the change of thing. And Destiny, I swear to God, I actually looked, I double checked it. Destiny, he said, is that really a big deal?
Ian claims I only bring up negative experiences to get dunks on other people because I brought up Byron's suicide in an argument about why social workers can be scary to people who have been committed in mental institutions before.
The funniest thing, though, is how obviously mad he gets when people like take sympathy for negative experiences, because it's very clear he only brings up his negative experiences to dump on other people and not because he actually wants to share any negative situation.
I don't want people treating me like a victim for anything ever. I've said that a million times before, and that's not even an uncommon experience with people that are victims of different types of things. I don't know how you can say something so mind-numbingly fucking cool as that.
Because it's very clear he only brings up his negative experiences to dump on other people and not because he actually wants to share any negative situation. Like how he brought up reckless suicide, the suicide of a close friend of his and me, as part of an argument that social workers are scarier than police officers when doing mental health checks. That's a real thing that happened, by the way.
Ian claims I only bring this up to get dunks on other people. I brought up Byron's suicide in an argument about why social workers can be scary to people who have been committed in mental institutions. I was not bringing this up for a dunk. I was bringing it up to reinforce why social workers can be so scary to people. Ian later claims I'm making stuff up regardless. Professionals because they are so fucking afraid of being committed to an institution. This is why Byron jumped in the fucking window, killed himself, so trying to find more help. But he had one bad experience. He was committed to a mental institution. He never wanted to talk to anybody that helps. It wouldn't surprise me. I know they can, but I don't know if people know. It wouldn't surprise me. Where you get You can laugh all you want. I don't think that most people see it happen.
Bring you to the hospital, but it didn't.
Okay, I mean, Ian misrepresents my contention with Philosophy Tube, claiming I was only upset because she implied she needed to go on a runner strike. He even brings up the exact same Bernie Sanders comparison that I shot down in our prior conversation.
I know we talked a little bit about your earlier debate, Stephanie, but out of your modern debate, Stephanie, pick one.
It would definitely be the one over Philosophy Tube, I think. That's how stupid it was. Definitely was arguing that Philosophy Tube was a hypocrite and like this one or whatever, because she advocated that people go on a retro strike in a way that implied that she also needed to go on a retro strike even though she makes a decent amount of money. Like imagine if Bernie Sanders said, we need to work with revolution. Destiny was like, we? Bernie Sanders, you're a millionaire. Why are you lying to your fans and suggesting that they need to win? That's
literally the tear that was on. I had literally already had a conversation with him about this, where he agreed with me that Philosophy Tube's tweet was unsafe. Pandemic, ignoring the fact that they're literally doing this to somebody that is probably making far less money than they do.
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language.
Stop. That's not what we're talking about.
I do think that it's bad if they hide their income. I think that's the big definer. I think that if you show your income, then I think that's totally.
This is not what I'm saying is she is making it sound like she literally won't be paying rent due to the pandemic, ignoring the fact that the landlord board makes less than that. I would say that this is a trick into making somebody think that they're on their side. This is what I'm referring to. I think that my first statement is what?
Wouldn't she be on their side? I mean, she's a lefty. What do you mean? Is she not?
As in, has the same struggles, has the same class problems, has the same problem affording rent, then that's not the case.
There is definitely an implication here that they can't afford a rent, but I do find that in slavery. This is why everybody should show their income. But the general, like, we should do X language, I think it's perfectly acceptable.
Stop. I don't think you made a compare. I have to do this. I can't get a rhetorical win. Sorry.
Why are you accusing me of rhetorical win?
You might not be able to do it. I'm listening for it now. I'm hearing it more. Okay. Earlier, you used a comparison with Bernie Sanders. When Bernie says something like, "We need free healthcare. We need blah blah blah," Bernie Sanders is not presenting himself as a fellow poor. In fact, I'm almost positive that I've heard Bernie Sanders say, I think word for word, the average American should have the same healthcare that I have in the Senate. I'm pretty sure he said that word for word. I think I've heard Bernie say that. So you're comparing. So stop. Yes. So this is why I'm calling this rhetorical when because it's a disingenuous comparison. When Bernie Sanders says we need to do this, that's different. I don't think Bernie Sanders would come out and say we need to go on strike and stop paying our mortgage. I'm writing a letter to my landlord, so I'm not going to pay the mortgage. I don't think Bernie Sanders would fucking say that. That's what I'm talking about. You can try to divert, okay? But Abigail's tweet here, come on. Abigail's tweet here is not comparable to Bernie Sanders' statement. Abigail's tweet here is a trick into thinking that she is on your side. That is my first statement. I think it has been sufficiently justified.
I don't like the use of the term your side because it implies that she has malicious intent or politically disagrees. If you wanted to say the language of this tweet gives the mistaken impression that she's struggling more financially than she probably actually is, then I think I would agree with that. Would you find this tweet if she had an income publicly known that was something that she referred to?
So he essentially agrees with my claim. But then he will misrepresent it later, saying, using the exact same Bernie Sanders analogy that I literally shoot down in my exact conversation with him. Ian claims I've only attacked Demon Mama, Vermin, and Conyer because they're in his community.
I mean, he's literally done that. He's attacked people in my community. When he attacks Demon Mama, it's always, framed in reference to, oh, you're my thrice descendant because you come from Walsh, and Walsh comes from me.
My first conversation with Demon Mama had nothing to do with Wash. It had to do with language being used on Twitter.
We're back to square one.
This is this. My second conversation with Demon Mama had to do with her trying to paint a Scrub King as an incel. It had nothing to do with Ian. My issues with his ex-girlfriend and roommate had to do with them constantly calling me names, calling me a rapist, and trying to get me banned from Twitch. Every day, I'm more and more certain that Rape City hates trans people.
Which, real quick, we have just on our own site. The only time
this
ever
clip,
used the word rape at all was talking about a story that happened to them.
This clip is so
once again,
good.
Motherfucking liar, literally making up nonsense. Just making it up. He just made it up. Once again, as always, caught in 4 fucking K. Oh, you check further. They called Destiny Rape City 3 days ago. That is not an accusation.
I'll watch that clip. Ian claims I kicked him out of my community because he was elected. This is explicitly why I went about the sexual harassment allegations in the way that I did, to avoid exactly this type of bias on true claims.
Systems that rightly need to be. Now, I would argue that characterization is very disingenuous to begin with, but whatever, we're not here to talk about that. He's been trying to purge lefty elements from his community. So I think that my existence in the community has something to do with that. And by some people, I mean me. I think that. I think that he acted uncharitably towards me because he was sick of having leftists in his community. And I was the well-known leftist in his community.
That's true. He was a well-known leftist, which is exactly why I went about that confrontation in the exact way that I did, to avoid exactly those types of things. Ian claimed we were never friends.
Your relationship with Destiny is kind of cute and sad. It's only sad if you have some weird social thing. Destiny and I were never friends. I like shitposting in his chat, and I kind of probably always will. But it's not like some weird emotional thing. It's really funny. Chat cares more about the Bosch Destiny relationship than Bosch does. Yeah, but that's a consequence of parasocial.
This seems like it's probably not true. There's like a lot of like random comments that he's made over time.
The real sad thing, the real depressing thing is that in one of the later YouTube videos that was made from the pod, discussing stuff with Destiny, he had like some really flattering things.
Or I had flattering things to say about him. He's happy about it.
It's from 2017, I think. Yeah. Talking about like, this is one of my really left anybody full on anti with sociology. I always appreciate my conversations with this guy. He his thoughts very consistent. We disagree on quite a bit. Very respectful. Really very respectful, actually, too. And
Oh, that was cute. Oh, Bosch, one of the first few times I heard about you, I thought you two were supposed to... Oh, cute in terms of me complimenting him. Destiny, it's your friend. Want to play League together? Maybe that's just a meme comment, I guess. He would, like, draw comics of us. That's really weird now, I'm sorry. So maybe that's just a meme. He would post pictures of us together. No, I see. And he would draw extensive comics of us together. Friendstiny. Now, maybe that was also just a meme thing. Who knows? But we were never friends. That's just a weird social thing. He's claimed over and over and over again that I'm classist and have no solutions or anything, despite the fact that I religiously go over policy research on stream constantly. I don't think I have to watch him call me classist. We've already heard it like 3 times. Notice how when I say we've already heard that, we've actually watched the video and heard him say it, and I'm not just referring to a false heritage that I've said with no evidence.
Okay.
This is also extra ironic, as Ian has admitted many of his solutions only exist so long as a socialist revolution happens. He also tries to gaslight me in this very same convo, claiming he didn't bring up my net worth to attack my positions.
Productivity of
so
our
you
industry.
have no policy suggestions. Why would you accuse me of that?
Well,
You are literally
because,
the one who's saying
because that's the difference. I don't think solutions need to only be policy-based. I think that broader ideological movements can also be a great way of changing the way
Which broader ideological movement helps with climate change?
Well, a populist socialist movement would probably lead towards a great deal of class antagonism that might manifest in some way.
All right, supports. We gotta pull this team. We gotta pull this team together. All right, Moist Mercy.
Oh, he's just saying, oh, I just brought up your net worth. I wasn't saying that makes you a classist or anything.
Bosch is just another white liberal whatever bullshit. You did say you brought up my net worth in some way.
It's just a personal thing. Okay, so wait, I don't think it matters being to me. I think it's just a fact that people's material circumstances influence how they tend to behave, whether that be
Okay, then we're in the same class then, dog. So what does that say about your utopia or your ideas about your class struggle or whatever?
Well, it would mean that if I did end up making a tremendous amount of money or more.
Ian claimed I was only victim blaming when talking about the Prime Kai's allegations and that all of my arguments were conspiratorial. He also alleges that if you're a workplace victim of sexual harassment, you have power over your boss.
Destiny came on. And I'll get this out of the way now because I know everyone wants my opinion. Destiny and Dylan argued for about 3 hours, and there was basically nothing distinguishing Destiny's behavior from that of a common victim. His arguments were bad, if eloquently delivered. He came in to discredit and attack Kat. He did so with all the standard tropes. You know, she strung him along by not being forthcoming about his harassment. She's clout sharking, you know. She actually liked him, so he got mixed signals. Yeah, he actually said it was woman tactics at one point. At one point, he actually said, if you're a victim of workplace sexual harassment, you have power over your boss. Like if your boss harasses you and you're a woman, which has some content creators stole the vibe of it.
This is a gross mischaracterization of what I said, which was in fact that Kat, the woman involved, knew Prime was into her and admitted to playing along to further her career, which does indeed make the situation more complicated. The work relationship without turning them down or continue to work. Is the worker manipulating the boss then? I don't know. You have to look into it. It's pretty complicated. That could go either way. Generally, it's bad at the boss and proposition and employee. That's almost always the case. It's almost always the case. The boss and proposition employee. But in terms of like how it actually plays out, like I don't know. The problem is that Prime was hitting on Katarina by her own admission from the moment.
Oh my, okay. Supports are godlike.
And beneficial for her career to essentially play along. So like, and that's in her own words. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a rough one. I even say here that it's almost always bad for a boss to proposition a worker, and he claimed that I was saying that. So what I just said there, his characterization of that was, if you're a workplace victim of sexual harassment, you have power over your boss. That was his characterization of that. He would then later claim that he was correct about the entire Prime Kai situation.
I was wrong about Prime Kai. Oh, I saw this. This was yesterday. I thought you were referring to some new development. No, as far as I understand it, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to turn this into some kind of ego boost. Wasn't I right about everything? The underlying inappropriate behavior Prime Kai engaged in against Kat seemed inappropriate, and he apologized for it. The problem is Dylan went public with it too early and ended up fronting a bunch of claims that he couldn't support. And then later, those claims ended up being facile because it turns out Samantha Diana didn't communicate with Prime Kai in the way that she had said that she did to Kat. So my take of the behavior evidence here is like fairly cringy, but not like super terrible, and I need to wait evidence for more, ended up being completely correct. DDG's gonna hate us. Yeah, I saw like Destiny fans were hardcore raging over me when everything I said was completely correct. And I didn't have to change any of my statements or beliefs. Like it all ended up being true. But a lot of them were like, I can't believe you said Prime Kai was a sexual predator. It's like, wow, we're not even pretending to know what we're talking about. But okay. Anyway, it seems like a pretty unfortunate situation. You literally said he sexually harassed her? Yeah, from what I saw, and from talking with Prime Kai, according to Prime Kai's statement, where he apologized. But that's not like end of the world. And
I don't think that was the case, that he admitted to sexually harassing.
Also not like the worst thing that could have happened. The worst thing that could have happened would have been Prime Kai deliberately sexually harassing with the malicious intent of exploiting her social lack of morals, which was never proven. So.
There is a belief that I would bully rape victims, very popularly endorsed by Ian's subreddit, probably because he himself said I engage in rape apologia. His subreddit will say this constantly. BetDGG would look at a rape victim and say, you're just trying to get...
Okay, yeah, I am touching.
Wait, this sounds familiar. Despite how many, like, sexual on stream, the victims are supported through that.
I'm amazed that he was banned for the rape apology.
Like I said this, he's used this rape apology comment. I think we've heard it like 5 times at this point. Countersue. One incredibly irritating aspect of Ian is that he engages in behavior that I'd be crucified for, especially by his community, if I were to engage in anything remotely similar. Many of the things he's actually done are even worse than the things he's falsely claiming I do. While Ian was fighting against Cat Black over their personal issues, it wasn't enough to prove that what she was saying was incorrect. He also had to label her as a stalker, an abuser, and again an abuser.
What's happening on? I live in Ward 9. It's not. I mean, I don't. Wait. I mean, I don't do that because I'd be doxing myself. I don't live in that ward. Okay, I need to get back to people on my phone. Give me a second. Okay, sorry.
Similar to him labeling me an abuser and stalker just for reviewing his political content.
The Mama debate? Wait, she's watching my live stream debates and she doesn't follow me? I think, has she been like stalking me? I never would have believed that based on her behavior over the past few years, but she has acted so crazy over the past few days that it's like really fucking weird. Like holy, like I don't care about you, I don't care about you, I worry she's going to start like posting that she doesn't even care like that I live at my address, you know, like holy shit, Jesus fuck. Wait, I think DM convo means direct message. No, wait, wasn't that? You know, I said this a lot. I really feel like Cat Black comes across like an abuser here. Anyway, I was curious. You were asking me to respect you, click on respect me, not really. Holy shit, she's such a fucking abuser, dude. Holy fuck. And I said, there's never any way at all to make you believe anything other than I'd be listening to Cat Black since she is in a state the abuser and the oppressor. Like, this is the problem. The only way to answer this, the only way to really solve this problem is to point out that I need to have some kind of independent decision-making ability.
Similar to him labeling me an abuser and stalker just for reviewing his political content. He's claimed I'm transphobic merely for quote tweeting and fighting with trans accounts on Twitter, yet here he is blowing up a smaller trans creator while simultaneously using stereotypically transphobic insults against them like mentally ill. Ian has talked multiple times about using his community to brigade. He's mentioned trying an underhanded way to effect an outcome regarding other Reddit communities.
As you guys all know, the entirety of leftist Reddit is controlled by a core team of moderators, most of whom are tankies, who despise me and just auto-ban basically anyone who speaks positively of me. I don't have a solution for this problem. It's possible that in the future we can attempt to do like coordinated, you know, like, I don't know, mod mail. No, that sounds super dorky. Nah, that's dumb. I don't really know what to do about it, to be honest. There might be some way, some underhanded way of affecting an outcome. It's not like I don't have the influence to do this, you know.
He's encouraged people to publicly shame ContraPoints.
Alright, thank you guys. Keep it up, though. Don't get complacent. The more viewer in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. All right, thank you.
He's told his audience to go nuclear on Riley, an online trans content creator, and to call her whatever you want.
Just want to see if I can't find that clip sometime. I think that I think I'm comfortable though that if it does turn out that after that conversation Riley's takeaway is that I said it would be okay to have sex in public, I'm okay with going nuclear on Riley. We no longer need any respect for her. We can sort of shame people for even wanting to give a fuck about her. You can call her whatever you want. I don't care. There's absolutely no charity reserved for people who behave that way. Absolutely not.
He even gave cover for people going after her law degree, with Demon Mama also chiming in to say that she shouldn't be a lawyer as well, after communities began to spam phone calls to get Riley disbarred. Oh, and then this is Vosh giving justification, I think, for why it's okay to go after RGR's fucking bar license. Bar license? Bar license? What do you call it? Her qualification of the bar? I don't know what you call it. Go after her to try to make it so she can't get certified from the bar. Like,
now you can say it like esoteric and this online drama doesn't like perfectly describe her value elsewise, but I think there's at least an argument in that. Dylan says every Maryland queer I know who knows of her advocacy has shining reviews. Her stuff offline seems great, like know what someone doing the work before work as a clear idea work. Sure, but I like that. So, and Doe says, thanks for making your stance clear. I'm glad we can all be clear about things here. You just improved the defense of say fine being sexist, but merely fine. That's the one having to do, say your best. Okay, so we're not really talking about going after God, right? We're talking about suitability for a progressive board. I mean, at the very least, what a person does online is definitely relevant to their presence inside the board, isn't it?
This was Demon Mama. Gabby saying, I'm mainly a game streamer. I have people from Wash, Dylan, even your community watch me. Do you think I'm a BGG parrot? Huge difference between saying your political takes are bad and should be platformed and trying to make sure someone never gets a job. Yes, based on your constant attempt to take fights with me, you're constantly agreeing only when Drummer Rummy shows up. And two, no one is saying Riley can't get a job at Best Buy, just that she probably shouldn't be a lawyer if she's going to sling false accusations everywhere. Ian also mentioned on stream, perhaps Riley shouldn't be a lawyer at the same time that everybody was trying to go after her job.
Positions to you, and every time in chat you're like, well, that's not what I mean. Well, with respect, you shouldn't be a lawyer then, because clearly there's a huge disconnect from what you're thinking, what you say.
He wished his audience would have harassed Professor Flowers some more.
I feel like my main issue here, after all of this, is that you guys didn't go far enough in harassing a queer woman of color. I feel like you guys could have gone way harder with that, you know?
He's encouraged his community to harass a police officer having a mental breakdown on social media. This, I don't know what this cop was crying about. It was pretty clear she was having a breakdown.
So I hope, and I encourage all of you to get on this, that we all make fun of her as aggressively as possible, and we make fun of everybody who is trying to turn this into some sort of victimized prisoner. The police, the most perpetually victimized. God, man. I wish I remember the details of the story. I wish I remember. Can somebody fill me in?
Nothing that important, though.
Do you remember? It was a town in America.
Just try to imagine for 1 microsecond if I ever was sticking my community on somebody like that. What would fall out with me? It would be unbelievable. Ian will be critical of views of mine, and then copy the same view and pass it off as his own, sometimes just a few days later. I was critical of BLM after the defended Jesse Smollett, which I was mocked by Ian and many others for. Vosh was liking all sorts of tweets where I was saying, this hurts to say, but supporting BLM is getting harder and harder every day when this organization exists. Having to constantly say to conservatives, listen, BLM, the movement, BLM organization are totally different, always comes off sounding like a massive coat. This I had to say in response to BLM had come out, the organization, and supported Jesse Smollett, for which Vosh likely tweets, oh dude, I'm so ready for this art. Destiny is speedrunning the left wing of fascism. 3 days later, Wash went on stream and spoke about how disgusting BLM was for defending Jesse Smollett. This is his video. BLM org disgustingly defends Jesse Smollett. Ian amplified others, making fun of me for saying that people kill themselves if they live for 7 days in my shoes. I tweeted out, you would kill yourself if you lived for 7 days in my shoes, 100% guaranteed, live fail. A statement that I still stand by. Vosh liking, funniest reply I've ever seen, unknown to most, Destiny trapped himself inside a cock and ball torch device 10 years ago, and the attempts to will explode. Least reactionary debate streamer community, just people making fun of it. And then a few days later,
Just harass, whatever, you do it, you know. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but I can say with great confidence that the stuff that people like Lindsay Ellis...
No, I should have just hit it correctly.
If experienced by an average person, actually, let's be more specific. An average person on Twitter who's currently harassing Lindsay Ellis, they would kill themselves in 8 seconds.
2 days later, he said an average person would kill themselves in 8 seconds if they had to deal with harassing haters online. Ian attacked me, trying to test his conviction with a $25,000 bet on whether or not a trans genocide could start in the US in a few years, after he said we're on the precipice of a genocide.
You actually made me think of Destiny. No, I don't really have an interest in succumbing to the latest thing to get my attention. I was browsing the subreddit and saw this tweet from like him. Where, apparently, you can imagine him saying this. I try to do this in alright, buddy, how about this? You're so confident that genocide of LGBT will happen in the next 5 years. How do you put some money down on it, huh? 25,000 for your LGBT charity choice if you had directed against genocide of If not, then you have to... Yeah, you get that, yeah. It seems like sometimes we already get like a yeah, it's up there in terms of I wonder who would have taken the $25,000 bet as whether or not it would have back like intended to do in the US.
He laughed at the idea of a bet a few days later.
Because in a way, you just want the hats. You don't wear hats in fencing. You wear those mask guards. Vosh, you serious? No, I'm serious. Okay, here's the thing, okay? I feel like one thing that people don't get tested enough on is conviction, you know? So one way that you can test conviction is on gambling. Hey, if you believe this so much and want to put money in it. But it's not considered to be a very honorable or very socially acceptable way of resolving high-level disputes. Like if there are government officials that are saying X is going to happen, like say for example, back in 2018 before the primaries, whether or not there would be a giant caravan of migrants coming up, Donald Trump then used the National Guard So it would be like, well, if you really think that's going to happen, why don't you go to bed? But the thing is, people don't really do that. So what if instead, people who are
Ian is constantly amplifying and liking tweets that are attacking me or my wife after complaining about me going after people just for being in his community. So he says that I go after people that are just in his community. Here he is attacking, I think it's either me or my wife. And this is all he likes so much shit on Twitter that's like attacking me and attacking my community constantly. This dude beefing things wedding. BS is so bad. You're actually the pedophilia guy has logical arguments. DGG giving props to a pedophile, like all of this. I think these were things, and here attacking me. Oh yeah, this one. Destiny's wife like tweets from neo-Nazi war and settlement censorship about transphobic tweets methods. Melina never liked the original transphobic tweet. She just liked this because it's a long thing. That was literally it. She never liked the original tweet. I don't even think she knew the Really funny that Destiny saw this tweet and didn't say anything about his wife tacitly agreeing that I am a man, but did quote tweet one of my followers in replies. Yet his fans keep insisting he's done more advocacy for women. Melina's not that's what she never has. Like, I don't think they have transphobic. But like. Ian complains that people view him as a boogeyman by spawning false narratives about his community while constantly doing the exact same thing to me. Like, I mean, my community is full of evil people.
With regards to how these conversations typically go wrong, I do think a lot of it is a narrative-based thing. The issue is that a lot of people do view me as some kind of big, bad, scary antagonist.
Did he have beat? How long did he have beat for? Why is he just holding it? I'm on 2 health.
A person who mobilizes this massive wave of hate that people get after. Which, again, I've seen the comments under Professor Flower's video. There are people who are angry. I didn't see anything I would characterize as harassment. And her subsequent. So, you know, the industrial complex of anti-Washites, continues to be.
Just hold beat.
Ian defended the idea that individual actors and systems could act as capitalists as they want, because we're all slaves to the system. He said he would never criticize individual capitalist actors, only systems.
It's a lot of social pressure in the online social
Oh fuck, I don't have the timestamp here?
Community about hiding one's income because being poor is an aesthetic, but that's not the same as like it being an attempted trick or deceive people, you know? These are not the same.
When you're aesthetic, it literally disguises playing some crapper. You don't think that this person is like making it somewhere in here? I'm like, so do you? I'm like, wait, they need to be doing this.
I don't necessarily have an issue with people calling for a rent strike and using collective language and doing
Stop. That's not what we're talking about. Fucking I find this on the fly. Hold on. Damn, like, if you're gonna go that hardcore, like, why can't Bezos just use that comic when you guys make fun of him, right? Like, what's wrong with Bezos being a billionaire or whatever, right? Like, he just lives in a capitalist society. Hey, Bezos is a socialist, but like, he lives in a society just like you can't live in it, right? Like, I don't know, man. That just seems crazy. How do you find your save, right?
A lot of social pressure.
Oh wait, there was that timestamp. 2670 seconds.
I literally just need that.
44.5 minutes. Is that right?
We have people in legitimate positions of power, as opposed to a bunch of college students and.
You understand that, like, with that mentality, you can never criticize Bezos again, right?
Well, I don't criticize Bezos.
Really?
Oh, okay, hold on. It's entirely possible that I misspoke. Generally speaking, and I do hold to this. Try to criticize the systems that allow people like Bezos to exist. Now, there have definitely been times where it's.
Well, really? I only found one example of this because I feel like that's such a ridiculous thing. But of course, he's making fun of people like Elon Musk or people like Bezos, saying like, "Oh, you got so much money. Like, couldn't you do it?" Just tweeted over 75,000 likes, right? Making fun of Elon for not ending homelessness and hunger because he could just spend all the money and didn't do it. But despite how critical Ian is now with me fighting with leftists and being spite-based, he had a decent understanding of my issues with leftists through 2019 and 2020.
Why do you think Destiny is so anti-left? Destiny has talked multiple times about why he's doing this. Destiny was a reactionary for a while, and he would make arguments like, oh, nobody should care about representation in media. Who cares what color the person you're watching is? We should all just like the media for its own merits. But then he realized that a bunch of fucking reactionary dipshits who actually hate black people and women were taking his points and using them to further their aims. Destiny felt betrayed by the right who he felt had sanded by the principles that he was advocating for. So he got ass mad and started critiquing the right more, and that led him down the progressive route he currently exists on. And during that progressive road, he took on quite a few alt-righters, did a whole bunch of damage to them and their credibility, and now he feels as though he's done the exact same thing for the left, where a bunch of leftists are like barking dipshits who have no idea how political efficacy works, have no idea how meaningfully improves society, or just a bunch of bloggers who want to like kill all cops or whatever. So he feels as though he's been memed on in the exact same way, and he feels betrayed by it. That's it. Do you think we'll get an opportunity to talk to Steve on Twitch? I mean, I made a comment about it, so I hope so. It's a leftist always credibility community that they engage in. I disagree. I think non-compete did pretty poorly. Michael Brooks said some pretty dumb shit. The search was good. The search conversation was fine. Ben Burgess was he thinks renting is cheaper than owning a house. Renting is cheaper than owning a house once you plan on living there for a really long time. Where do I find your comic? Just go on Twitter. It's somewhere there. The whole thing. All 23 pages.
That was a pretty good summary, actually.
How do you feel about the RedTubers who say the best way to deal with Destiny is not to engage with them? Ha! That's a good idea, because every single fucking time a RedTuber shows their face of Destiny, they get blown out. It's really fucking embarrassing to let them in. Yeah, please, stay away. For your own sake. For all of our sake, stay away. We only hear something disappointed. There are some RedTubers who Ow. What was that lag?
Select your hero.
Ian makes fun of my community for pointing out tactics he uses to sound more serious, such as deepening his voice and changing his vocab, despite him admitting as much on stream before, and in earlier chat logs we saw.
It really is indistinguishable from a conservative community now. Wait,
good.
Ironically, the fake calm voice leaks condescension. That's true. More than usual, that is. It's very cringe once you notice all his little tactics, debate tactics memes, these little notice all these sneaky maneuvers that Vosh engages in, like being calm and making people he talks to look bad by pointing out the thing. Have you noticed how effortlessly Vosh alternates between inhaling and exhaling?
Gender is a collection of performative demonstrations, like social attributes that surround that you use to identify yourself. Like I'm male, I'm penis, I'm hairy and shit, and X, Y. I assume XY. There are examples of like X, Y, Y, or X, X, Y, like male is like equal. I'm pretty sure XY. And that's sex. But I wear boxers. I wear t-shirts. I guess I was about to say I don't grow my hair long, but I don't wear makeup. I choose to keep my beard grown. I wear deliberately masculine clothing styles and hairstyles. I trained my voice to be this deep. You know, I trained myself to speak in this way. I code myself masculine. I act
I mean, he literally has admitted as much. Ian has been selectively critical of Me Too stuff when it doesn't serve his political interests as well. Sydney Watson called him out on Twitter, and his community responded at the time. Sydney Watson, I'd just like to remind everyone that when Vosh found out I was sexually assaulted by a non-white man, he accused me of making it up. This is an objective lie. For anyone who actually cares about the truth, you should find the video she's referring to herself. He never says any of the things she's saying he said in her tweet, but people don't actually care about the truth nowadays, unfortunately.
You know what? Okay, I'm gonna. Here, wait, hold on. I'm talking to my webcam now, so I'm like walking their faces. I've been doing the whole video. I just want to say, do you think it maybe speaks a little bit to the fact that we have a rape culture when we put 6 people in a room together to talk about Me Too, and before when they're like, hey, who of you have experienced sexual assault, and the 4 women sit down and they've all been raped and they've all can barely choke out a coherent sentence. Like, do we think this perhaps maybe slightly speaks to the fact that there's a problem? Like, Me Too has gone too far. False allegations of ruining people's lives. Okay, who among you have experienced sexual assault, and like every woman in the room starts crying? Like, almost every female friend I have has been the recipient of sexual assault or violence or rape or whatever at some point in their life. Seriously, it's such a common thing. I think 1 in 4 is probably understating it significantly. I wouldn't be surprised if the rate for sexual assault on women in the lifetime is high as 1 in 3 or 1 in 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about. Oh wait, are we being real? What? Bullshit! Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession into how the rape refugees, fucking Ahmed Muhammad, raped her and the police were like, oh, we can't personally be around people? Bullshit! Bullshit!
He self-admittedly engages by a bit of motivated reasoning. If I ever let the convo to the left, he said, I know they're wrong. I just don't know why, lol. Let's go find out why they're wrong. I would be crucified for it.
Alright, we're on an unrelenting economic research arc until we find out why that guy was wrong. You can call me an ideologue if you want. The idea is we've been doing all of this shit, all the imperialism for centuries, and it's like, oh, it was like nothing. I don't believe it.
My goal here is not to explicitly illustrate how horrible a political pundit I believe him to be. I think other people have done a good job at that.
Tell my friends if you...
Doomer Politics vid is one way. Wannabe Sad Boy in my subreddit has written up a pretty big effort post on it as well. That's what he does. Instead, my desire is simply for people to understand how figures like Ian can contribute to such a horrendous misunderstanding of who I am, the positions I advocate for, or the things that I've done. I don't even necessarily blame Ian's fans for hating me, given the monster that Ian builds me up to be every single time he opens his mouth about me on stream. I just wish people would hold content creators to higher standards when it comes to illustrating the positions of our political rivals, and demand to at least see the original video or tweet being referenced. I'm also not saying I'm correct or even acting virtuous in every interaction I have. There are times when I've said or done things that I shouldn't have, and I'll admit as much. For instance, I should not have called Chloe a pedophile, despite my discomfort with her talking to hundreds or thousands of minors on Discord about HRT, despite her making rape jokes about my wife and I. I will not apologize, however, for calling all people who advocate for do-it-yourself HRT pedophiles, because I've never done such a thing. Same as with Doe. Perhaps it's not my place to speculate on the validity of her suicide, but I will not apologize for mocking all of trans suicidality, because I simply have not done such a thing. The end. I hope this was as agonizing to listen to as it was for me to write. BGG. I wish it need not have happened in my time, said Frodo. So do I, said Gandalf. So do all who live to see such times. That is not for them to decide. All we have to decide is what we do with the time that is given to us. From J.R.R. Tolkien. A book, The Fellowship of the Ring. I'm incredibly lucky to do what I do. I've been blessed with the opportunity to learn new things, play more video games, anything we should be allowed to, provide financially for myself and my child, employ talented and wonderful people, pursue dreams I didn't even know I could have, travel to more parts of the world than I ever thought I'd see, engage with wonderful people from around the world, meet new friends, lovers, co-workers, enemies, family, and fight. Despite the cost, I never choose to step back to the life I've lived before this, and yet the cost is great. I feel sometimes there is no recognition of this. Rather, people think me to be a monster wandering the internet, looking for communities to terrorize. This is not the case. I believe the vast majority of the things posted about me on the internet are lies. I believe people undercount the good I do, both my personal and public life. I don't wish for people to like me or even respect me. I simply wish that those people that hate me, please hate me for things I've actually said or done, and weren't only spurred on by the rantings and ravings of bad political actors online looking to animate an audience from the rubble of my reputation. I hope this document served to correct the record and establish, with good foundation, my beliefs regarding some of the more controversial topics and positions that have sprung up over the past couple of years. I'm sure it will be a continual battle to fight against mischaracterizations against me, especially as my opinions continue to mature through time. I appreciate everyone who stood by me. I hope I can continue to at least aspire towards the ideals I've set for myself, and I'm excited for the projects and adventures awaiting me. Jesus fuck. What a ride. Never again. I think this public dock will work. a little fucked up. But, I tried to watch through, because I know there are people who watch this that are planning that I misclicked or clipped him. I really tried to watch before and after almost every single clip. If somebody thinks I misquoted or misrepresented something, feel free. I have to answer it. That's 500 of them. You guys can decide to remain unfairly mischaracterized. I mean, I told you about the Brute. Oh, it's Brute, I think. It's Brute.
Oh, it's the thing.
Shotgun timeout. I tried calling it earlier, so I think it's the Pokemon. Wait, it's not Brute, it's pronounced how it's spelled. I looked at the pronunciation last night. I actually looked it up to make sure. Sorry, I thought I did the same thing today. What do they say here?
Wait, Mike.
How do you go about pronouncing it? Et tu brute.
No, it is Et tu brute, yeah. I fucked it up.
Godlike.
Should have hyperlinks to the table, kind of easier to navigate. Yeah, there's a way to do that with like headers and stuff, but I don't know. Do you expect a response? No, of course not. I don't expect any response to this. Again, it's all like, people have asked me how my positions have changed over time, or how I feel about certain things. So it's nice to have at least like one thing to point to. Do you think Bosch is going to react if you mention the manifest on stream? If I had to guess what Bosch's goal would be, is one is either to just say he didn't watch it at all and then call me obsessed. I think there's a 50% chance of him doing that. I think there's a 50% chance of him probably trying to go through all of the stuff, and he's probably going to try to find one thing that he feels like I misrepresented, or one thing that or one or two things he feels like, oh well, this could have been represented a different way, and he'll bring up like one or two of those examples, and then he'll hand away the rest, I guess. So. Rhodesy literally made it for you, and the group came in my DMs with you, said this 8 hours before you started stream. Yeah, I was sleeping, but I didn't have time to wake up and reformat the entire doc to see if it would work. My bet is he brings up the stalker part. It's like, stalker tries to prove he's not a stalker by writing a 30,000 word manifesto about me. True. Although a third of those words, I think the emails are probably about 10,000 words. Unironically, I think all of the emails together were. One of the things that's frustrating. Okay, so in retrospective, a couple of things that's frustrating is. Oh, I'm going to talk about the Sam Cedar thing too.
Content suggestions. Is anyone talking about? It's all within the hour. Can we sort by like hot, top, this week? Nah, it's probably permabanned. Face me watch the 7 hour? Yeah, that's pretty true.
Prepare for battle. Select your hero.
Maybe.
Too. That is probably one of the most irritating conversations I've ever had in my entire life. One of the frustrating things is that when I go to make accusations against people, I usually want them to be well-founded. So normally I don't have to worry about this, because if I'm reacting to somebody on stream, normally I'm just reacting to like the video itself. So like if Watch was like a 1 hour coverage on something, I'll watch the 1 hour thing and then I'll cover it. Or if it's on is whatever, I just watch it and respond to it. But if I'm gonna make like a post content like afterwards, like an accusation, I feel like I have to do a lot of work to show like, here's a link to this, here's a link to that, here's a link to this, here's a link to that, here's a link to this, here's a link to that. Like I'll do that really hardcore. But it feels like nobody ever spends time doing that for me. Like when people make accusations to me, they'll just say like, oh, remember that time Destiny raped a 4-year-old and then laughed about it while calling him the N-word while killing a trans person? And then people are like, yeah, I remember that. It's like, okay, yeah, that's why I don't like Destiny. It's just kind of frustrating, but I mean, the document was way too expansive. I think in the end, I think that I would have preferred to do way fewer topics and get a little bit more in depth, because making it so broad, like some of the sections were a little bit hard how they lead in from one thing to the other, and I don't think everything necessarily tied into everything else. Some of it was a little bit, oh, we're looking at but initially the inspiration was I wanted to look at how people misrepresented me, and then what I wanted to look at online and prove that, like, these are how these misrepresentations work, using Baudrillard, or whatever the fuck that guy's name is, like that simulacra thing, using that template. I was like, okay, let's see how this like applies to how other people treat me. Then it expanded like, well, hold on, there's a lot of people harassing me, I should include that. And then it expanded like, well, I should include like the reason for my ban and how I feel about trans people. And then people ask me why you push conservative, so it just kind of like it ballooned out to like so much shit. And the most difficult part of this was just having to go through so much shit. It was so much stuff to go through, and like I tried to restructure this a few times. I think I made like 2 or 3 different outlines. I might publish those in the future just because it's but I tried to make like outlines. I experimented with like how I'm gonna structure this. I tried to line up like here's like all the links for this and that. Like I had to rearrange like what section was for what a few times. We had some of the emails tacked on the end here. There's so much like it was way too much. It was way too much, and then it became difficult to keep track of it. It was like way too expansive. I should have it needed to be way more narrow in scope. Because holy fuck,
Is there patch notes for this? I feel like
you keep saying you need to be more slower. Triple a lot of these lefties, but ironically, I think it's one of your best trades. I have to, and I've had a lot of personal feedback from somebody else that's like counseling me on this. I'm trying to keep in mind. I have to try to figure out how I'm going to work the charitability thing, because one thing that I noticed in some debates is that I'm running into a bit of a prisoner's dilemma. How I do charitability. So yesterday, I think I had my Sam Cedar conversation. In the Sam Cedar conversation, I was trying really, really, really hard to be as understanding and bridge building as possible. I was very gentle in laying out all of my groundwork. I was very gentle in our disagreements. I was very gentle in not pushing him for concessions. Like, I tried to be as nice as possible, even when he was saying things that I thought were kind of, I won't say stupid, things that I disagreed with that I could have pushed him on. I didn't buy his path and like, oh, well, this is how I presented it. But, bro, you explicitly were agreeing with the guy calling this kid a Nazi patrolman. You explicitly made comments like, bag of skills, blah, 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 blah. But I was like being so gentle. By the time we came to the end of that conversation, I was happy with the end of the first part, because I thought that, like, even though I disagree with him, I could push him more. Like, I think I'm showing that I'm making an effort to be good faith, even though we disagree. I'm not pretty sure I can. And the problem is that this is something that I learned. I've learned this a long time ago, and I've forgotten it. I don't know why. If somebody wants to pull you into a debate that you're not ready for, you should always say, no, if you want to talk about it next time, I've had to learn this with Lauren sometimes, because I'll kind of get yanked around, I have a debate right now. If you don't have to say, I think I did an okay job. Like, okay, well, if you want to debate about this, we schedule a meeting. Cedar came into that conversation super fucking mad about me claiming that he didn't know anything about Citizens United. And he probably did a bunch more reading to refresh himself on it. And then he decided to go in, and his whole goal in the Citizens United part was not to have a discussion on Citizens United, which a lot of people believe, a lot of people get tricked into. His goal was to just show how much he knew. Because we didn't even have a discussion on Citizens United. Was the ruling too broad? Should it have been narrow? Was the broad ruling incorrect? Should the Supreme Court ever make a broad ruling? Should the Supreme Court be in the business of overturning prior legislation if not supposed to be asked about the plaintiffs, etc.? Those are all interesting conversations. We didn't talk about any of that. You go back and you watch that debate, it's just him constantly saying, come Guzzler, you said I didn't know what this is about, you don't know what this is about, and then stating another fact about Citizens United. Well, actually this happened. Well, actually this happened. Well, actually this happened. I don't think I disagreed with much of what he said. I just didn't feel like when I heard the phone caller talking about Citizens United, it sounded like they knew what the case was about. That's what it sounded like to me. And then he screamed at me and shouted at me. But the issue was that, here was the problem. There were 2 parts of that debate. The second one, relating to Citizens United, I wasn't like refreshed on Citizens United, like ready. I didn't brush up on that for that conversation. I was not ready to have that debate. And he didn't mention it at all in our emails either. So I emailed him and I said, "You want to talk about Rittenhouse?" So I wasn't ready for that part of that conversation to go that far. What he wasn't ready to even have a conversation on. He just wanted to prove his knowledge. But on the Rittenhouse thing, I went very, very, very gently on him. But I realized that he wasn't there for that. He was there to get dunks. So the problem is that I basically given up the whole part of the argument, or I could have completely slaughtered him, because his Rittenhouse takes are insane, way more insane than what I heard in that conversation. But I gave up that part of the convo and let him move into the second part, where he was going to posture as aggressive as possible. And it's frustrating because it's in a way for debating, like he did a good job at that. I completely fucked now, because now he's pushed me into an area that he specifically brushed up on just to like crucify me here on this past thing, but I let him slide on every stupid thing that he said earlier relating to Rittenhouse, and now I'm like fucked. And the problem is because I was the one that had the conciliatory tone at the beginning of the conversation, now I look like I bitched out the whole convo. So even like the majority of you guys, and I do think it was like probably like 40 or 50% of you guys think that like, wow, Destiny was a huge, I saw people saying I was an asshole in that conversation, that I was being too debating. Now there was another big that said that he was being debated, but it feels like it was like a 40, 60, 50 split almost in my community of people saying like, oh yeah, like Destiny was so mean, he was like, he was way too combative, he was trying to straw man Sam Cedar. It's like, wait, what? No shot. But I don't know I'm trying to think, because I always think, like, looking back, like, what can I do to avoid these situations? So, one is I just need to always go pedal to the metal, ultra hard. That's one thing. There were two things. I had a third revelation that I understand as well. So the first one is that I should just go pedal to the metal super hard in the beginning, even though you guys would hate me in the sense of that's one thing I could have done. Because at the very least then, he would have come off the Rithouse part looking horrible. And then for Citizens United, I would have already been in a more combative mood to go back to the result. So number one. Number two, a way I could have avoided it was, is if he wanted to have a conversation with Citizens United, like, oh, hold on, I didn't brush up on this at all. If you want to talk about this, like, let's schedule another conversation. I'm not going to talk about this right now. And then boom, I could have cut it off there. Which is usually what I do when people want to argue about a topic that we didn't come here to discuss. Because I don't know how much you've, like, prepared for this particular topic. I don't know what you brushed up and you're ready to argue about. I don't even know what position we disagree on. Like, that's going to be something I need to take a step back and brush up on. The way you were presenting your side at the beginning, some of your walking eggshells were nice. Yeah, I think I deleted my notes from the fuck. I don't know if I ever showed much, but yeah, I had written out notes and I'd written out quotes and I tried to be like super gentle. Third thing, the true reason why that conversation was so heated. This is something else that's frustrating, and I quoted this as something else. When people make the same mistakes I do, you guys will blame me. But when I make the same mistakes other people do, you guys will also blame me. So the reason why that convo was kind of fucking the start is because I technically violated my role, kind of, by not matching energy with Sam Cedar. I could have been entirely critical of his positions without saying he would guzzle cum. He might not be somebody that would guzzle the cum of a black person had they murdered somebody. Now, I don't know if I would have said that in other words if he wouldn't have been upset. I'm not sure. But it could be the case that he heard me saying things on stream that came off as personal insults, and so he came into my stream fired up, ready to fight over it, when I didn't know that was going to be the tone of the debate. Now, the ironic part is that on my subreddit, I think people say as much. They're like, Destiny, of course he was mad. He already said this. Destiny, of course. But the frustrating part, and this is the reality that I have to live with, is the frustrating part is that when I have very heated debates with people, usually it's because of what they've said about me on Twitter already. But when I do that, you guys will say, Destiny, you can't be mad at him. Like, the conversation starts. Like, well, look what this motherfucker's already said about me on Twitter and other videos. And like, doesn't matter, Destiny. He's being nice now. Why are you being so hardcore? It's like, so that's kind of a frustrating thing to, I also don't know how much he's been linked with me or like what he watched or whatever, but
I don't know if people don't like this game. It's actually kind of a good game, man.
Make a specific list of people that wronged in some way in the public for everyone to see. Easily do tons of harassment to those listed. Okay, and again, harassment isn't somebody disagrees with you. I'll never do this because I probably actually would get either slaughtered or banned from the internet or something. But I wish I could live in another world where one day you guys could see what it would be like for me to use my community to harass you. You could probably dox your entire life. Could probably take over almost all of your accounts because people are really bad when it comes to web security. There are a lot of ways to find database attacks on the internet. Once you got one, most of them, you'll add one and a half with the rest. Probably tons of ways to harass through blocks and through tons of different types of probably, like, there are so many ways that if I was to, like, target a creator with my community, you'll likely be fucked. And I know because I've been targeted by communities, right? Like, bro, like, dude, we have people in my community that are some wild shit in terms of, like, web security shit they know, stuff they have access to, like, it would be unbelievable. So, it's so irritating to me when people claim, like, Destiny's community is, like, a big harassment. Motherfucker, we're way better than that. If we were to harass you, okay, you wouldn't even be on the internet anymore. I promise you, my friend. We do not do coordinated harassment. I think I have the most well-behaved community of this size of a political nation on the internet, full stop. Easy. It's not even close. It's really frustrating when people make these claims. We target people and harass you and do crazy shit. Like, it's super bullshit. Yeah, it can be funny on the spot to your name or that of someone you know there. But some people could really take it extra long after they harass you. Like, fuck off. Like, I get it. Like, come on. Like, you don't apply. Like, imagine saying this. What about Kemples, whose whole career is online brigading and hate rating? That's all Kemples does on Twitter. It's brigading and hate rating. Sometimes through blocks. Like, even when somebody is blocked, she'll make another account and do it. Like, oh, I do show my notes. Oh, these were the notes that I'd written out. I wanted to be so gentle here. And I had videos of his quotes so that you couldn't, like, walk away from things that he'd said. I had facts that I'd written down, like, this is stuff related to Jacob Blake shooting. He didn't care at all about point 1. He seemed to not want to engage on point 2, just like Rittenhouse was an asshole. And then on 3, he kind of engaged, but not really. I should have forced consent. No, I shouldn't have. No, I shouldn't have. He was mad because I'd already gone hard on him beforehand, and I should reserve personal attacks with people the person attacked me. I should wait out. You promised not to hold back against Sam after college debate, even through shitting the next day. Wait, did I? Oh, maybe I shouldn't have then. People always say I'm so aggressive and bad faith towards lefties, though. I try to keep this in mind sometimes, but this picture from the manifesto I screenshotted, it was from Hassan's subreddit, not Vosh's. Oh, gotcha. This is from Hassan's subreddit. Okay.
This ends now.
Why are you so gentle with Cedar? Every time you talk to me, kind of I don't know. Because I have high respect for Cedar. I see him say things. I don't care now, but I caught a few screenshots of the manifesto. Should we go through there? It reads and hears like the rantings of a crazy man, liberals. I should suicide bomb Destiny and do like the ultimate thing. It won't be. You shouldn't be obligated to capitulate to this shit. We're not missing much. He's bitching about trans people. Okay. Oh, nice key thing. It's funny because I have nothing but the darkest, most primordial hate for my existence, but being trans is like the one thing I don't want to kill myself over. What? If someone tells you their name, do you not believe them? Linneo idiot. I just want to address this philosophically real quick, because people say this. I think this started with the brain rot that is Demon Mama, and I think Vosh probably gets it uncritically because he's too much of a coward to take a principal position anymore. When somebody says, how do you know you're a woman? Well, I identify as a woman. And then they say that, well, how would you know somebody's name? Because they identify as a name. These two properties are fundamentally different things. A name is, by definition, the thing which you call yourself. So when somebody says, what's your name? They're asking, what do you call yourself, right? I think in Spanish, that's literally the translation. Como te llamas? It's literally what you call yourself. That's what we're saying in English. We're saying, what do you call yourself? There can't be a wrong answer to that. But if somebody asks, what are you? That's fundamentally a different thing. What is your name is just what you call yourself. What you are, categorically, is going to be different. I can't identify as a 10-year-old because there's a fact of the matter about my age. I mean, you can find out someone's birth rate before age. If somebody asks me, like, how tall are you, right? I can't lie and say I'm 3 feet tall. If somebody asks me, what kind of phone do I have? These things are fact of the matters. Are you a woman or are you a man? Some would argue, I would argue, there's a fact of the matter inside your brain for how your gender identity is structured. There's a fact of the matter there. It's not the same as saying, what is your name? Trying to pretend like that's some type of out is like the most intellectually lazy argument I've ever heard in my entire life. It's just so stupid. Like identifying as a thing, as a different category, is not the same as a response to the question of what do you call yourself?
Okay, hold on.
Is Scalia not a fascist? Scalia is fascist, but okay, Jesus. Destiny, I feel like you should have asked something about Sam. Still thinking Jacob Blake being dead after he misspoke saying the Jacob Blake death. Oh, yeah, maybe. Oh, I could have ridden him hard for that one, because he literally... Good job, Destiny. You managed to give proof that you're not bad faith by showing selective clips in which you were not being that. Those fools who say that you can't prove a negative clearly haven't gotten good like you. You think that maybe if you were being bad faith in general, like you were with the what if alt his debate, there would still be examples of you exceptionally were not so. Like why not just prove it then? Like, show me where I'm... Like, just show me where I'm bad faith. I sent it classy. I can't... Like, look at what you're asking me. Destiny, prove that you're not bad faith. Okay, well, here's like 30 clips of me being not bad faith. You could have been bad faith in everything else. Well, okay, here's every word I've ever said ever. You got me, dude. Here's everything I've said for the past 13 years. Like, what am I supposed to... What am I supposed to say? What am I supposed to do? How can I possibly prove because the problem is when people accuse me of things, I don't have any evidence. There's not even anything I can fight over.
No.
I think you should highlight middle of those calm conversations like the Cedar that you often take the best faith reviews because they're counter positive. David doesn't know a lot about maybe. I don't care about Sam Cedar. I don't even give a fuck at this point. Or I don't care what his impression of the conversation is. In French, you say, I don't know how to pronounce this. I don't know what the fuck is. Which is, how do you call yourself? Destiny blatantly took Lucidus John out of what? Out of context to falsely accuse them of doxing. I don't know what's with this part. Destiny said it was rude, that his code would be forked without contributions. The problem is that I did attempt to contribute, but Cake made it very clear early on when I was stationed with me. No attempt to further contribute. Oh, maybe this came up initially first time. I have to go through Cake's logs. I think when I asked Cake, did anybody make any further contributions to the project, Cake said that they tried to merge one thing and it ended up being shit or something. I think that's what he said initially. But I was there, we were reacting to a Lauren 7 stream and talking about how the BGD orbiters she brought on were doxing themselves live on Lauren 7 in front of her far-right audience. Showing that clip would be like taking a 1-second clip of Vox saying, I hate black people, trying to unironically portray that as his opinion, except Lucidus John has a tiny platform it can't defend himself. Here's a stream where Lucidus John got taken out of context. And then you just link a 4-hour, 20-minute video? I think I linked the video alongside, it's them talking, her mentioning things, and then the guy pointing out in chat like, oh yeah, tell us where you live, where's your job. I guess you could argue that he's joking, maybe? Is that the thing, that it was just a joke? Stock Zoth. Maybe in the debate of what if alt his don't pretend as if the dumb fuck is saying anything worthwhile just because he's debating Vosh. Do you want to come on? Actually, wait, do you want to come on and chat right now from the VGG community? I will talk with any VGGers that want to come on. If you want to come on and chat, I don't think you watched my response to that debate. I know you didn't. Actually, I know you didn't. You've probably only seen other clips that VGGers have shown you because that's how it works in your community. It's the simulacra thing. You're seeing representations of positions that I've never even had. Copies of things that don't exist. Hold on. Somebody's saying, I agree with everything you said except the striker part. I genuinely do not think they were actually trying to dox her. I'm willing to come on. Okay. Even if that wasn't the case, that he wasn't actively trying to, even if that was the case, it's a community that's already gone after trans people's jobs. It's a community where everybody's already signed off on it. It's a community where people have been involved like Doe saying that they could do anything they want to other trans people, like Riley, and it would be fine because they're evil, right? So why would you think that jokingly repeating information about somebody's docs is appropriate. You understand that like I could never do that in my community. That if somebody was talking and people in my chat were like, come on, give me that information. We already know that you went to school in Tennessee. We know right now. Like, you really think that that would be treated as just a joke? Like, I don't buy that. Sorry. Like, I mean, like maybe it's kind of, but there's a ton of misinfo in that document so far, mixed in with some true stuff, and a lot of context left out, a lot. I don't know how many more clips or how many more full videos I can link or how much longer. Like, I feel like I listened to so much and go through. But it's like, I think I predicted this in the beginning. I don't know if I said it option. There are still going to be people, no matter what, saying like, oh, you took things out of context. Oh, you did blah, 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 blah.
Those wait times are so
okay, so if you listen to my old his thing, so he hasn't. If you want, you can go through and listen to it. But my issue, and I said it very
I feel like
clearly
Winston's
from the
just
start.
kind of good on this map.
Wash debate plenty of people. When Wash does well, I'll say he does well.
Yeah,
I've
Winston's
demonstrated.
kind of good at on here.
You're wrong, okay? I think I more than adequately demonstrated multiple times of me being good faith towards Vosh's arguments, okay? Number one. Number two, that my issue with that debate with Vosh and alt history, whatever, is that Vosh clearly didn't have the historical background to engage in an argument with that guy, so he switched modes into trying to find simple contradiction in order to have a debate. That was obvious in that conversation.
I
don't think
that's
anyone
unmuted.
there was bad faith. You can go and watch my reaction to that debate, and I go through every time, I'm like, oh no, Vosh can't engage here, or I don't think Vosh has the necessary history back to engage here. Vosh is only looking for simple contradiction. That's what the rest of the debate would be. That's what the rest of the debate was. I mean, you can go back and watch that if you want. If you think there's a part in that convo where I'm being bad faith in my interpretation, then sure, Amid, Destiny, I'm a huge BGG fan. I will debate you. Join my Discord and join the general chat, and I'll drag you on. Just tell me in this room what your name is. Any of you other guys join it, I'm banning you.
They're pushing ahead. Take them out.
With Destiny, you're not great at history either. True, before I permaban you from my channel. The difference is I don't pretend. The best way to describe it is if the debate was the history version of Vosh's debate with a philosopher, no preparation at all. True. You think Vosh will concede on anything you said on the manifesto? No. This wasn't for Vosh. Vosh is not going to react to or say anything about this at all. He might try to find like one or two things that he feels weakest on, or that he feels that my thing was the lightest on. So maybe like the white nervosis stuff that maybe she did try to do early on one merge. He'll find something like that and go like, oh, he lied about like these two things, and then that'll be his own comment about it probably.
They can't beat me. But try.
What do I say these guys' chat?
No. We're still neck and neck.
What's that? The Voshites. How does the Vosh community do? Then Zoth is doing exactly what we showed examples of, trying to make plans on install. Destiny literally said this thing I described. It has nothing to do with Lesser Destiny. Want to defend your positions is such a grug fucking statement. I mean, if you're gonna attack positions, why would I not want to defend them? Like, you're such a fucking liar, bro. Really? What did I lie about? Asking me why I'm calling you a liar is such a grug W. Is it like, okay. Okay. True, phase.
The enemy's pushing. Let's take it.
Amid, you need to join general lobby, the voice chat, if you're trying to. You and your community will never get the hours you spent on that embarrassing document back, DGG. Well, I got a lot of viewers doing it, so it's worth it for me. One VGG is step
Okay, I'm here. What's up? Okay. Okay, so I'm not really a. I am kind of a fan, but not really. I don't know.
Wait, of who?
Kind of of what? Okay, so just wanted to talk about the Sydney Watson thing, because I think that's like one. I kind of agree with like a lot of what you said about manifesto, but I think the Sydney Watson thing is something that I kind of agree with him on.
You don't think it's a little bit of a bad look to talk about how sad it is that women believe or whatever, etc., 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 and then when a woman gives her story, you're like, oh, that bitch is lying? You don't think that's a little bit?
No, so the problem is that the way she said it, okay, the way she said it was like, she raped me because, and then like the police didn't do anything because she was non-white for like a religious purpose, right? That's kind of what I have an issue with it, right?
You don't think that's at all a possibility? Like, it's totally...
I don't think the police are not catching like Muslims, or not catching Muslims because they're Muslims, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's probably the case, I would believe that. That's probably not going to be generally the case anywhere, sure.
Yeah, so like that's why I kind of issue with her like framing of it. Like,
sure, but I mean, like, I would be the only issue that I would have there is that you probably have to be really careful when you're talking about people framing their sexual assaults and being like, for this particular thing, like, that's just impossible, because that doesn't sound like an impossibility to me. It could be a lie, but.
So okay, so the reason, okay, I get what you're saying, right? I don't think denied the rape, like the actual rape itself. I don't think even I think you have to issue with the actual the way it was the framing of it, right? Because he took it as like an attack on the Muslims, right? But,
sure, I'm just saying that like in a video where you're talking about women making these rape claims and then never being believed, etc., and then
God, I'm
you start
so
laughing
good
out
at
loud,
Reinhardt.
screeching in laughter about how this woman is definitely.
This is why we play this game. First, last 9, terrible. This one
if
game
I wanted to,
actually
and I kind
good.
of like ran out of charity for watching this point. I'm sorry. If I wanted to be ultra hyper charitable, like extending this into 7 different dimensions, I could find a world where like, okay, maybe on factual grounds he does have some loose footing where he could reject her characterization of the incident, even if he doesn't know that that's what really happened. Maybe because like I have to go really, really, really out there to do that, right?
I get that. But it's a bad look, and I don't disagree with it. It's just that, like, I can understand why he would react that way. It's just because like there's so many like awful like claims made by like other people about how like Muslims are taking over the West and like free replacement and how they're like they're raping all the white women and the police aren't doing anything about anything. So I guess like when he heard that, he kind of like a gut reaction. Like, wow, this is like.
Sure, that can be an issue sometimes. But so my complaint has always been that has always been that like I think that far right people push people farther to the left, far left people push people farther right, and so I'm really only familiar with like Swedish stuff. And I'm sure there might be issues in other places where this happens, but it seems like for a long time that there were these claims that certain groups of people were highly predispositioned towards like being more criminal, like they're coming from different areas, but a lot of people didn't want to ever acknowledge this. So I think in Sweden specifically, it's not just but like certain immigrants, especially from places in Northern Africa, tended to be way more highly represented in crime than other places. And when people don't want to address that factual statement, not all Muslims, but people specifically from Northern Africa, Muslims from Northern Africa, when people didn't want to address that as being true or not, and they just say like, well, no, all of that is fake, then I think it makes people in the center and on the right be like, okay, well, hold on, these guys aren't even acknowledging the reality of the situation. It looks like only the conservatives are speaking the truth here, so now we're going to go over in that direction.
Yeah, I get it. Just, I feel like it's being addressed. I think Lunabox, right, making a video about it. I think that it's being addressed. It's just that I just feel like you have to be kind of careful giving credence to rhetoric like that.
Yeah, I agree. I just don't know if like a rape claim is the
time to do that.
Yeah.
No, that's me. Yeah, that's pretty much all I was going to say about that. I'm trying to think what else issue I had. No, I mean that's really it. That was the only thing. That's like the only thing I kind of. I'm like I understand where the way comes from, so I don't completely disagree with you on it. But I can understand. I can kind of side with the thoughts on that one. So I can also be on that one, kind of everything. But yeah, that's really it. And like I think your manifesto is like long and arduous with what to go through. Because I kind of looked forward to it because I came from work and I was like, oh wow, Destiny's manifesto. I want to do that. But yeah, I mean other than that, that's pretty much it.
Destiny, I think it's great how you said Vosh did terribly against you in the last debate and then didn't mention cops versus social workers. This is one of the few debate areas where I think if you don't have the experience, there's literally nothing that I can say that will convince you otherwise. The initial position that I took, that everybody found that was so ridiculous, but I still have, is that there are situations when you're dealing with a mental health crisis where social workers can be more scary to people than cops. I guess I've gotten panned, even in my own audience, people think that that's a ridiculous take. But after that conversation, I mean, I don't know, my audience would know, I've had, what, like 10 different therapists, psychologists, social workers, paramedics, like people that have come up to me to talk to me. Because anytime I give a take or get a big pushback, I'll usually say, like, hey, if I'm wrong on this, email me with your experiences, or hey, somebody come on and chat with me about this, if I'm wrong. And almost every single trained professional that came on echoed basically the exact same thing. That like, yeah, when you're dealing with a mental health crisis or whatever, scary workers can be very, very, very scary. Like, a cop is just a cop. The cop is there to make sure you're not doing like crazy shit. Social worker, if he thinks there's something mentally wrong, will forcibly commit you to an institution. And if you've had that experience one time, your mind will be fucked on, unfortunately, the entire world of therapy. Everything is going to be like a horrible decision. There are also other articles, and actually, I know this from personal experience. If you're doing things and you've got children, social workers are scary because the worst a cop can do is arrest you. But the worst that a social worker can do is kill your kids. And it is so much more frightening, especially in minority communities, impoverished communities, and I didn't know this until we were reading on it, communities of people with disabilities, where those communities are frightened to death because if a social worker says the wrong thing about how you the condition of your kids, if they're not fed enough, they find you amongst them, then you could lose your children. And to a parent, it's infinitely more horrifying than a cop showing up. But I guess I understand because in your guys' worlds, cops are these like violent murder machines. How many times has Wash said, cops just want to do the sickest flip shoot? The vast majority is most people are having no problem with cops. Even most black people have no problem with cops. Even if they have a lot of irritation with them, most people are getting bullied, harassed, murdered, killed by cops. Not. But the idea that every time a social worker shows up, yeah. I know that like people will keep saying in the future, like, oh, Destiny took the L on that one, you're so wrong, blah, 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 blah. But I not only did I feel I was pretty correct when I said it, but all of the people that came on afterwards to talk to me, all the professionals, like hardcore reinforced that belief as well. So, I mean, that's like Destiny, last year on the whole What If Alt Hist video, you spent right about 0 time criticizing the guy who said the definition of postmodernism is liars lying. Yet you spent easily 20 plus minutes on endless minutes on Bosch when What If Alt Hist went Joker mode ignored it. It's triggering left your primary objective, not criticizing decisions. I don't have the educational background to criticize what if all history. It was hard for me to do it. Now, you are incorrect that I didn't criticize him at all because I said that towards the last part of the debate, it did seem like he was becoming unhinged. I'm positive that if you go back and listen, I was saying that in the last debate. Like, it seems like he's like losing it here. He's going to become unhinged. Almost positive I said in the last part of the debate. But if somebody's going to give me their broad characterization of postmodernism, or being able to name and tell me books they've read from like 5 different postmodernist thinkers, like I'm not going to sit here and say, well, they're totally fucking wrong. When my information about postmodernism comes from Wikipedia articles, I'm just not in a position to criticize them. I'm sorry, I don't think Wash is either. But yeah, I don't know what you want. Like, do you think I'm going to sit there like, I think what if all his is totally wrong here about what postmodernism is? Like, I don't say that. I don't know. Like, my understanding is postmodernism, broadly speaking, was like a rejection of modernism, or the idea that society could basically be like neatly structured and organized in certain ways. They fought back against these ideas of like moral progress, these ideas that societies always can be organized or seen through these like grand narrative types of lenses, so things like Marxism. And the postmodernists did a lot to like deconstruct all these different things in society to kind of break down how we do it, like roughly, broadly speaking. But you've got people that are called like postmodernists, like Foucault, I think, who they themselves are like, I'm not a postmodernist, don't tell me what it's. So like, I'm not gonna sit here and like, if somebody's gonna tell me what their perspective is on postmodernism, and they've read a whole bunch of books on it, I'm not gonna say like, actually, you don't know what postmodernism is at all. Like, I can't do that. I just can't. I don't think that's how to do it. I have to prepare a lot for a conversation. Okay. Oh, cool. You guys have points. Interesting. Destiny, what was the point of pointing out how you were on Watch's side against the Oi, not etc. when it was obvious as fuck who was right or wrong? When somebody burned Watch's house down to the brave stand and said it was fucked up. Because usually, if two content creators are fighting and somebody doesn't like either one, they just won't cover it. Like, I don't have to cover anything at all. I just watch their shit. So, like, I don't know. I heard that they were all fighting each other. I hope the lefties still alive. Like, that would have been, if I'm trying to cover it in a way to just like throw shit on both of them, then I'll do that. But I think there are times when I'm obviously right and the other side is obviously wrong, but Wash still was side with me. Like, Wash tried to find a way to side with Prime Kai's and against me in the same like sexual harassment thing, when I think everything I said was right on the money. I think it was correct about basically everything. But Wash still found a way to shit on me in that conversation saying I was a victim. And the victim was Prime Kai. So, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. In all seriousness, anything from the Festa new at all, it just seems like old criticism at this point. That was my main criticism of Festa old content. Well, I just want to like, it's hard because all reference things, people don't believe me, or actually show the same people over. So I just wanted to have like a central place. Like, when I say that Wash mischaracterized me, or his community treats me like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. And then boom, I can just point things. So I just wanted to have like a place where it's all like Wash has sided with you in multiple debates, like with Haas, Hinkle, Professor Wolf, Micro PA, Tinpool, and the canvassing drama. Very rarely. He used to, but as of like the past like year, he's gotten unhinged. I think you can see that most clearly with like the dance stuff. Like, I think if I would have gotten banned like a year and a half ago, Wash would be like, oh yeah, you know, Destiny's crazy, but I don't think he should have been banned. Whereas now it's like, no, Destiny needed to be banned for the hundreds of horrible things that he's done. And it's like, okay, I don't know about that shit. But Destiny. Okay, one of my editors just said, Destiny, the only debates since the breakup that he listed are against Haas and Hinkle. The rest were before the breakup. He was on your side when he watched your debate with Nick Wines on a Russian juice recent. That is true. Although, that was, I mean, it was debating against Fuentes. I don't know if I give him much credit for that, but that is true.
Damn,
but I still think that, I mean, I
lost
feel like I
that.
showed like 30 clips literally. I can find more. Sam DeLaser, join the general room in my Discord and tell me what your name is and I'll drag you in, buddy. Fuck, I don't remember what I was saying. Oh, I still think I've shown enough like clips of him characterizing me in insane ways. Well, Wash doesn't watch that many debates of yours. Okay, here, so I don't know why I said this because he's still gonna lie about me and you guys are gonna still lie about me. But if Wash didn't cover any of my shit, never said anything about me, I wouldn't give a fuck. That's fine. If somebody's like, what do you think about Destiny's debate? And he's like, I don't give a fuck about Destiny. Like, okay, fine, that's fair. But the problem I have is when somebody says like, oh, I don't watch much of Destiny's content, but he's evil, he's transphobic, he engages in rape apologia, he, makes fun of people's suicide attempts, he thinks that any trans person wants to do it through celebrities. I'm like, okay, well, hold on, are you going to engage with my shit or not? Because you can't have this, like, this engagement with the caricature. That's not fair. No one lied about you. Old clips. Wait, what? Okay. VGG were saying that you were a rape apologist while the festa was live. Don't let them get away with it. Oh. Well. Do you think stealthing is rape or not? When Vosh described it as such, you clarified it was stealthing. When you were debating Hans, you referred to it as rape multiple times. When DJJ, but writing here to your attention, because I feel like you were dishonest about that. Stealthing is probably like a form of rape. I don't think I've ever said anything that's different. It would be like lower on the tier of like rapes, but probably. For a variety of reasons, if not for pregnancy reasons, but also because of STD reasons too. You're doing something without the consent of somebody. It would depend on what kind of stealthing we're talking about. If two people say like early in the night, like, hey, if we fuck, we need to have a condom, and then they go to fuck later on, and the guy ends up not putting one on, and the girl doesn't really think about it, and then they afterwards is like, oh my god, you stealthed me. That's gonna be different than like two people are fucking, and the guy in the middle of sex like sneakily takes off the condom and continues. That would be a different thing. Both would probably be bad, but yeah. You said before that it is rape. It shouldn't have the full moral weight of rape. Sure. I mean, it's a bad thing. Like, I've never defended it.
I need to keep this going, and then I'm gonna go to somewhere.
Cis transsexuals have
with
more
more
differences
experience,
of
so I can
pronouns,
try
experience than binary passing medical men who don't. Cis
Actually-
transsexuals. I don't know what that means.
Let's turn lights on.
I don't know what that means. I Ironically, this manifesto is just reaffirming my bias against you, Destiny. Dino Smash are, I think you are actually somebody who's most likely mentally ill. You're one of the moderators of that Uncensored Sony subreddit, which is probably one of the most deranged subreddits I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't know if you're the same guy, but there was another guy who was one of the head mods there, I think, who recently posted on Vosh's subreddit that he was actually like taking a break from the internet because he was dealing with extreme mental illness. I don't know if that was Dino Smash. Was that you, or was that somebody different? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Is this the guy? Oh no, I'm thinking of Progressive Report. That guy was also like hardcore mentally ill, like people that were obsessively posting. It's the guy who was mass reporting during the R Place thing. Wait, Progressive Report or Dino Smash? He was the main guy that made the subreddit? Oh, maybe. I was expecting you to include the Republican claims. You'd be wrong on those too. Republicans are a problem on the U.S. You're constantly downplaying. Is abolishing the Constitution cover anything Republicans want to do? Republicans are a problem in the U.S. What? Do you think that I don't think Republicans are a problem in the U.S.? Do you really think that? On Discord, my name is Lesgo. You're not in general lobby. You need to be in general lobby. Here, Vosh cites your specific tweets about the retarded
Sexually assaulted.
Oh, this is good. He does go through my tweets here. Oh shit, I missed this one.
They're not mature enough to engage in sex.
Oh, at least he does. I guess he did watch them initially here. I guess it's just that when he recalls them, he just recalls them completely and totally incorrectly. I don't know if that's better or worse then. I'm not sure actually now. I don't know if that's a good thing or an even worse thing now. He actually saw the real tweets. Jesus.
I wish
That is wants to talk to you. If I'm waiting for this other guy to do it.
If I was the president.
He doesn't go through all of them? Does he just go through a few? Or
oh, wait, no.
Assaulted, that,
we can't bring this
they're
up.
not mature enough to engage in sex because the way in which they responded
No,
to
stop.
sometimes they can be quite dangerous to tell a man that you're having sex with that you're not happy with something you're doing. This just isn't any guy, right? This guy is already sexually assaulting you. This is a person who's demonstrating through their behavior.
Oh, fuck. I get so irritated by this too because Vosh wants more women to get raped when he says things like this. This is the worst advice in the world, okay? So, real life advice when you guys finally walk out into the world and have sex, okay? Most people that do rapey things are highly non-confrontational. When people are trying to rape you, they are relying on you being as passive and non-confrontational as possible. That's always the goal. For rapey guys, the goal is to just get...
Do I have an expert belt or something? I don't make this go faster. I mean, I
the
need
guy
to...
is starting to like stealth you. If you look down, you notice he's like taking...
Wait, no, I saved
if you
recently.
say, hey, fuck off and don't do
I
it.
didn't close it.
99.9999% of the time, the guy...
I thought I closed it.
When people are saying things like, if you push back against a creepy guy... I don't want to go off in a hole. I want to really get this thing. When people are saying things like, oh yeah, the guy's already doing weird stuff. You know, you can't say anything. It's too scary. It's like, well, hold on. Well, now this is like, you're creating the best world for the creepy raper dude. Because he's relying on you. Because that's usually the goal for people that are being creepy and rapey. Is they're trying to rely on you to never want to put up a fight and never want to start any confrontations. Yeah. Downplaying means you are acting as if they aren't as big problems they actually are. Hey, is abolishing the electoral college still comparable to anything Republicans want to do? Is abolishing the electoral college still comparable to anything? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, I don't know. Is it comparable to anything that Republicans want to do? I don't know what that sentence means. I don't know what that means. Like, Republicans and Democrats want to do a lot of different... I don't even think the Democrats want to abolish the electoral college right now. Not trying to pin you down, but there's any evidence pointing the whole rapey dude is non-confrontational? Ask, since one would think instinctively someone like this would be confrontational. It's not true because, okay, one, I think there was a study showing that when women said something, like a huge percentage of things just stopped. I don't have that offhand. But two, it's just a fundamental misunderstanding of how rapes happen, okay? People think that rapes happen when an incredibly confident guy gets a girl into a compromised position, holds her down, and does the rape. That's not how it happens. Usually it happens by a guy awkwardly pushing further and further and further and further and relying on the discomfort of the woman and her unwillingness to speak up in the situation and her overall, like, discomfort being in that person of the guy to keep pushing until he gets what he wants. That's where most sexual assault or rape comes from. It's not the dark alley rape. It's not the spooky Muslim immigrant rape. It's not the guy so huge you could beat the shit out of me rape. It's usually guys that are like pushy until you're in a spot where you don't really want to say no. That's generally how it works. Yeah. Okay, where's this guy? He's in general lobby. What's the name? Vosh said this exact same thing. He's just an idiot. Well, no, ironically, it's the projection. He's just projecting onto me like the worst thing he can think, even though he knows I don't think that, right? Yeah. Or no, I guess it would be projection there. No, it's not projection. It's like contrarianism. He just wants to disagree with whatever it is I'm saying. Yeah, and invaded the fortress. True. I don't know where the guy is. I'm supposed to drag in. I don't know what his name is. If he's in the general lobby. He said his name is Lesgo. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Destiny.
Hi, how's it going?
Yeah, let me just turn off your stream on my computer because I don't want to get like feedback. So.
Sounds good.
All right, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing okay, just chilling.
All right, I'm not gonna come in here and be like, ooh, don't be mean. I just wanted to talk to you about your manifesto. So, I watched the whole thing, and you're not gonna get any pushback on me that a lot of lefty content creators have been really like extremely disgusting towards you.
Are there any real VGers? Is it just gonna be like...
that's fine. I think a lot of content creators go around and do that. So that kind of like undercuts my position on whether Bosch is
64-51
uncharitable to you, I guess, because he does kind of like by the separation, like kind of defend their takes on you by like the like tweets and blah blah blah. But the past caller that talks to you was talking to you about Sydney Watson's accusation. And my interpretation, I'm going to try to be fair with this, is that Bosch didn't believe her accusation. He didn't.
I think we still have more.
The cops didn't pursue him because he was a Muslim, or he had a Muslim background.
I think I have to kill more.
Would you think that is a fair interpretation?
I have to stay here longer.
Yeah, maybe, but I don't know if that could have been the case or not. It just feels like a really weird place after giving a whole speech about how women aren't believed to say, well, I don't believe this one because of this particular. It seemed like a really weird place to say. There's a world where she could be right.
Do you think, given her background in conservative media and her videos on YouTube, that a lot of them, like I would say, a majority of her early work was really bashing on the refugee crisis and that Muslims are basically taking over Europe and blah blah blah? You don't think there's like maybe some going on? What was the name of that channel? What was the name of the channel?
Yeah, there could be. It's a Jubilee video, I think.
Yeah, Jubilee, which is like they get content creators. Like I think that's not unfair. Maybe his rhetoric was a little misplaced, but
I mean, I'm saying that it could be the case.
God, this
I know
ED
so many
training
people
is
from so many
so
different political facets now that are women that have been raped or sexually assaulted. I would be really hesitant in like.
But again, like I'm saying, he did it. But again, you did agree that he doesn't necessarily think that she wasn't sexually assaulted, just that the cops didn't pursue it because of Muslim background.
Yeah, but again, I don't know. I'm not sure. Did he know all of that background information about her at the time?
Sydney Watson, yeah.
Did he know Sydney Watson everything in the video? I'm trying to remember.
Does he know that Sydney Watson's a content creator, or does he know?
Does he know that was the Sydney Watson in the video, or was it just a random Jubilee thing? I don't remember. If
no, he knew she's on the Blaze. She's with this guy.
Yeah, I know shit. I know.
Yeah, so he knows of her background. You know what? Let me be fair. I suspect he does from the streams that I've watched. He does know who she is, but I could be in the off chance wrong. I think that maybe. Yeah.
One other thing that I would like hesitantly caution people on too, and this sounds bad. I don't mean for it to sound bad, but something that I learned over the past few years is that there are no accidental feelings. Like people feel the way they do about things because of things that have happened to them. Now, I'm not saying this is 100% the case, but there are a lot of people that are like conservatives because some fucking stupid shit has happened to them in the past regarding a thing. Well, it might be the case that Sydney Watson.
Do you mean that? I'm sorry.
It might be the case that she did have that experience, and that's one of the huge things that pushed her towards being conservative. That might be the case. I don't know if that's the case, but it could be. But man, calling it out at the end of that video is a really awkward place to tempt that.
Okay, so you're I guess what you're trying to communicate with me is that like let's say a white woman's walking down the street and a black guy's coming across them and they like grab their purse and they like flinch, and Sydney Watson having that, like, because she said that the cops told her directly, like, hey, we can't go after this guy because he's Muslim. And I don't, and this was in Australia.
Well, I think she said cultural differences, right?
Okay, yeah, but can we guess at the implication, because you even mentioned before I even called that it's not all Muslim North African, so I guess it's easy.
So this is the issue that could potentially happen, right? It could be the case that you go to the police and you say a particular thing and you give like an account of who's there, right? It could be the case that they do say something along the lines of like, well, you know, maybe this type of person thought this, or maybe there was a difference here and you communicated this poorly, therefore, you know, we don't think we can pursue this. That's not within that's not like impossible, right? That could be a thing, right? It could also not be a thing too. She could be lying about it completely, but that's not an impossibility.
I could understand that if it wasn't if the indication was that cultural differences, like we don't know when this happened, you don't have a good description of him, blah blah blah. Like I can understand that, but it was like pointed like cultural difference.
Sure.
Like I can understand if it was like a little vague, but
I'm just saying that's really the way that she decided to represent. But like I could say something along.
Can we play back the clip again, because I don't think it was like I don't know.
Okay, hold on. The problem is that like you're on incredibly shaky ground when you're trying to dismiss something that you have no evidence whatsoever of because of a political ideology, right? Like that's the scary thing. That we're like what we're trying to do now.
But again, he's not dismissing the sexual assault. He's dismissing the claim that they didn't want to pursue it. Right, which is the whole point, right? Because he's saying this was like a Me Too topic.
No, hold on.
I'm sorry, go. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. That's a big part of the issue with sexual assault is the police either not being willing or able to pursue the claims. It's one of the biggest parts of sexual assault. Why it's so difficult to deal with.
Is it common accusations because of cultural differences?
I don't know if it's cultural differences or not, but link me the. Okay, hold on. We'll rewatch the thing, I guess.
You have a whole manifesto with a whole bunch of links more than I do, so.
No, that's fine. All right, I'm rewatching the.
Do I hear it on your stream end, or I mean?
No, I don't think so.
Hold
on. Fuck, I need to do the information gathering first.
Is there anything on this? What's this bitch's name?
Oh, so Vosh actually didn't even know that she was Sydney Watson also before he doubted the story. That's what it sounds like. Hold on.
I don't know. Sydney Watson is a big
cultural differences.
Like she literally works for Glenn Beck.
Sure, but he just might not have recognized her in the Jubilee video. I know who Sydney Watson is, and when I was first shown this video of Vosh, I didn't know that was Sydney Watson in the video. I had no idea. I thought it was some random woman.
I remember watching that show. Now I might be wrong, and but I think chat pointed out that was Sydney Watson, and I don't think it's.
Okay, let me listen for a second. Let me listen.
Women over one's life.
sometimes as high as 1 in 3 or 1 in 2. We just don't know because nobody fucking reports because reports aren't taken seriously. That's what Me Too is about.
You're like, I don't think he's really saying the things like physical, right? But yeah, like because the perpetrator wasn't white, and because he was like, I'm incredibly.
Oh wait, are we being real?
Again, I might be wrong.
Hold on, wait,
Sorry.
What? Bullshit. Are you fucking kidding me? Did she turn her fucking rape confession into how the refugees, fucking Ahmed Muhammad, raped her and the police were like, oh, we can't persecute brown people? Bullshit! Bullshit! In fucking Australia? Bullshit, dude. Is there anything on this? What's this bitch's name? Cultural differences?
Sounds like he doesn't know who she is. But
about 2.6% of the total Australian population. Yeah, you know.
Are you referring to the part where he says who's the biatch's name and he looks for Sydney Watson?
Well, no, he looks for Australia Muslims is what he looks for.
Okay, I guess maybe perhaps he didn't know who she was. The point about Australia, I think, is kind of a good point because Australia didn't accept, I think, any Muslims during the refugee crisis. I think they had a very strong stance. Didn't they send a lot of refugees to an
island? Hold on. Wait. Okay, let's back way up. Okay.
Sorry.
My original claim was that after doing this impassioned speech about how we need to believe women and about how nobody believes in other rapes, to immediately 90-degree into a brick wall and go, this bitch is lying and turning this blah blah blah.
He's lying about.
I'm just saying that's a dramatic change to float on no evidence. Because her story, and I think you'd even be willing to admit this, could be entirely true. You have no idea. And to literally just go into the absolutely fake, and you didn't even know she was like a conservative commentator, that's a...
I don't think we established he didn't know. I think he just didn't know her name. Okay, but okay, I'm granting you that. I want to be totally fair. Okay, so then we disagree. Then the point you're saying is that he was very impassioned about Me Too, and then she says, look, I was sexually assaulted. That he didn't doubt. And then she says, oh, because of cultural differences, they didn't want to pursue it. They said, oh, you lying bitch. Like, oh, what cop does that? But so I just want to make sure your point of contention is his rhetoric then, right? Like being all impassioned about Me Too and then going 180, like, oh, because of political differences, I guess. Oh, you lying bitch. You're lying about cultural differences in the cops. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, it just seems a little bit sweatsy to try to fight on that point. Yeah, when you don't know, you really don't know.
Okay, all right. It's just a disagreement. I guess there's a factual way to agree to disagree. Another thing. I watch your content. I watch Vosh's content. I unironically like to watch different points of views. I even go on Nick Fuentes' stream sometimes to see what crazy shit he's saying. When I watch your videos and you are reviewing Vosh's content, you are quick to point out when he's saying something stupid, when you disagree with something. But something I've noticed is that every time Vosh has a good point or says something insightful or something you agree with, you always kind of give this backhanded comment of, oh, that's because he stole all his takes from me.
Yeah,
which I think undercuts the whole I am charitable with Vosh.
Well, the problem is that for some things he literally has a one-to-one copy pasted. So I
remember that whole thing that he did the graph. Yeah,
of, not just that too, but he's a bit a very poor understanding of normative ethics for me. And anytime he talks about utilitarianism, it's always some really dumb shit that I believed 4 years ago. So I see that popping up from time to time. But I mean, if it's an argument outside of that stuff.
Okay, but what about his Ukraine? What about his Ukraine takes? His foreign policy takes?
I think that all of his imperialism stuff comes from me not being rabidly anti-imperialist because
I understand, but my point is that during the whole Ukraine arc, which I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, you didn't tackle that subject because you self-admittedly said, and I don't know much about it. Me neither. I really didn't know much about Ukraine. But Vosh went into it from day one. And he developed this whole NATO position. He thinks NATO should be stronger. Yeah. Russia's in the wrong. And I remember watching a video of yours while you were discussing it. And he made a good point about the whole NATO situation. And then you said, oh, yeah, that's probably because he stole all of his foreign policy takes from me.
Yeah, so the foreign policy take that I'm relatively unique on, I think for center-left or left people on the internet, is I don't think that the U.S. is insanely negative when it comes to foreign policy and imperialism. I don't think that is the case. And I've never heard any other left-leaning content creator on the internet really have that take, except for Vosh. Everybody else almost ubiquitously shits on NATO, ubiquitously shits on the United States, ubiquitously shits on the CIA. That's almost always what's happening constantly. Maybe Vosh actually did.
And do you think he took that the United States isn't always bad take from you, or did he develop that himself?
He took it from me 1,000,000%, of course.
So okay, all right, then there's that. All right, that's fine. If you think that he took it from you, that's fine. I watched the whole Ukraine thing. I think he.
Oh wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Let me expand a little bit more on that. Somebody taking positions from me isn't a bad thing. Technically, that's what I want people to do. I want people to have my positions. I think they're the best positions. Okay?
But don't you think you kind of
wait. The only reason why I have such a huge problem with Vosh taking my positions is that he's also constantly saying that I'm a fascist, that I'm far right, that I'm transphobic, that I'm crazy. That's my issue. It's like a cultural appropriation thing. If you steal shit from me, but we're chill or whatever, that's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and scream at Irrelevant or Riley or some friend of mine, or we're gonna scream oh, these guys stole my positions. I wouldn't care about that. But if they were shit talking me, calling me fascist, et cetera, and they also were obviously had bit a ton of my philosophical or political positions, oh well, fuck you. Of course he steals me. That's my issue generally.
Okay. The only thing I'm pointing out is that your claim is that, and for the most part, I do agree. When you interact with Vosh's content, you take a charitable, or you try to review it in the most I guess
I
neutral way
don't know which
possible,
one
even
it
though you guys
is.
have a history. My only criticism is that if that was the case, then when he does make a good point, or when he does say something that you generally agree with, I think it kind of like it's like a backhanded way of like taking a shot of how genuine his positions are, or how he has arrived at those positions himself. Because wait, one second. I think you would agree that despite coming from your community, Bosch is better at political understanding than like the average person, right? It's probably why he's a streamer and has so many subscribers. So I think it's kind of unfair to like, and I've noticed I'm trying to be. I've noticed a lot of those times you use that backhanded comment, and me watching it as I wouldn't say a fan, but as a viewer, kind of like takes away from that whole like, look, I'm just reviewing his content. Whenever he says something good, I agree with it, but when he does say something good, he's just taking it from me.
Okay, if he says something good, I usually give him credit. I don't think without undercutting. The only time I'll undercut him is when I think it's things that he's like really obviously something. So usually when it starts talking about philosophy, or usually when he has like this very outlandish like pro-NATO, pro-US take that doesn't seem to coincide with any of his other political positions, but he has this because I think it came from him listening to me talk about foreign politics for so long. Like if anything, I would look at like for instance like his position on Israel-Palestine. I think I was like pretty markedly anti-Israel a while ago when he would have been watching my political stuff. But then I became a little bit more nuanced as I've looked into both sides of the topic more, and I realized it's a little bit more complicated. But he only has that old position that he's gotten from me, so he thought that my new position was like
wait, when is
because
this?
he hadn't watched or engaged with my political content seriously since then. Same thing with like,
I think I got a little lost. I'm a little slow. So your past position with Israel Palestine is that Israel was shit and they were doing horrible shit, and now you graduated from Israel to shit to like, hey, it's more nuanced than that. Vosh's position before with the whole glass Israel thing, I think we could I think we can know what his position was back then. Do you think he's changed his position to a more nuanced take now?
I don't think any of his political positions have grown. I think he's stagnated over the past year or two. I don't think he's grown or researched much on anything.
At all?
Yeah, I think he's devolved quite
a bit. Can you be a little more specific?
Yeah, like the Vosh 1.5 to 2 years ago seemed like somebody that could critically engage on points with like critical points of disagreement. So we might argue about something, and he'll have like a way to like I can tell that there's some sort of internal metric there or internal rubric by which he's evaluating beliefs and statements, and then that's kind of what I'm arguing with. Nowadays, I think he's just a
okay. But can I get like specifics though, like any specific positions?
Sure. So specifically, like 2 or 3 years ago, when we would argue about stuff relating to I think relating to co-ops, he'd have positions that I disagree with. We would argue about it. We listen to some things on stream when we argue about like what poor people, like the type of rhetoric we use or that, right? Like these are arguments where we would disagree, but he would have like good points to disagree with. But more recently, his points are just going to be like these ultra soy, like I can print all of his statements because it's just whatever I would expect his political ideology to support at the time. So
I don't want to stop.
Wait, let me finish. Okay.
Well, no, I'm sorry. Okay.
You keep cutting me off and then you talk about, yeah, let me just finish. Okay. Anything today that he's talking about like relating to Republicans, for instance, you could probably just print him saying something like, oh, like Republicans are evil, or like all these people are fascist. Like I don't think of Vosh like 2 or 3 years ago would have been saying like Scalia and Bush are fascists and then not know anything about the Florida election. Like he had no idea about anything related to it. Like, oh, that's kind of weird that you're so hung up on this, but you don't even remember any specifics about it. Like that just seems kind of weird. That's something that like new Vosh would do that old Vosh wouldn't do, I don't think.
Can I go? Yeah. All right. So
wait, where does it say it? It says it here.
I didn't catch that whole arc. From what I understood is something about the Chad ballots. You had the guys had a disagreement on a panel.
He was just saying that Bush stole the election like a fascist, basically.
That he stole the election. I wouldn't say. Okay, and I would have to rewatch that.
Sure.
Okay, so as far as that goes, I really can't speak to that. So I want to go towards the point you make that you think Vosh was, I guess, more introspective 2 years ago. Like, is that what you're saying? Like
yeah, he would have good points. Like the Vosh 2 years ago wouldn't say like Rittenhouse opened fire at a crowd of 60 people. He would at least know the
why it's here. Where is it?
Whatever crazy shit he wants to talk about. Like, I think the Vosh of 2 or 3 years ago would have done that.
Calendar.
And Vosh's Rittenhouse take was that he shot into a crowd of 60 people.
I think it was. Hopefully not mischaracterized, but I think he said as much that he was probably a white supremacist. I think he made that claim, and then he said that like yeah, he's like blindly open firing into crowds of people, or he was shooting rounds of people from 60 yards away. He said something to that effect. You go back and watch it. It was something like that.
Because my recollection was that. And this is very vague recollection is that the kid was dumb, and what he was doing was he was too involved with militias, which after the evidence I guess we could argue that, but that legally self-defense was a valid ruling, right? Did he ever question that Rittenhouse didn't act in self-defense?
The problem wasn't that, it was just that he didn't know anything about what he was talking about, but he'd already formed a really hardcore opinion about it. Like we started watching like videos together on stream, and then he would walk back what he was saying because he had really strong opinions about it before even seeing.
Is this you're talking about the debate that you guys do?
Yeah, I think this might have been. He might have moved to the self-defense thing legally after our debate. Before then, he was on some wild shit, saying some crazy stuff. The position you just gave was.
So he changed his position.
Yeah, after we had an argument about it, in which I guess he got confronted with every fact that he was wrong about.
But okay, so I don't want to sound like a dick here. Make it sound like a gotcha. I'm on the phone real quick. So that does sound like a little introspection, right? Like he was wrong about that position, and it's developed.
The thing was that initially he attacked me, and his whole community attacked me as a white nationalist apologizer because I disagreed with him initially, and then slowly over the years, and then post verdict, he came around to like.
Wasn't it?
I don't know. I don't think he ever said at the time that it could have been self-defense. I don't think he admitted that until after the trial was over.
Wasn't the huge white nationalist thing was because of your infamous comment, which I understand it was a part of a broader conversation of dipshit protesters, militias, whatever. They have my blessing.
Sure, none of this is completely white nationalism, though.
Well, I guess maybe I'm a little slow. Okay.
And also, I think that comment was afterwards. I was in a debate with Vivian that I think happened afterwards, but.
It happened afterwards?
I think so. I think that was a debate I had with Vivian afterwards.
I thought the debate was. Okay, I misremember. Another thing. What would you say is out of all the bad things that Vosh has said about you that you feel are unfair? Which would you say is like out of all the clips? Which one would you say is the absolute top worst?
I don't know if I could say like top worst, but my issue is just that he doesn't ever deal with my positions.
Oh my god, we found it, boys.
Instead of saying like I think Destiny's wrong about trans women being able to compete with cis women in sports, he'll just say I'm transphobic and hate trans people. Like that's my issue, is that he never engages with like the material or the substance of what I'm going to say. He definitely doesn't extract like a Steelman version of it, which is what I usually do for him. But instead he will just mischaracterize me as a demon and then say dumb shit like, oh, Destiny thinks all poor people should move out of all the cities. How dumb is that? Like, okay, yeah, that would be really stupid.
I see that fair. Or
saying I've engaged in like rape apologia over and over and over and over again.
Well, this is going to be into the whole debate of how I think you acted in that, and I don't want to debate you on that. I think forget it. I don't want the whole clip with what's his name, Haz of Hakir, I think it was Hans. Yeah, Hans. Yeah, but where we were talking about it, and then the girl made the tweet while you guys were having a discussion live, saying that I have literally told them to stop, and they just rate me harder.
Hold on. If you want to take issue with the things that I find
I'm not
funny,
trying to attack
real quick. No, I understand. But because this gets thrown at me so much, okay? Maybe I have a bad sense of humor. But when somebody says, I said no to this guy and he just raped me harder, that phrasing sounds like a fucking like Adult Swim skit, okay? It's a dark comedy, really funny fucking way to phrase that. Now, I understand that it's not a joke, or I'm assuming the person didn't mean it as a joke, but that phrase is just very fucking funny to me. I'm sorry. It's like somebody killing you.
I don't know. I think you pointing out that Bosch was being like very, I guess, with the whole Sydney Watson thing, and then when a girl is live tweeting you, telling you that, and then you like laughing.
Yeah, but hold on. I didn't doubt her story. I didn't say that like, oh, I think she's making this up. I think I even said, I might have, I don't remember, but I think I even said I was like, okay, hold on, you shouldn't laugh at this, or maybe that was in reference to Hans. But like, it was just the phrasing was very funny.
No, but Hans literally said like, dude, come on, and you're like, oh no, shut the fuck up, dude. This is like, I remember that clip because I thought that clip was pretty egregious. I guess I understand that you're like, okay, it was funny, but even when Hans was been like, dude, like, no, like seriously, like, you kind of went a little harder than that. I just think that. And
if I went harder, it wasn't doubting her story. It was the idea that you should never give pushback to people that are being sexually creepy. That is an incredibly damaging thought. It shouldn't be spread anywhere. People talking about that shouldn't be allowed to talk about sexual assault online because you're creating rape victims. That was my issue.
Yeah, but I think the most of the point was that it not that it's the correct thing to do to not push back on people that are being inappropriate, is that it's very scary for a woman to do that out of fear of escalating violence.
No, hold on. You're dead wrong. Okay, sorry, hold on. The issue wasn't...
I think what that was the conversation was about. I think that was what the conversation was about.
You're dead wrong. The problem was that the phrasing of her tweet implied that a woman should never push back. That's the issue that I had.
Because she said, stop doing this to me?
Because she said, when I told him to stop doing this, it just made him do it harder. That's the implication. It would be like me saying that, like, it'd be like me saying, like, I can't even think of an example right now. But me giving a really bad piece of advice because I tried to do something once and it didn't work out well, and it just made things worse for me. Like, I wore my seatbelt when I was driving home once, and I got into an accident, it got me even more injured because it hurt my stomach, right?
Do you think when she said, I tried to do that, but he just raped me harder, she was giving, like, general, like, I guess advice of, like, hey, if that's happening, don't say anything, just let it happen. I'm trying to understand the point correctly.
Yeah, I think that
she's advocating for it.
Not just on that one particular tweet, but then the whole conversation that was occurring around it, and with what she'd said earlier. Yeah, she was giving the implication that saying something is a waste of time because they're just going to do it anyway. That was the impression that I was getting from all her tweets. Yes.
I didn't get the impression that she was making a broader claim of like, hey, if you're getting stealthed or you're getting raped, just let it happen. Don't say anything.
Wait, does anybody have the original tweets? We can just look.
It's dumb. Do we have a July? Nope.
This is a Strategist, episode 999.99. My name is Zane Belcher. With me, as always, Corey Hogan, Stephen Carter. Guys, how are you? Stephen, how is it in your last minutes being a free man? Now, the listeners may not be able to hear it, but Corey and I, just before we went on, could hear those sirens getting very loud outside your house.
Those were firefighters. They're coming to see my wife, I think. What's going on? Heather grows tired of me every day, and is auditioning the new talent, shall we say? So
Why do you have to make it weird right away? Why does
Yeah,
it have
we
to
didn't
be
need that.
just extremely
Hold on.
awkward
Let
right
me-
off the bat?
Let me tell you right now, I apologize. I'm just asking you guys, please do not Patrick Brown me. So keep me in the race, guys. Keep me in the race, please.
Breaking news.
Oh,
Way to
Yeah,
break the
Carter,
news here.
Carter, do you want to break the news? We have breaking news off the top. And that breaking news, Carter, of course, is that Flair Airlines has signed a multi-year partnership as the official airline of the Canadian Elite Basketball League. Carter, that is quite a announcement by Flair Airlines.
Sure
Carter,
is,
this is,
sure
of course,
is.
to remind the new listeners to the podcast, first of all, welcome. Secondly, our sponsor, Flair Airlines.
Not our sponsor.
Yeah, not our sponsor. Carter, our sponsor is now broadening their wings, maybe expanding the wings of one of their very, very poor airlines, now getting into basketball, which is another hot topic on this podcast as well, Carter.
Well, let me tell you something. There's no confirmation yet, but I am told the reason why Patrick Brown has been Patrick Brown, he accepted a sponsorship from Flair Airlines, and that's why he couldn't get his campaign up in the air.
Listen, I mean, come on, Carter. Your attempts to try to connect everything to the next thing, while honorable, are misfiring. That
was pretty
Speaking
fantastic.
of misfiring, Corey, Flair Airlines, they have, they are sponsoring the Canadian Elite Basketball League, and you listen, we rarely fulfill our sponsorship obligations on this show, but I have one piece of strategic advice. Hear me out, Corey. Okay?
Yeah.
A dunk contest with all the white guys 6 foot and under in the Canadian Elite Basketball League, which I assume is the majority of the players on this, sponsored by Flair Airlines. Just think of this. Just medium-sized glasses of milk trying to touch the rim, sponsored by Flair Airlines. I feel like I would pay to see that. I would pay to see that, and I think they need to do it, Corey.
I think under 6 feet dunk contest is something that I could get behind. I don't know why you need to make it,
I need to make it racial. I do need to make it racial. Speaking of making it racial, Carter, Patrick Brown.
Yeah.
He is white, but his Brown is his last name.
Yeah.
Just so people are clear. This is a audio medium.
Yeah.
Some people might think Patrick Brown is brown. I want to correct that. Patrick Brown is white. He tried to get a lot of brown people to buy membership for him. Carter, we are now learning through an email by Ian Brody. I'm going to just pull it up here.
Yeah.
This was an email literally sent moments ago to the Conservative Party membership. And I do want to discuss this breaking news, if I can call it that. And I'm just going to try to find it
breaking
here.
news.
And I don't have it. Oh, well, it is breaking news. Okay, so
you want me to read it to you?
Ian Brody, chair of the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. Carter, do you want me to read this, or do you want to do a cold read for the listeners?
I think you should do it. You've got that radio voice that turns me on.
Here we go. In recent weeks, our party became aware of serious allegations of wrongdoing by the Patrick Brown campaign that appeared to violate the financial provisions of the Canada Elections Act. Following our rules and procedures for the 2022 leadership, the chief returning officer notified the Patrick Brown campaign of the allegations and asked for a written response. He also withheld the interim membership list from the Patrick Brown campaign. The information provided to date by the Brown campaign did not satisfy the concerns about their compliance with our rules and procedures and or the Canada Elections Act. The chief returning officer has therefore recommended to the LEOC. Corey, what's the LEOC? Just for folks that do not know.
I assume it stands for Leadership Election Organizing Committee or something. To that
Yeah, okay, that's
effect.
what I thought. I thought you'd know it. Okay, that the LEOC disqualify Patrick Brown, and earlier tonight, the LEOC has agreed to do so. The party will be sharing the information as gathered with Elections Canada, who is responsible for ensuring compliance with and enforcement of the Canada Elections Act. One more paragraph here. Throughout the investigation into the allegations, the chief returning officer and I, this is Ian Brody speaking, have done our best to be fair to the Brown leadership campaign and provide them with the time they need to substantively refute these allegations. We regret having to take these steps, but we have an obligation to ensure that both our party's rules and federal law are respected by all candidates and campaign teams. None of the problems has any impact on so that none of these problems has any impact on the integrity of the vote itself. While we felt it's important to be transparent to respond to party members about this matter because it's an issue now subject to further investigation, we will not be speaking further on this subject. Carter, that's the brunt of it. That's what we know literally as of 10 minutes ago. This email hit many inboxes across the country. Well, 675,000 at least, one would say. We'll get to that in a second. But Carter, your initial thoughts when you hear this?
This is big. I mean, even Jason Kenney didn't get expelled from the leaderships that he cheated in. So this is a significant step forward for the Conservative Party. First of all, I think that the big issue here is that it has to do with financial information or financial structure. There's a lot of different things that you can get away with in the leadership, but you cannot get away from the financial structures that are being placed over you by the Elections Act and by the Elections Canada Commissioner. That is essential. You can't screw around with those. And the party's also kind of on the hook for that. Not necessarily that they're going to get fined, but it is a lot of these donations are processed through the parties themselves. So this is big news. I don't remember, Corey. You've got a better memory than I, but I don't remember the last time we saw an actual candidate, let alone one that's in the top 3 of a leadership race, get tossed out at this late date or at all, really. I mean, I can't think of anyone.
A DQ, as we call it, Corey. A DQ for Patrick Brown.
Yeah, to Carter's point, I can't think of a time, and that might just be my memory failing me, but it's definitely a highly irregular set of events here. And so, to get an email, if you're a party member at 9 o'clock Mountain Time, almost midnight if you're in the Eastern Time Zone, and it just sort of drops this on you. This LEOC has made this decision, doesn't even explain the acronym side, right? That seems like a bit of a hasty email. That's a party wanted to get it out quick to try to get ahead of things and frame things. I have so many questions. I'm sure you both do. I'm sure we'll know a lot more, and perhaps by the time people are listening to this tomorrow morning, because you all listen first thing in the morning, I'm sure, maybe there will be some answers. But the nature of the wrongdoings, the fact that there were allegations and the response was not satisfactory. So what was the level of evidence here? Because it does sort of seem like the onus was then put on the Brown campaign rather than the onus being on the accuser, right? I wonder about that. I have many questions about that. There is no doubt going to be all sorts of suggestions that this was done to disadvantage one candidate or another. But let's set that aside for a minute. What happens to the memberships associated with the Brown campaign? Do they all remain intact? Or that 675,000 number going to be coming down a bit here? We know there was a vote. I just I don't know. I could build longer and longer lists here, but this is pretty shocking news to drop at such a late hour, and you can kind of feel the sweat in the party.
Yeah, you can certainly feel it. I think that's right, Corey. And of course, one of the classic leadership controversies, tactics, if I can call it, that has been criticized is the bulk membership purchases, right? So there's already speculation. Is this related to that, right? Is this related to, folks not paying for their memberships? If you recall earlier in the campaign, there was a call out by one of the campaigns, I forget which one in the leadership, regarding credit cards and multiple memberships on singular credit cards and trying to rectify that. Is this related to that? We don't know. But we do know a couple of things in terms of impact, Carter. And one of the things I think we do know, and I'm trying to debate whether to start with the outcome or the process. Maybe let me start with the process question that I find fascinating. And it may not be exactly what you think. Michelle Rempel Garner leaving this campaign, and the campaign manager of the Patrick Brown campaign
there we go.
leaving while they probably clearly knew this was going on. Strategic, or
this is what I want to talk
so
about.
happens
Nope,
case,
strategic.
Carter, in your mind,
I'm
now
calling it.
knowing a little bit more of the fact base, certainly not the entire fact base. Talk to me about that. How you feel about
strategic.
That, that.
Let me tell you, I'm generally not a conspiracy theorist. I tend to lean towards incompetence and coincidence much more than the average conspiracy theorist. But this does make you ask the question, right? Like, how does it happen that Sean and Michelle both leave 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, and then disappear into the woodwork? I mean, if they know this is coming, this could be an easy way out for them. But I also have a tremendous amount of time for Sean Snow, who works a lot with Michelle and was the Patrick Brown campaign manager. I do not know him to be someone who skirts the rules. So I will be very intrigued to see if this is in fact the case, and not only if this is the case, but who gets hung out to dry. Because the other way is, if you're not there to protect yourself. So Sean and Michelle, they are not there to write the history books.
That's an interesting point, Carter. If you're not there to protect yourself in some way either. Corey, do you want to jump in on this particular process point? I'm sure there's a dozen we can tackle, but this one sticks out to me.
Yeah, I don't know if I 100% agree with that. They're not there to protect themselves. I think a better way to put that would be if they're not there, the need to sort of hang with them is much lower. I mean, Michelle Rempel-Garner can say whatever she wants from outside the campaign. She's still got a megaphone. She's still an MP. One of the things I was thinking about when I was reading that email from Ian Brody that said something along the lines of the answers have not been satisfactory to date. There is kind of a, let me throw a different version of this at you.
Sure.
Their campaign leadership all quit. It's not actually a bit of a surprise to me if they actually could legitimately not resolve and answer basic questions of the LEOC. So, well, I don't think that's actually what happened here.
Sorry, Corey, just so I'm clear, do you mean just by the fact that like a lot of people left and now the people who were there weren't there to answer the questions? Are you just talking about like the Occam's razor sort of thing?
Well, this is not. I mean, Occam's razor is they got caught cheating.
Yeah.
Out,
okay.
Right.
Fair.
But what I'm saying is, imagine a scenario where that was not the case. Imagine a scenario where the LEOC reaches out and asks for a bunch of information of campaign leadership that's not there anymore, and a bunch of second stringers have to put their best guesses of the answers together, and then submit them to Ian Brody, who very sharply looks at them and looks back with his experience as a chief of staff and his even greater experience of being a professor at the University of Calgary, and says, hey, none of this passes any kind of muster, and then they go down. I mean, I don't think that's what happened, but let's just say if the Brown campaign truly could not get their act together to answer questions that they may have had answers to, looking at the leadership bail and when they did will probably have to be considered part of that equation.
Carter, I want to talk about outcome. There's so many process questions. We'll address all of them as we get more details. Is this a pure Polyev first ballot victory now? Like, is this just slam dunk city? Like, is pure Polyev just going to make more videos of touching wood because he can now?
Yeah.
Because there's nothing to lose and he's got this?
It's time for me to step in and save the country. Pierre Polyev is going to win this on the first round. He's going to win it in a dominating fashion. I unequivocally predict first ballot victory for him in September. So
68.
There it is. I predicted it, and all we can hope for is that it just doesn't come true.
These are the scars of an axe, the scars of a lumberjack, the wood of a lumberjack's scars. This wood is.
I had to live through it once. Don't make me live through it twice.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Corey, is this slam dunk city for Pierre Polyev? And let me get more specific. Let me get strategic. How does he act? How is he supposed to act now? Is this just a simple let this process roll out, or is this guy can't help himself? Will give a giant fuck you as Patrick Brown exits stage right.
I suspect he won't be able to help himself, but what he should be doing is saying, my goodness, how very shocking. That's the LEOC. It's not my decision to make. I don't want to get involved. I want a clean race. That's all any of us want. And it sounds like there were some, not just allegations, but substantiated allegations. And the party can't have that. We don't need what the Liberals have provided for the past 7 years. We need a conservative government that can be principled, follow the rules. Pivot back to kind of the bigger fight with Trudeau, maybe, but don't swing hard at these things. I suspect he won't do that. I suspect he'll go hard on it. But listen, back it all up. If the membership doesn't change, then there is obviously not Patrick Brown to vote for. So maybe you don't mark the one, so you never get the two. If, for example, you're Jean Charest. But in theory, at least, the voter universe did not change with today's news, and there is a universe
as far as we know.
Well, as far as we know. That could change still further. But if it stays the same, it's not impossible to imagine a very angry Patrick Brown going on the offensive. He's obviously been attacked by scandal before. He has sort of quote-unquote learned that going on the offensive works for him. I think that I will not go into a bit of a like a tailspin on why I think Patrick Brown is maybe not the greatest dude in the world on some of that stuff there. But he goes on the offensive. If he riles up the people who are going to vote for him and they just become more motivated by this, and they vote against what they see as the interest for, of the Polyev campaign, or if there's any kind of suggestion that this is what this is all about, the party putting its thumb on the scale, well, then maybe not enough.
This is a cope. I
Look,
don't think this is ever
it's
actually
hard
like.
to say because I always thought that Pierre Polyev was in the pole position here, but if he wasn't, he might still not be after tonight.
Well, Carter, this Corey brings an interesting point to the table, which is at least how I extrapolate it. Patrick Brown's response here might be even devoid of what happened. He knows what happened, or he knows what the allegations are, but his response might be the same, which is, to Corey's point, to fight, to be loud about it. And what are you thinking he's going to do, and what should he do? What should Patrick Brown do from a purely reputational perspective here? Let's say the allegations, I don't want to make them up, but let's say they're in the neighborhood of kind of what we think, triangulating financial and membership and structure. We know that's in that ballpark. Let's say, Patrick Brown also has that awareness. What do you think he's going to do, and what should he do?
He should launch a campaign immediately. Every day for the next 4 weeks is going to be demanding, to show the evidence against him. He will bring it all out, trot out what is being alleged of him, whether that's the fullness or not. The Conservative Party has made it very clear they're not going to talk to it. So Patrick Brown should talk to it. He should show everybody exactly what's there. He should push out the information. He should demand accountability from the leadership, the LEOC, the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. He should demand resignations of that committee. He should point out that this obviously impacts the campaign tremendously and advantages only one candidate. This is not the LEOC's job to come in and marshal this type of error or mistake or crime. This is Elections Canada's job. So what the hell are they doing? Why are they even into this? Because they're the ones interpreting the rules. The Elections Canada is interpreting the rules. Look at Jason Kenney, broke the rules all over the place. He still was premier for 3.5 years. So why does this need to happen? I would go totally on the offensive. I would be pushing back on everything that I could possibly push back on, because the truth of the matter is, if he sold 150,000 memberships, those are 150,000 people that aren't voting. There is very little to motivate someone to vote for someone who's not in the race. So you got to get back in the race, or you got to get them so angry that you say you got to vote for. This was obviously to promote Pierre Polyev. This is obviously what this move is about. With me out of the race, now all of a sudden Pierre Polyev can walk to victory. That's why they did it. Here's all my evidence that shows that this is bullshit. And I'd use words like bullshit. I would jump in hard. I'd make sure that I'm getting covered in the nightly news for my anger as much as I am for my defense.
Fighterleaderwinner.ca, just so you know, that is his view. In case anyone wants to know. Corey, hold on. You know who else is having a conversation? I can guarantee you this. I know nothing with more certainty in my life than there are between 3 to 10 people right now in the Jean Charest campaign that are having a conversation. And what they see tonight, Corey, is it a mirage or is it a real opportunity for them? How do you sense it? Let's say you assume the voter universe stays the same. Is this real or is this a mirage for Jean Charest?
It's not an opportunity. I don't think anybody in that conversation
Okay, here we are. Oopsie. The audio bitrate is lower than whatever we recommend each channel. Okay, don't care. I don't care. Back to this podcast.
Is saying this is an opportunity. I think, if anything, the conversation's more, oh, fuck. Well, there goes a narrow path to victory here because, to Carter's point, it makes the people who were going to vote for Brown less likely to vote for Brown. It means there'll be no
To show
Brown
up,
get
yep.
out the vote, right? Unless they decided to continue that in some way, shape, or form and drive it towards Charest. And also, you don't want to be in the Charest camp and go hard yourself after the party because you don't know the facts. And if something is just dropped and it's irrefutable, you could look pretty foolish at that point too. And looking foolish is not your brand, or it's not supposed to be your brand if you're the seasoned, experienced John Charest.
Carter, the
So-
seasoned, experienced John Charest. What is he thinking about, Carter? What do you think?
Finding.
Oh, shit. If you're the seasoned experienced John Dre, you probably just want to die.
You know, I mean, the fact that they're keeping Pierre.
So you agree with Corey? There's no opportunity in this.
No, you got to go after Pierre. It's all about Pierre. I mean, the fact that they're keeping Pierre Polyev after all the outlandish and crazy things that he said and tossing Brown might be one way of going after it. You know, what are the rules? I'm sure there's a rule in there that says you cannot embarrass the party. That is one of the primary rules that usually is brought forward in a leadership committee. I would be, if I was John Charest, saying, here's the rule, here's the embarrassing element, here's the rule, here's where Pierre Polyev has broken it, and just keep pushing on that because now that they've eliminated one candidate, basically Charest's only chance for victory is that they eliminate another.
We're going to leave that there. That, of course, brought to us by our sponsor, Flair Airlines. Flair Airlines come down to our level.
Sponsor.
No, I'm kidding, Corey. It's not brought to us by Flair Airlines. Why would it be? They're not our sponsor. But do you know who is? The Patrick Brown Calgary Stampede Barbecue Meet and Greet. That was the sponsor of that segment. That, of course, is happening Saturday, July 9th from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This is at the Don Hartman Northeast Sportsplex. Now, this is literally 3 blocks away from where my parents live. RSVP by July 8th. So you have some time, folks. If you do want to meet Patrick Brown, he will be at his Patrick Brown Calgary Stampede Barbecue Meet and Greet at the Don Hartman Northeast Sportsplex. I think
I'll be there.
He may need a stand-in by the time he gets there, but worry not, Carter. You guys all look the same to us. It doesn't matter. Carter,
Yeah.
do you want to be Patrick Brown for a day?
I think Corey should do it. Corey looks more like Patrick Brown. I look more like
That's
Charest
true.
if I
Corey-
put a wig on. So that's what my goal is going to be.
Well, that's excellent. I look forward to that meeting and that greeting. Let's move it on to our first segment. Our first segment, Corey, it's the strategy scale. We are here. We've got a bunch of stuff to talk about. The Patrick Brown stuff was not regularly scheduled programming, but I do want to talk about some things that emerged in the week with our strategy scale. Here's how it works. You give me between a 1 to 10 on how well this strategy either performed, if you would rate it, if you would use it, and you tell me why you gave it that score, what could make it better. Corey, I'm going to start with you because I feel like Carter talked a lot that last segment. That's just his thing. He talks a lot. Corey, former Saskatchewan Premier Brad Wall gave strategic advice to key convoy organizer. The former premier was in contact with the key organizer of the Freedom Convoy anti-mandate protest, providing strategic advice through text messages, phone calls. Quote, your group will likely be provoked by counter-protesters, and it is important that they don't take the bait, he said in a text message. Also, it's really important that any of those who are trying to hitch their wagon to the convoy with ulterior motives in off messages, especially the racist stuff, be openly and roundly condemned. He gave advice to how to position, how to declare victory, what ideal headlines would be in the newspaper, so to speak. Corey, on a strategy scale of 1 to 10, 1 being Brad Wall is fucked from future political office, period, 10 being this is actually great for Brad Wall, where do you rate this?
I would put it at an 8, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, yeah, I think it's okay as well. Actually,
You
kind
understand
of.
the scale. 1 means Brad Wall is fucked from future political office.
Yes, I do.
I think it's actually kind of
So
good.
First of all,
Because the way the
do you
party's
see any
heading,
evidence, Zane Velji, that association with these people is disqualifying? in
the way the
terms of
party's
social
heading, I think they'd
service?
be like
Do you?
supportive of that.
I'm just here to ask the questions. You know,
Okay.
I'm
Well,
just here to ask the questions. I know you're looking for someone to shadow box with.
It
That's what
isn't
Carter's
today.
here for.
It
Okay?
isn't today.
He's this.
It isn't today, but it should be, and it will be in the future.
I'm not done.
See, this is Carter's point is interesting.
And the
The
reason
historical.
why doesn't
I think it
matter.
will be. I think
I
it'll
will.
just be good,
And
like
the reason
instantly.
why I think that it actually leads pretty highly the other way is because it's good advice. Yeah, like the one thing that I was really struck by when I read Brad Wall's text is his advice is solid the entire way through. But at least the text messages I saw. Yeah, you should roundly condemn the racists. Yeah, you will try to be provoked. Yeah, you should have just declared victory and left when you had the opportunity.
On the provincial mandates. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Uh, in fact, that advice to declare victory and leave is the exact advice we gave on this podcast. So I don't think I could say otherwise.
No, and it's the exact same advice I repeated after I heard it on this podcast on the CBC, Corey. So I found a couple of homes, which I assume is where he got it from.
Obviously.
Carter says conspiracy. Corey, I'll let you keep going.
Well, and so it's good advice. And while we might find the individual he's talking to and the cause he's associating with onerous, it doesn't seem to be disqualifying. And if you disqualify people based on their interactions with the convoy, you're going to be disqualifying the majority of the current conservative caucus. So, yeah, maybe in the future things change. Maybe the pendulum shifts. They will find a way to scrub this all. And by the way, Brad Wall will be at the front of that list because he'll be able to point to evidence he told them to condemn the racists. He'll point to evidence he told them to go home.
I think this is a good thing for him. Yeah, I agree.
Has he persuaded you? It seems like you're not there. You might be there yourself.
No,
but
I
has
don't
he
like Brad
persuaded you
Wall.
from what I assume is a lower?
I don't
Okay,
like
well
Brad
maybe
Wall.
put that aside.
Dick.
Put that aside.
And on top of that, he, I think it's when you're reaching out to advise the convoy.
Who is this guy? I've never heard of him.
It should be disqualifying for Pierre Polyev. I think it should be disqualifying for Barber. That they are supporting this group. I think it should be disqualifying for Candice Bergen. All of these people should be. This convoy was advocating to have the prime minister essentially lynched. Oh, it's only the bad elements. You know what? They took over Ottawa. They embraced the bad elements. They decided that the racism was okay. They decided that the violence was okay. They decided that they wanted to go back. They're back there again this weekend. This should be disqualifying, and you don't reach out to someone and offer good advice to bad people. We were doing it on a podcast. It's a little different than texting the organizers and saying, hey, you know what? Here's what I think you really should do. This is bad.
Wait, you don't think the
move by a
organizer
bad
watches the
person.
strategist?
And that's just not going to change my opinion about Brad Wall. That's for damn sure.
And what does that equate to numerically, Carter? This is the strategy scale.
It's an F.
On the scale part of the strategy scale, what is it?
An F.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, you know what? I got that. That actually translates. Stephen Carter, 675,000. That seems like the number for the Conservative Party of Canada. Their membership list, of course. Tonight's message to members, tonight's activity could change that number, but 675,000. From the perspective of the Liberals, how fucked are they on that scale to 1 to 10, Carter? 1 being, this is not a big deal at all. 10 being hyper fuckery. This is actually not great news. 1 could easily be justified as, this is party membership. Okay, they're motivated. That doesn't actually mean anything. 10 could be, listen, this
While
is
I'm talking,
we
Corey's
actually need
gonna-
to look at this seriously.
While I'm talking, Corey's going to Google how many memberships were available in the 2012 or 13 race for Justin Trudeau. But this is worrying.
73.
This is a big number. I mean, I don't remember exactly how many people voted for the Conservative Party, but I think it's somewhere around 5 or 6 million people.
73.58.
You basically 10% of your membership, 10% of your vote is now your membership. That is a big base to build from. Now they just threw away 150,000, but even then, I believe this is. One
I
of
think
the
we still have
largest
more
memberships for a
EVs to gain.
leadership ever, by almost 2 times.
Are we like
Corey will
there?
correct me, of course, if I'm wrong here in just a few moments, but.
Yeah, we
this
literally
is
probably have like
this
one
is
more
a
level.
Big number, and I think that it should be scary.
All right, let's just
because at
close
the end
that
of
then,
the
then go
day,
be Mill
a
Tank.
large portion of those memberships were sold by Pierre Poilievre's team, and he is showing momentum. And I think that what's happening is that the Liberals are convincing themselves that Pierre is the opportunity for them to win that elusive fourth election for Justin Trudeau. No one wins four. Justin, listen to the podcast. No one wins four. This is going to be over pretty quick, and I think it's a real signal that people are ready for change, even if it's the lunacy that Pierre Poilievre represents.
Corey, 675,000 for the Liberals. 1 to 10 on that strategy scale. 1 being not a big deal. 10 being like, oh, we're fucked.
I would say it's a 6. A couple of things I think that need to be discussed here. And so in 2013, the Liberals sold 300,000 memberships, or sorry, they registered 300,000 supporters. 130,000 then registered to vote. There was a bit of a poll tax there, so that would be kind of in some ways the equivalent. And then about 100,000 voted, and Trudeau won over 80%, I believe. And so the the numbers are different, right? Like, let's use the biggest version of that number, the 300,000. Well, that 300,000 is less than half of the number at hand here. So that's true. But if you kind of run back the clock further and you look at the trajectory, you can see that parties are getting more and more efficient at dragging people into the doors here, at least for these instant leadership contests. And so I don't think that you say, oh, clearly they're twice as popular as the Trudeau Liberals were in 2013. But even if that were the case, I'd remind you the Trudeau Liberals were the third party at the time. They were not the official opposition who had actually won the popular vote in the election this weekend. So it's a bit of a different context there. But they should still be worried. They should still be worried because the Conservative Party is showing an ability to organize. The Conservative Party is showing an ability to galvanize. And that does tend to be a precursor to election losses if you're a government party. And again, I go back to this a lot, but it will not take a lot for the Conservatives to win the next election. They won the popular vote in the last 2 elections. The Liberals ran very efficient campaigns, but the thing about efficient campaigns is they're great until they're not, and then your vote collapses and you lose a shit ton of seats. And that's the risk for the Liberals right now.
They could.
I do generally agree with Carter.
They could be returned to third party status, very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the math, as you guys have said, does play out. An efficient vote, as Corey, you've mentioned, we've talked about this many times. Like the fine line, right? Like efficient can look like the most strategic, sound, resource, smart way to play a campaign. Or it could look like the dumbest thing you've ever done. Exactly, because you win nothing and you lose a lot of races by a bit. Carter, Corey, I'm gonna stick with you for our next one, and let's go back to Brad Wall, Rebecca Schultz, Schultz. How would I say her name?
Schultz, no T.
There's no T. Okay, fine. I'll add a T if I want.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want. To. Don't let him.
I can do whatever I want. Yeah. I don't want to let anyone push me around.
Yeah, stand strong,
Corey. Rebecca Schultz without the T. She is bringing Brad Wall into her race. Now, of course, she was a former staffer for Brad Wall. She did this minute-long video with him kind of asking her questions, how it's going, giving her loose endorsement. I wouldn't say it was full-throated. It was kind of like, listen, for all the people, this is the person that I like. How's it going? What's up with your race? Chilling at what seemed like a rodeo. Corey, the strategy for Schultz, 1 to 10, what do you think? Good. 1 is like negligible, even counterproductive. 10 being like masterstroke. This makes good sense. For you, the Rebecca Schultz strategy of bringing Brad Wall, arguably, I think it was on the same day that his little mini controversy, which you, by the way, gave a high score to, erupted into the Alberta UCP race.
I'm going to give it a 3. Right? I've got
3.
Many questions about judgment here. 1.
Okay.
Why is a former premier of another province doing this? Why are they getting involved in Alberta's campaigns like this? I understand Brad Wall is just basically a Calgarian now, but it still seems like a bit of a breach of protocol. 2. Why is Schultz doing this? Because it does just remind me that she's lived in Alberta for about 30 seconds.
Yeah, good point.
I think 7 years, something to that effect. Not very long at all. When she became an MLA, it was a bit shocking how quickly she went from Alberta citizen, so to speak, to MLA. Right? And so I don't know if you want to be reminding people of those deep connections you have, and that you've only been in this province less than the less than my kid in grade 2 has been in this province. So
right.
So that is curious to me. But if I want to give it a couple of points, nudging it back up here, well, actually, we can't put aside the fact that they plowed forward with this the day that those texts came out.
Yeah,
they should have had the sense, both Brad Wall and Schultz's campaign, to say, let's just do this another day. Now is not the day. It didn't make sense to do it when they did, and if Brad Wall was insisting on it, that's crazy. If the Schultz campaign was afraid to ask because they thought it made it look like it was questionable, that's cowardice and crazy too. But if we want to kick it back up the other way a couple of points, this is not a campaign that I think has it's an interesting one. To me, it's the same type of people who supported Jeff Davison to be mayor of Calgary who would be, interested in the Schultz campaign. There's not, there's more cocktail crowd than organizer crowd would be my dime store analysis of it. And Brad Wall endorsing is actually very in line with that analysis and assessment. Like, oh, who is very interesting and who could perhaps. Anyways, but they see it as a way to provide credibility to a campaign that right now is lost in a sea of many campaigns.
That's good. That's an interesting comparison, Corey. You know what? The other similarity that they both have is that they're both missing a letter in their last name. It should be Davidson. It should be Davidson. What the fuck are these people doing, Carter?
They're just broken. They're broken human beings.
Yeah, I know.
Well, their names are.
Yeah.
Their names are. Carter, letters have disowned them. Why should anyone? Okay, that's good. I'm running the campaign against these people. Carter, the strategy. Wall coming in, endorsing Rebecca Schultz. 1 to 10. I think I did it. I think I actually nailed
0.
Really?
Let me tell you why.
Flat out. Okay, put your hatred for Brad Wall aside for a second, because we don't need it polluting the show.
Things,
okay.
There are 2 things I don't do in campaigns. 2 things that are super important that everybody else seems to think are super important, and I don't do them. One is endorsements. Endorsements, as a general rule, are stupid, and because you're supposed to be the person who's the leader. Why do you need other leaders to endorse you? The second thing that I think is stupid are slogans. And Brad Wall is just a walking slogan. That's all he has going for him, is that he's Brad Wall. I'm Brad Wall. That's all he has. So his weakness, his inability, every other premier would know, don't get involved in another province's race. Every other former premier would know, don't get involved in the races that happen after you. This is a guy who should be standing down and standing on the sidelines. But he just can't help himself. He's brought himself back into the stories and back into the ability. It's a bad day to do an endorsement. It's a bad endorsement. This is the problem with endorsement. Endorsement happens, and all of a sudden you find out that you're getting endorsed by a guy who's working with the convoy organizer. Despite the fact that Corey seemed to think that was okay, that's not okay for a large number of voters. So they've just made themselves worse off by taking someone's endorsement who's not actually going to be able to move many votes, because it is the cocktail crowd. They can all have a cocktail together and talk about how great Brad was. If he could only speak French, he'd have been the prime minister, but he can't, so he won't. And he's never going to be the prime minister. He's never going to be anything again. And now he's dragging you down to the bottom of the ocean with him. Did I make myself
Seems like
clear?
someone liked Brad Wall. Seems like someone liked Brad Wall for a bit, saw a bunch of promise in him, and then things went south.
Well, he tried to have me fired from my job. So, it does.
Okay, well,
it does make me a little bit bitter.
I mean, implies a certain incompetence he did not bring to that particular exercise.
Well, I wound up having to resign and taking all that money that they gave me, and then, starting my own company and making tons of money again. Very hard. It was a trying time.
Okay, well, I didn't know any of that, so
that's the Hill of Nolden.
Thank you for breaking.
That's what I left you guys. Can we
get back to the firefighters and your wife, please? Can we get back to a more comfortable topic of conversation?
I did note, for those watching on the video, you will have just seen Corey take a look at the time code. You'll have just seen that.
Yeah.
77. 7763.
Carter, I'm gonna stick with you for our next one. We try to avoid American politics. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
But there's a strategy question here in the U.S. It's not about January. Well, it's related to January 6th. It's a big one, and I want to get to
66.
Donald Trump is thinking about announcing a historically early run for president so he can get out in front of the allegations made in the testimony of the 1-6 committees, which are ongoing. The strategy, Carter, in your mind, and which would, of course, just extend the point, make it harder for Merrick Garland and the Justice Department perhaps to go after a candidate for president rather than a sitting citizen / former president. But Carter, the strategy for Trump to go early on a scale of 1 to 10, the 1 is this is terrible, the 10 is this is a master stroke. Trump
Okay,
could do it
I think it's just
tomorrow if
melting
he
time.
What are you thinking on this?
We just killed this level.
From his
There's no reason not
standpoint,
to.
it's a brilliant stroke. I mean, it's going to be hard enough to take a former president away in handcuffs. Imagine how hard it would be to take a former president that is running to be the president again away in handcuffs, that has the power of, the speeches, that has the rallies, that has all of that. I mean, can you imagine if he called for his supporters to blockade? If the FBI showed up at Trump Tower one day and he sends out well, he can't tweet, but he sends out some sort of a message. Demanding that his supporters surround Trump Tower and not let the FBI exit. The FBI aren't exiting that building. He has a tremendous amount of power, and by becoming a candidate again, he's just made that bigger. So I am, I think it's a terrible thing, but at the same time, it's pretty smart for him to have done it.
Corey, talk to me about this. Trump announcing early on the strategy scale.
Back to nighttime, probably.
It's 3. I think it's a very bad idea for him for a couple of reasons. First of all, it's not going to work. Like, it's not going to shield him from consequences. It's so early and so far out, and he himself has shown that such norms can be just shattered. And nobody is going to make the decision to arrest him or not based on his gambit here, because we've seen him try this before, and then we saw January 6th.
I already challenged that person.
The stakes are too high, and people realize that now. And so it won't get him what he wants, and it will make it less likely that he actually becomes president in 2024. Here's why. One, it hurts his fundraising. The minute he announces, he is subject to a limit for the entire campaign cycle. And that's usually a limit that's for, 10 months.
Truncated period of time, or significantly more truncated than what he'd be having here. Correct.
Now we are talking 2.5 years. And you can't go back to those donors again in that 2.5 year period for that presidential campaign. And the other reason is he will become the sideshow that blows up. It is not impossible for me that the GOP does not manage to win either the House or Senate, because Donald Trump moves the focus from an economy that's really faltering and inflation, which, while a global problem, every local leader is having to deal with, moves the focus off that, moves the focus onto this guy who is just being crushed in these, January 6th, committee hearings, which is, again, my opinion on the committee hearings hasn't changed. It's not going to fundamentally remake America. You're not going to have Republicans all of a sudden see the light. But the swing voters, if they're voting on Donald Trump rather than voting on local Republican candidate who promises to combat inflation, that's going to hurt the GOP. So if he manages to enter into the race, not get himself that protection, blow up his ability to fundraise, which the party will know and the party grandees will know, and screw them in November, he will be a very weakened individual. And that's when the DeSantises of the world stand up and say, this guy screwed himself, screwed our party, and might just be screwed legally. We can't go with him. So I don't see the logic of it at this point for him at all.
Carter, any retort to that from what Corey said? I'm curious to hear it, because you thought this was a pretty sharp strategy for Trump. Of course, Corey's outlining some of the pitfalls in it.
I mean, this is not a guy who's suffered from any problems with fundraising in the past. He's got an enormous PAC that he can run with. I mean, there are rules, and then there's how Trump uses the rules. He is able to do these things by ignoring some of the rules and the norms of the American electoral system. Are we shocked by this? No, because he's ignored all the rules and all the norms to this point. My thinking is that this is a good move for him, because he gets to be in the limelight when they try and arrest him. if he's sitting in his, because they're going to arrest.
That was
him.
going to happen either way. That was going to happen either way,
no,
Steven.
And we thought that was going to happen to you in the first 5 minutes of the show until you told us it was the firefighters.
They will probably send a news team to watch Donald Trump get arrested. Don't know if he needs to be candidate for that.
There'll be one or two, but the difference is his ability to draw the supporters. The supporters are going to be rabidly there.
Do we just screw ourselves?
It's going to be crazy.
It's Copter One on live on location. It's gonna be like a car chase, Carter. They're just gonna be.
I feel like we just screwed ourselves.
Gonna follow him wherever he is in Mar-a-Lago.
We should do a live show.
He's gonna find him. He's gonna be stroking some.
Please don't have pursuit.
Down the LA freeways. I don't even.
Please don't have pursuit.
The fact that the Bronco is back and looks
13. Let's go, baby.
It's an entirely different podcast. It does look really good.
Yeah.
While we're on different topics, Carter, is KD going to Toronto?
KD should be in Toronto. He should have been drafted into Toronto, and it's been a real shame that he wasn't able to realize his lifelong dream by landing in Toronto.
Fucking nailed it. You nailed it. It's so good, Corey.
Fact,
I can't. I'm not even.
You
got
no notes.
No notes. No notes, Carter. Nicely done. Well landed. He has been a lifelong Raptors fan. Air Canada, which, by the way, Flair Airlines needs a player that they just has a nickname. Anyways, Corey, I'm going to stick with you for this next one. We're talking about Trudeau and his government strategy. Melanie Joly is going to attend the G20 despite Russia's presence. She's saying, I'm not going to shake the Russian counterpart's hand at the G20, but she's still attending despite Russia showing up to the G20 conference. On the strategy scale of 1 to 10 for the Trudeau government, 1 being obviously this is a terrible strategy, 10 being this is great. What do you think this is?
I think it's a 4. I ultimately don't think it will have much domestic consequence because these things don't. But ultimately, it strengthens Russia or weakens the wall of Western resolve, which was falling apart now, shamefully. And so I don't feel good about it, but it's not going to hurt them politically. I don't believe it will.
Carter, what do you think? Canada, 1 to 10, sending Melanie Joly to the G20 despite Russia's presence.
I think you have to do diplomacy. And you can't just walk away from the other 18 countries just because Russia's there. I think that ignoring Russia is the right thing to do, but they shouldn't be invited, but they are, and ignoring is fine.
Carter, we do this for the listeners who listen live, and of course, I'm not on the YouTube stream, but I am getting a text question, which I feel like is very apt to take right now, which is, what's older, you or the stereo deck behind you? We need a giant expose on this. Lay it on us. What's older?
From my first marriage. I wish I was joking. It comes from my first marriage.
I don't know what to say about you, ever.
Yeah. He's just too honest all the time. Well, listener, you got your answer.
Yeah.
Carter, I'm going to stick with you for our next one on the strategy scale. This one's interesting to me.
Yeah.
We're going to go across the pond, as they say.
Yeah.
Jolly old England.
Yeah.
Where we have 2 cabinet members, 3 overall, but 2 cabinet members in Boris Johnson's government, the health secretary and the treasury chief, Sajid Javid and Rishi Sunak, resigning within minutes of each other from his government, from the Johnson government, putting out letters on Twitter, apparently not coordinated, which, of course, England finds hard to believe that 2 brown guys didn't coordinate. Which, by the way, if you don't want to know if colonialism is still alive, that is a good answer. If white people think that brown people will just be like, oh yeah, they must know each other. They must have coordinated this, despite the fact that they say they did not. Carter, the strategy scale here for these 2, we've heard that these individuals have had ambitions to become prime minister themselves, to be leaders of the Conservative Party, especially with the Treasury chief, Rishi Sunak, highly touted as being a rising star in the conservative ranks in the UK. Most of our listeners may not even know about this situation, but I want to get deeper into how you resign. Carter, what do you think of this? Between a scale of 1 to 10 on the strategy scale, they're back-to-back.
Okay, it's the last with the Jigglypuffs. This is just a free,
on the Prime Minister. I mean, he took no time in replacing
free kill everything
the
button.
Exchequer at least, but nonetheless,
The other
I
one
mean,
has
it's still
a
blow.
snubble.
To lose 2 of your top 5 cabinet ministers is a big hit, and there's tremendous pushback on the Prime Minister already. Let's keep in mind that he barely survived his last leadership vote, and
should probably focus up.
I think the clock was ticking in any case.
Okay, we're pausing this. A modest snubble. Snubble. No, a -1 I always kill. Oh, I'm just because I'm too scared. We're double checking the calcs because I can't do this, man. Middle tank, level 19. More neutral nature. But this mill tank is no ordinary mill tank that would be killed 75% of the time. This thing has 12 IVs and it's calm in nature. It also has a lumberry. Nice and calm. It's got 12. And 12. It is 12. Yeah, it's 12 IVs. It has... What? Why did we... Oh. Now it's a guaranteed KO. We do, in fact, have 77 attack. We should have no business. There should be no reason for us not to win this. We made progress. It only took like a week or something. We did it. We made progress. Let's go. That's a little funny, you have to admit. Wait, isn't this the most stressful part of the run, where it's like, technically we can... Oh yeah, we have to... get it back from her. Thank you, Whitney. Wow, a track. I'm sure I'll be using a track strats pretty soon. Any day now. If I ever lost an attempt to Whitney, it feels kind of easy. Just get hair across, bro. I think we should end this off by catching Spinnerack. Okay. I feel like this is a mandatory battle. Probably just gonna lead with Christian Freeland. Also, is there like a level 50 grind we have to do like directly after we do or don't catch the Spinnerack? So she should probably like, I don't know. We pretty much always catch the Spinnerack. Imagine if we don't catch the Spinnerack. It's kind of bad. Okay, what road is this again? Aye, this be road 35, of course. Road 35. Dun, dun. What? Are you okay? Why is the game doing that? Okay, I'm gonna save it for something weird happens. Trainers in Heartgold and Soul Silver. This girl's a Vulpix, level 15. But it's dodgeable. And I'm pretty sure Christian Freeland would kill anyway. It was dodgeable. Ah. So I didn't notice that. Two Diglets and a Zubat looks like is what Ivan has here. But I am prepared for that. They should all die. To Shadow Balls. Also, I have no other option, so... Zubat does not like Sucker Punch or something like dumb like that. I can't imagine. Leech Life, Astonish, yeah, we're fine, we're fine. Okay. It's two fiery dudes. One has a... oh no. One has a ton of Voltorb. Actually, no, we won't click it. And the one has a Magmar. If we were to run into this trainer, what kind of sets would we be looking at here? Actually, this I'm not worried about. This one I can just do. Because I was like, I'll just look back if it doesn't work. You have Sonic Boom, Tackle, rolled out. It'll have like Spark. Oh, these guys came and hit me. That was a tactical switch, I guess. Wait, you're telling me this guy can move as well? We didn't get the bottom. It's like the one thing you're supposed to do. I don't know why you battle bug catchers, and it's kind of weird. Well, maybe you can skip this trainer? Bug catcher Armin. So as long as I attack the Wigglytuff, we won't have any issues. Yeah, as long as you flame wheel the Wigglytuff and kill it, we will not have any issues. If I do in fact have 66 attack. And so you have to hit the Wigglytuffs, you have to hit the Clefables. And then we're fine. Wait, what? What? No! I threw. They can't hurt freely. The Clefable only has. I can only kill the Clefable. I can only kill the This is bad. Even though it's probably better to kill the Clefable in this situation. So you can do it when you're not strong enough. it's better to kill Clefable in this situation than I keep going through this one. Like, just switch. The really tough, and then I don't know. I think it's a guaranteed card of him or use Metro, double slap, and pull. I think it's gonna use one of those. I just I'm not as business right now. The one that says that like seconds in English, so in theory we can done here as long as we keep it. So this one's minus the one. It's minus generation. Yeah, it does. It does every time. So in theory, we can roll the dice and make it there's no other out in this situation. No other one exists. It's like freelancing. Instead, it's yes, 6% chance. So that's only 6%. Yeah, I might just like watch it double battle. Make sure I'm alright the whole time I wasn't talking into this thing because I just took my headphones off and was too frustrated. Yeah, so I was saying I think we just like the only out here is switch to Michelle. You could also double into Clefables. Two turns of Matthew not getting hit by a Wigglytuff versus one turn of Matthew not getting hit by a Wigglytuff. Yeah. The only out. Just to be clear, this is the Clefable that's female. They're all female. The one sends the Clefable out first, and the Clefable that comes out first is Gentle Clefable. That's simple. It's just correct. That's just correct. Part 1? Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Not the time. Come on. Come on. Are you kidding me, dude? You got 4 moves. You got 4 moves. Only one of them will end the run. Use defense curl. We did it. Oh my god, we actually did it. Oh, we actually did it. We actually did it. Okay. Oh. Okay. You know what? We need moments like these, because if you don't have moments like these, you can just become like brain numb. Like your mind can go. Like the run will just go because you'll make this mistake again. This mistake isn't like unheard of. Setting the wrong Pokemon at first. Like it's fairly common. That was so lucky. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Almost got the range. What? Please tell me it's like choice specs. Okay, this is it. The last thing we're doing tonight is trying to think of an out for how we don't have to do this roll, and then still doing it anyway. So let's give a refresher. On this route at nighttime, Spinnerax appear from 13 at night, from 13 to level 13 to level 15, and a level. Rattatas don't appear here, right? Nope. They sure don't. We want to see level 13. Because that'll have String Shot, Scary Face, Constrict, and Leech Life. And only one of those moves can hit Haunter. And then we do Ball... Oh wait, hold on, we have to get an Ultra Ball first. Do we buy one? Don't tell me I have to go back to... Oh, Netball! Wait, that's gonna be even better. Okay, wait, hold on. Actually winnable now. So now we do like, catching Pokemon Calculator. Generation 3/4, yes. The Pokemon is level 3rd, we'll say 14. It is a Spinnerack. It's at 100% HP, and we're using a Netball. It's a 100% chance. Nope, not this thing. Not you either. Especially not you. We can find a cooler one, I think. Damn, bro, it's 40%. Did the whole 14 one show up? Yes, I will penny pinch levels. This is like... This grind is going to be so unimaginably horrible, it's not even funny. I'm going to penny pinch levels. The work that you need to do to make what's his name true is so not funny. Like, I remember uniranked I have to get to like level 50 with this stupid spinner rack. I'd be like one of those like Heartgold to Silver moments where like the wiki's strong. And it's not, yeah, it might be like 13 and 15, not like 13, 14, 15. But yeah. Be cool to find a shiny one though. Holds down L on controller. Okay, I'm gonna give it one more after this. Okay. Next spinner rack we see that isn't level... Actually, no, it can be level 15 now. It doesn't matter. Wait, what am I doing? Literally doesn't matter. It's 100% capture the nest ball. Why am I even supposed to? Oh, now it's not gonna show up. Now all the 15s are scared. They're like, yeah, I saw what happened. You wanted a 14. Man, what to name? It's Growlithe, cool. What to name the spinner rack? I mean, it's kind of grindy and tedious. I only actually use it for like one part of the game. It's also Spider. I guess I use it later to hit poison jabs and kill things. It's a female. We'll catch two, and we'll pick the better one. Female Spinnerack. Let's go with... This is like an active member of the team. Thing is, Spinnerack's gonna be old. It's gonna be around forever. It might even overstay its welcome a little bit. You know, when we're using it in the Elite Four. It's not very strong. Okay, one more. Let's try to get a male one. A little bit of diversity, you know? I feel like we have to name one after the premium Saskatchewan. After the bit. This one's male. I could go with Peter Tabbins if we're just going with like one's the thing to the other. I could name this thing Peter Tabbins. No, but we decided. We already decided on a nickname. Wait, did we look at this guy's name over here? Did I just not look at these guys? Saskatchewan Premier. That's no. Brad Wall, that's who we're looking for. Former Premier of Saskatchewan. So name him Wall. Now we can fit the full thing. Yep. Alright. Who do you think's gonna be better? Do you think Brad Wall is gonna be better than... Surely Brad Wall will be better. Shut up, Bill. I mean, one was a premier, one just tried to be a premier for like 5 years. One is obviously a lot smarter than the other, though. So, let's see how these stack up. First, yeah, let's bring them side by side. You know, gotta do the full reveal. But which spin rack is objectively better? Quiet Nature. I'm pretty sure half of this is just making sure you outspeed the Gengar, so automatically no. Sorry, Brad. I can't. And then Modest Nature, which is the second worst. Okay, so we got the worst and the second worst nature for these two. Okay. Well, you know, we'll try our luck one more time. You know, spend the $1,000 here. Like we'll make it back. We'll make it back. Like ready? Sell. Look at all the stuff we don't need. Potions? Definitely not. A health or healing. All that as well. The paralyzed heals, the antidotes in theory could hold some utility. This definitely not. Miracle Sea escape rope. Alright, time to go get one and hope it isn't literally the worst nature humanly possible. Okay, I've been going off for nicknames, so I've been off people that have been premiers, so I feel like I should continue that trend. Why restrict myself though? Like I could go with Kathleen Wynn, you know? Then you know what? Then we get like all the. I think that's the perfect one. Yeah, we'll go with Wynn. I think we just hit the nail right there. I have a lot of faith here. Quiet Nature. It's literally the exact same. I think I'm noticing a trend. I think I maybe shouldn't pick names of losers, like candidates that lose. I feel like that's the trend I'm starting to pick up on here. what about... Oh, the Premier BC resigned. Let's do him in honor, you know? Surely that'll be better. It's another female. Let's see here. Who's... You know, let's hit some municipal politics. Who's that one? Was like, oldest mayor, Ontario. Yeah, this person. Hazel. I like the name Hazel. Hazel MC. That's what it is. Yeah, I think we just needed to get the stench of provincial politics out. You know, I think this one's gonna be a lot better. I have a lot of faith. Just a neutral nature, a non. I'm not even asking for a good nature here. Just one that's not objectively horrible. Okay, spinner act number 4 check. Alright, it's fine. Jolly. Really good nature. It has insomnia as well, which is perfect for those. I wasn't even thinking about ability. Like, this one has swarm, this one has insomnia. Swarm. This is like perfect. Oh yeah, this thing is so fast. This is perfect. Let me just double check the attack. I want to see that. Just get a little curious what some of the attacks are in some of these boys. Wait, and it just has... Wait, is this really bad attack or really good attack? Wait, I didn't check. It has, like, perfect attack IV plus speed nature. I'm going to bed, man. I'm going to bed, like... Sometimes, just need to try for a 4th time. Okay. Good, I'm going to bed now. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night. Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna make a save state first. Save state, boom. Okay, now I'm done. Ending it.